morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. It's going to be a fun show, but you know what? Closed it off again. Shit. I am terrible at my job. Let's welcome in Corey Adam. There he is. No, there he is. Okay. Woo. It's a little slow there on the old OBS. Let's put him where we need to put him. There we are. And we have an awesome show ready for you. Good morning, Corey.
What up?
Oh, not a lot. We're actually going to do all the football and sports stuff for overtime today. Seeing as everyone wanted to get all bitchy and cunty. Well, not everyone. A few people wanted to get all bitchy and cunty last time. You're going to be tortured with it all 4 hours. You're going to know, oh, God, here we go. Oh, this is really good. Oh, this is really something that's great. Oh, I got a whole other half hour left. Nope. Football. That's how I play my long game. So Today, overtime, football. Gray Idol says, I was happy until you mentioned football. How do we have like a blue collar show that was designed towards a blue collar audience and so many gay people in it?
Yeah, I don't know. And a lot of like non-meat eating Americans, like, because they get mad at like American football. It's not like you and I are talking hardcore basketball or something, you know?
I couldn't. But
I mean, like, if you and I were talking like a half hour basketball or baseball and somebody got mad about it, like, I'm like, all right, our bad. You're right.
Fair enough. But like the biggest sport in the country.
But yeah, football, like, come on. Like, it's not even college ball either. Like, I mean, we'll talk college ball, but like, it's the NFL. Grow up.
I'm a Michigan man personally.
No, you aren't.
No, I'm saying I want Michigan to win the whole thing.
Oh, all right.
Out of all the teams that are in the playoffs, I'm a Michigan man.
I mean, I guess I am by proxy because Harbaugh's there, right?
Yeah, you got Ohio State, Georgia, TCU, and Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan's the only team out of those I don't hate, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be okay with TCU. I just don't want one of the really big schools winning it again, you know? I don't want it to be Georgia or Ohio State or anything. I want it to be somebody different this time. So I'd be okay with TCU. But we have a lot to talk about today. We're very, very busy. It is 1,000% dog shit here. If you ever have one of those hacky, you know, hey, glad not to be in the snow, glad to live in Texas kind of days, it's today because we did a lot of shopping yesterday and we got a lot of Christmas shopping crossed off the list. We got a bunch of food, and now we're just staying in all day. It's going to be great. I'm excited. Sweatpants on right now. They're not coming off.
They're like snowing and shit?
Snowing.
I don't even, honestly, since I moved, I don't even check the weather, like in Minnesota.
Snowing, sleeting, freezing, raining. That kind of, remember when you'd go out to your car and you'd shut your car door after you go grab something and you just slide away on your driveway?
Oh, yeah. This is when that you can watch those cameras. What is it? It's like Sibleyville or Lilydale area. There's a part of, I forget the highway, but it comes in off 62. It turns into something in St. Paul, but there's this just horrifically unsafe stretch of road that every year, that's where the highlights of all the semi-truck sliding come from.
Oh yeah, I saw a couple of semi-truck things. I had to watch the local news. I had to watch Minneapolis news yesterday, and I just forgot how bad local television news is. I'm watching an episode of Fargo. As I'm watching, it's just the banter and the back and forth from the weathermen to the other news ladies, and it's just I watch it and I go, how do people watch this consistently every night as part of their routine? Like what? I just don't understand what they're getting out of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt the same way about late night. Like people that watch late night these days, like I don't understand how you could be watching anything with Colbert or fucking Kimmel and just feel fulfilled. But people sit there watch that shit.
You just want to talk to them and go, so wait a minute, explain to me now, what is it? Like what are you getting out of this? Like where's your payoff?
They had a lot of really good COVID musicals back in the day.
Yeah, you know, I just hang on hoping that they'll bring back the COVID musicals, and you know I really like this segment.
To hit me with the best shot.
Yeah, Colbert did this segment called the Vax Scene. I don't know if you understand like the pun that he's doing there, but he would bring things dressed up as needles, and they'd talk about the vaccine. It's like, oh, did they talk about another World Cup journalist who dropped dead? No, why would they talk about that? No reason. Just wondering if they.
Right.
Yeah, another one dropped dead out of nowhere. I think yesterday or earlier this week.
Is that 3 now?
At least 2. At least two, because you had the one from America, 48-year-old, fit as a fiddle.
Probably an assassination, allegedly.
No, he was up in the booth and he just collapsed and dropped dead.
Right, but he came in and got hassled because he's wearing a bunch of like LGBTQA plus UDUI.
Yeah, he was wearing some rainbow shirts and shit. But like a few journalists have been doing that. They're still kicking. I Occam's razored that thing and went, oh, okay, perfectly healthy American guy drops dead. His heart stops. Where have we seen this before? And I tried to play a little connect the dots. Well, now we got a second guy, another journalist who died suddenly at the World Cup. This one, I believe, was a Qatari photojournalist. Khalid Al-Mislam was working for Al-Klas TV, died on Sunday. His cause of death is not yet known. Qatar news outlet Gulf Times tweeted Al-Mislam, a Qatari, died suddenly while covering the FIFA World Cup Qatar 2022. So these guys are like the American guy and this guy. They're like standing up in the press box, like taking little breaks in between games, and they're just talking to people, and they're having some food and doing whatever, and then all of a sudden, they just collapse. They just fall, and then everyone tries to help them, and they get them to the hospital, and they're dead when they get there. Just
as you do.
Yeah, in their 30s, in their 40s, dropping like flies. So it's, I have no idea why they would do that. Personally, I'm not saying there's anything that they've done that, might explain why their heart just randomly stopped. But boy, am I glad, if there's any kind of medical procedure or anything they've had done, I'm glad, the big cities where a lot of people got that done are okay and safe. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Breaking news. Los Angeles and New York, as well as Phoenix, all calling for mask mandates to return as they're calling this the not the triple vid, they're calling it the triple-demic. RSV.
The immediate tridemic area?
The tridemic, triple-demic, whatever they're calling it. It's RSV, it's the flu, and it's COVID. And New York, LA, and Phoenix all want to bring back their masks because of it. Because it worked so well the first 3 times.
Yeah, but it's not about. I mean, you and I both know that. We've talked about that before. It's not about any of the health thing. It's that they want to be able to like look at somebody and know where they fall politically, so that they can ostracize people. That's all it is. Like they want to be able to walk into a gas station and see 3 allies in masks and 4 enemies without them. That's all it is.
Yeah, and then I don't know. Like
It's not science at this point. It's just not.
We keep saying that, like, oh, if they brought them back, I wonder if people would rebel and not wear them. I don't know. So far, every time that they bring them back,
they won't. Yeah, Fuck no, they won't.
People wear them. I mean, I would like to think that if they did it again in Minnesota,
I will tell you this, and this alone, right? The fact that Trump made it through a presidency without even one assassination attempt shows you that we as Americans do not have the stones for revolt. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on, left, right, indifferent. Like there is 0% chance that our lazy fucking
that's a good look.
Culture.
It's a good thing nobody took a shot at the president. It's a good thing nobody tries an assassination. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I'm saying like with how much. Obviously, you don't want the president being assassinated. No,
that would be a terrible thing.
What I'm saying is that if we as a country had the stones for that, like that would have happened over. Look at how much people hated Trump. I mean, just look at like the Orange Man bad pandemic, right?
Yeah.
Like during the lockdowns and all that, like that would all have happened. There would have at least been one crazy person fucking like taxi cabbing it. Taxi driver.
So you got a triple-demic, you got 3 cities. Somebody did tweet out a thing of that not Carrie Lake, her opponent, Katie Dobbs or whatever, the person who won as governor of Arizona, and they just went with the heading elections have consequences, and then Hobbs considering mask mandate for triple-demic. I was like, yeah, that you can draw. It tracks. You can draw a straight line to it. Here in Minnesota, we've got a $17 billion surplus. And they want to give like $5 billion of it to the teachers union. So I have a hard time believing if it wasn't the Democrats controlling every facet of the government that would be the case. I bet you they get pretty close to that $5 billion. Because every time stuff like this happens, they go, oh, well, we've underfunded the schools. It's like, we spend more on education than almost every other state in the union. We're like the third highest tax state in the union. I don't understand where this whole shortchanging the schools thing is coming from.
I mean, I don't think they do either. They're just giving their money for the schools.
Yeah. Then meanwhile, who gets the first cut? The teachers union. Hey, we got more money for the schools.
And the donors.
Yeah, we got to figure out how we process all this money that we're giving the schools. Oh, I'm sure if we just give it to the teachers union, it'll find its way to the place it needs to be. Oh, okay. That sounds like a good idea. So as far as, triple-demic, masks, shit like that, so far it's all talk, but who knows anymore?
I don't think it's going to be all talk. I mean, the other thing is you had that prop out of California, which I think we talked about last week, but they have a thing that they voted on in California where they can now take away doctors' practicing license if they quote unquote spread misinformation.
Yeah, misinformation. It's
so if they disagree with anything by the CDC,
so a board of non-doctors
over pandemic.
A board of non-doctors is going
non-practicing doctors,
is going to tell doctors what the correct medical information is.
And if doctors disagree with that, they're getting their license taken away. And here's why that's so funny is because who has enough disposable income to just move states if they get fed up?
Yeah, I mean, single people, right? That's about it. I mean, people can't uproot their entire families and just,
doctors can.
Yeah, doctors can. I just mean the what do you call it? Not the physics, the
logistics.
Logistics, thank you. The logistics of like uprooting, 2-3 kids from their schools.
What I'm saying though is like a doctor as a profession is always in need. Everywhere always needs more doctors.
You can go somewhere else, yeah.
Right, and they have enough disposable income to dip. So they're making it a headache for these people that you need who could just literally move to any number of other states like a Texas or a Florida where they wouldn't pay state tax, by the way, and not paying state tax would probably represent, like, if you're from California, like, how much is their state tax? Probably like 20%, right?
It's up there. I think it's at least 15.
It's one of the highest. It's one of the highest tax states in the entire union.
Well, let's think. 37 is the highest federal, and they're over 50%. Yeah, so it's got to be at least 15 or 20.
Sure, let's say 15 even.
Yeah.
Like a 15% price wage increase to move to a state that doesn't have a state tax. And that's, like, how much fun does this sound? Nevada, Texas, Florida.
Well, Dakotas.
I mean,
they don't have a state tax either. Look,
but I'm just saying, like, they can go to really fun places, I
mean, not having a sales tax.
Oklahoma.
You're right. Not having a sales tax, you do need other things to draw you in. I mean, you can't just say no state tax because then you'll end up in North Dakota. And who wants?
Well, it's a good place to raise a family if they're trying to get their family the fuck away from Californians.
That's true. If you're trying, there's no place less California. I mean, except maybe Idaho, than North Dakota. It's going to be a pretty big culture shock. Bring on the Canadian death panel, says Cat Snap Karen. Yeah, we ended yesterday's show with that. Oh, my God. So Canada's assisted suicide program is basically becoming the death panels that we were talking about in like 2008, 2009. People are like, hey, could you guys think you could send me some crutches? I have a shattered knee. And they're like, they send you a thing in the mail that goes, hey, would you like us to come to your house and help you kill yourself? It's like, no, that's not what I want. I just wanted some crutches. Like, are you sure you wouldn't be happier if we just killed you?
On our way.
Yeah. It's like, now you're like, your phone, is always tracking you, and you go, oh, man, my knee is killing me. And then all of a sudden your phone goes, sending the MAID program to your home. No, my knee is sore. We hear you. We will take care of it. No, that's not what I wanted. I didn't feel good. I
remember like back, 5-10 years ago, there was like an article that came out talking about it when they first made those death panels.
Yeah.
And it was like Slate or Vice or something where the article was like, why Canada has death panels now and why it's a good thing.
Boy, what a cheery bunch of people. Here's why we should have. Well, it's all to save money. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's why you can't. people say, oh, why is it better to have a for-profit healthcare system? Because at least then the health insurance people only care if you can pay the bill. And if you can't pay the bill, they don't go, well, why don't we just come to your house and smother you with a pillow? But like if the government runs it, the government has a motive to like encourage you to die so they don't have to foot the bill for you anymore. Yeah. So yeah, you might have
also,
to.
If it's privatized, the two companies or however many companies, obviously more than two, they compete. You know, like they lower the prices. Like one of the things in America they could do is they could like open up insurance across state lines, and that would drop the price for everybody. Like if you and I could shop for fucking insurance in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that would lower ours by, you know.
Yeah, that would be great. Because now we have what, like maybe 4 in Minnesota. I think it's a.
I think it's.
Yeah, that's right. You're in Texas.
It might only be 3.
Blue Cross Blue Shield, Health Partners,
Medica,
UCare. Do we have Medica here? I think Medica
and Blue Shield
preferred one. And I think a lot of these plans are actually like derivatives of the other companies.
Yeah. Like I said, I think there's only like 3 of them, and they're all derivatives off that. I know it's Blue Cross Blue Shield, and then UCare, and then Medica,
Health Partners, Medica, preferred one. Yeah, there's. Well, I think a couple of them have left the exchange. Yeah, it's less than 5, put it that way. It would be awesome if it was 25, 30, 35, 40. United Health bought up preferred one effective January. Okay, so we lost one more. That's fantastic. Starting off the day great, David Chandler with $100 via PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. If you guys are wondering where our goal is at right now, we are $70 away for tonight. So we are good for this morning. We are $70 away from tonight's goal. Thank you very much to David Chandler starting us off. If the rest of you want to knock out the rest of this evening, feel free. Very cool. Becoming a member is a great way to do that because that knocks down the goal every month. It's a consistent $5 a month, and we knock that off the top at the beginning of every month. So thank you, David, very much. And thank you to the rest of you if you feel like throwing in super chats. There's our Streamlabs link in the chat. The PayPal link is in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page if you'd like to use that. Vince McMahon wants to make a comeback. He feels like he's sat out in timeout long enough.
I bet he does. I bet he fucking does.
It's worth $1 billion. He's like 70-some years old. And this guy he's one of these guys who like he'll drop dead if he's not working. He has to work. That's his baby. He molded it into what it is today. And then, they find out that he's been fucking and paying a few girls, and they run him out of town. Well, he thinks that he sat out long enough for his transgressions, and he wants to make a return to the company. And the ballsiest thing about this is that while he's asking about making a return to the company, I guess more women also came forward this week or last week of him, doing stuff with him and threatening to, and paying him off and shit like that. I don't like this old Vince McMahon thing. Like from the very start, I've been very confused. I've been thinking, so wait a minute, you had sex with these girls, okay? You offered them money to not say anything about you having sex with these girls. They took the money. You paid them a handsome amount of money to do this, and now they just get to turn around and rat you out 20 years later and make you lose your company. Where I don't understand. I think it was like during the Tiger Woods thing. There was some comedian who said, yeah, thank God we have all these upstanding whores who are coming around and ratting out this monster that they, consensually had sex with and then took a shit fuck of a payday. This McMahon thing.
They got it. Like, that's where Stormy Daniels fucked up. Like, she actually signed a non-disclosure. Like, he probably didn't make him sign any NDAs.
Yeah. Vince, just a really sensitive, trusting guy. And, it sucks to see him burned like that, He
just didn't want any paperwork for his pussy. No puss work.
No puss paperwork. McMahon has told people that he's eyeing a comeback, according to the Wall Street Journal. He believes he received bad advice and that the allegations would have blown over if he hadn't stepped away from the company. You wonder about that. Like, what could they have done if he just said, no, I'm not leaving?
Fucking nothing.
Right. Like, that's, people always panic. They like, one of the mistakes I made after the Iowa thing was the company said, well, delete that show off of SoundCloud, delete that show off of this. And I did. And now that a fan sent me the actual copy of that episode, I have the whole thing. It's up on YouTube. People can go listen to the whole 4 hours or whatever of it. Meanwhile, me deleting it, all that was out there was that 6-minute edited TikTok thing. So
it's like me when I went through my stuff. The only thing that happened was I apologized for like, oh yeah, maybe I got creepy when I was drunk, and that turned into like anything they want to say is true. Like that's the appearance of guilt is almost more important than being guilty these days.
Yeah. Meanwhile, if you just stand there and you go, okay, what else? What else you got? And that's just it.
If you had just sat there, if we had just sat there and been like, hey, fuck you, shit's fine.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. It's like, you have people shoot their shot, they come at you and they always come at you with their biggest thing. And with Vince McMahon, they hammered him with this stuff. He should have woken up in the morning, touched his torso and everything and went, oh, look, I'm still here. Like, I'm still okay. So they haven't gotten rid of me. They shot their shot. It's over. Like they tried their best. Now you can continue on. You can just do your job. But unfortunately, he, companies, big multi.
But in Vince's cases, he's the boss.
Right.
Fuck them.
Yeah, and that
never apologize to the mob. That's the lesson that we all should learn.
McMahon has told people he's eyeing a comeback. His reported conversations on a potential comeback was part of a new Wall Street Journal report that also alleged he is declining to pay settlements to 2 women who have accused him of sexual misconduct, one allegation of which was previously unreported. Why
is the Wall Street Journal covering this, of all places?
Financial shit. He's a CEO. It's a businessy kind of a thing. They're a publicly traded company. I get it.
On that stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, it's a stretch, but the Wall Street Journal is, look, they're like anybody else. They want to. They're not some noble, above it all print journalism thing. They get in the dirt just like anyone else if the clicks and the views are there. That's where we're at. But I don't know, why can't he come back? Like, let's say he comes back and you go,
yeah, he owns it. He can come back, absolutely.
Yeah, like, he came back, he's coming back as CEO. Well, but he had sex with these women, and he goes, yeah, I know. We've already talked about that. Now what? Like, well, you can't just come back. Well, I did. I'm back now. I'm running my company. But the thing with the women, yeah, you guys already, again, like you already said that. You've already shot your shot, so what does he have to lose? Former WWE ref Rita Chatterton, who in 1992 accused McMahon of, giving her the old R word 6 years prior, asked McMahon to pay Chatterton $11.5 million in damages. McMahon has not paid either of the women in the new accusations any settlements. McDevitt did not immediately respond to a request for comment from Insider on the reporting. WWE did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Yeah, I mean, none of them want to talk about it, obviously. They thought when he left it was over and that they could move on from the whole thing. And now, of course, Vince McMahon is like, I want to come back to my company. And they're like, oh, shit. Like, I'm sure Stephanie and Triple H got phone calls from Insider and went, hey, guys, we know you're busy, but any comment? They're like, well, comment on what? Like our new programming we've got coming? No, Vince apparently wants to come back. He's been telling everybody. And they're like, oh, fuck. You know what? Let me get back to you. You're going to call me back today, right? Yeah.
Probably welcome him with how the ratings have spiked.
Yeah, Vince comes back and they'll pop a number for Vince coming back. But I don't know, man. I just, that whole thing was so weird. It's like, first of all, it didn't surprise me. I mean, Vince McMahon cheating on his wife and all that. There's got to be an agreement there between the two of them because I don't think it was a very well-kept secret. So, I don't know. I think, you know what? If Vince wants to come back and run his company, let him. Trent says the issue has to do with WWE being a publicly traded company, and these payouts weren't disclosed in their books, which is apparently a huge no-no. He's going to have a huge battle ahead of him if he tries to come back. Oh, so he used WWE money to pay them off instead. That doesn't make any sense. Why doesn't he reach into his own pocket?
Those were his own pockets at the time.
Yeah, but like you have his corporation, you have WWE, and then you have your own personal like funds. You have your own personal money. I mean, it seems like such an easy thing to avoid. There's one account and there's another account. Just pay him out of your account. Oh, shit. Well, then I guess they could draw lines. You'd be like, well, he sold this much stock in August, and then he wrote this check in September, so they can always fuck you on stuff like that. Six String Man says, haven't watched WWE in about 2 decades. How woke is it these days? Not as woke as fucking AEW, I'll tell you that much. Oh, my God. Why is it that every new wrestling company that tries to compete with WWE shows a shitload of promise for like a year or two and then completely butt fucks the whole thing?
Because having your own large wrestling promotion is hard.
We're finding out just what a genius Vince McMahon was. Like TNA, you're like, oh wow, I
think it talks more of what a genius fucking Eric Bischoff is, honestly.
That too,
because WWE has the stable, they're the main flagship. Everybody goes there, but for how many years was WCW just clawing right alongside it?
Well, WCW was not only clawing alongside them, but for 2.5 years, they were the top dog. They were the main company, and then before that, probably like 95 to 99 or 2000, it was competitive. So you're talking about 4 or 5 years, that company busted the shit out of WWE, and TNA and AEW, like the best they ever did was like they did better than their B or C show for a little bit. And now AEW is a fucking mess. The CM Punk thing blew up in their face. They've got a bunch of retarded wrestlers running the company, and now they've got like some trans women's champion or some shit.
Well, they were always headed that direction, and I think when Cody jumped shifts, that's when it really showed.
Yeah.
Because they were doing that thing, and it was the same thing that WCW did when they were losing traction, is they got to a point where they were letting the wrestlers call the shots on the storylines, and that never ends well because wrestlers, they're a lot like comics. They're just broken egos, right?
Yeah. They're carnies.
And so, yeah, they're like comedians, wrestlers, carnies, same fucking archetype.
Yeah.
Right? And so, and this was the thing that really hurt WCW back when Nitro was actually competitive, is you had all these highbrow stars like in Hulk, you had Nash, you had Hall, all these guys, and they all wanted the shine, right? Yeah. And unless you have somebody in your promotion like a Mick Foley who understands it and will, I mean, how many people did Mick Foley take and push over at the cost of him? A bunch. And there's a lot of other examples. I just know Mick Foley's career, but the thing in AEW that was really interesting is like they started to bring in Sting, they started to bring in all this fun shit, but then they just let the wrestlers call the shots on their own storylines, and it just got convoluted and stupid. And then Cody, the guy at the top, is like, I'm leaving.
You need,
and then
you need one guy. You need a guy you can point at and go, he's in charge. WCW lost that because Bischoff was friends with all the NWO guys like Nash and Hall and Hogan, and they kind of led him around by the nose. But AEW, you look at the shit that went down with CM Punk, and everyone, he starts shitting on everybody backstage, and everybody goes, well, who's in charge here to handle this? And like 3 wrestlers went us, and Tony Khan said me, and CM Punk said, fuck you guys, I'm in charge. I'm the only one here who's ever drawn money. And the whole thing was a nightmare. It was a mess because in WWE, if Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart hate each other, there's always Vince McMahon there going, I don't give a fuck how you feel about each other. Here's what we're doing tonight. And that was it. That was the end of it. There was one guy in charge who got to call the shots. And as far as AEW, Drew Zilla says they are woke as fuck behind the scenes, but at least CM Punk fucked back off. No, that's a bad thing. This indie wrestler mindset where like, oh, you know who should fuck off? The only guy in this company who's drawn a fucking dime ever in his career. You know who we should listen to? The Young Bucks. The Young Bucks haven't drawn dick. They've been indie darlings their entire career. What's the other guy's name? The guy who looks like an 80s rock star. Oh, God damn it. The goofy one. Kenny Omega. Oh, yeah, we should listen to Kenny Omega.
Kenny Omega sucks.
It's like
he's just not good.
These guys never draw any money. CM Punk has headlined WrestleManias. He's had a whole summer of storylines dedicated to just him because WWE said, this guy's so fucking hot, even though we hate him, he's got to be our biggest guy. AEW fans deserve what AEW is.
Well, and the thing about AEW, and I think this plays more into it, is that aside from all those other problems that they have, right? The wrestling is kind of terrible.
Yeah.
He's just not good. Like again, I'm not as big of a Young Bucks hater as you are, but the problem is with the Young Bucks is that they're like a one-trick pony, right? Like if you've seen one Young Bucks match, you've seen every single one. Right. I used to love Ring of Honor back when they still had all their core before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And it just like now it's like it's got the woke stuff. It's all these mediocre wrestlers are calling their own storylines. It's not as much like grabbing, and then they go in the ring, and then the actual product of the wrestling is kind of bad objectively.
It's all spot monkey horseshit.
Right. And even when they had people like Sting, I mean, how many times were you and I making fun of Sting and his padded pants? Or like the one that really like got me, and this is actually a Young Bucks thing, so you like that was the fucking fake barbed wire. Like I can't even
okay.
They had a whole thing, and this was like it was like their third or fourth pay-per-view. You and I talked about it, and you're like, oh, that's hilarious. And it's like it was the Young Bucks, and they were laying on what was clearly fake barbed wire, and the dude rolls over and then cuts his forehead, and then like so he's literally doing these barrel rolls in the barbed wire, and then he turns over and he has one bleeding line coming down exactly where he always gets cut on his forehead, right?
Yeah, I remember like watching AEW and going, oh, this is all spot monkey stuff. There's no storytelling, there's no injury selling, there's nothing. They all just get back up and start jumping at each other again. And, I guess some people must like that, even though that's not pro wrestling, it's ballet. I remember watching, like, you have the Young Bucks, you have these guys in their prime, and they're flipping around, and people are going, oh, they're really good. And then I watched Kurt Angle come back at that WrestleMania with Ronda Rousey, him and Triple H wrestling Ronda Rousey and Stephanie McMahon, and I'm watching Kurt Angle get the shit kicked out of him and tease that tag. He teases the tag. Oh, he gets cut off. Kurt Angle desperately getting the tag, milking the audience. They're starting to, it's coming to a boil. They're really excited. Oh, he gets cut off again. And then finally, Kurt Angle kicks out of something, turns, reaches, doesn't make the tag because the audience is still building up and they're getting hot, and he's slowing it down. And then finally, boom, hits that hot tag to Ronda Rousey. The roof off the place blows up, and the whole match goes crazy. And in AEW, these guys now, they don't know how to milk that moment. They think that slow is bad. And in pro wrestling, it's an opera. Slow is good. Slow is good. You can calm down. You can slow things down. Especially since it's for kids. It's for families. The little kid watching the wrestler sell his arm and like, oh, how's he going to do his finishing move if his arm hurts? And that's the kind of the whole build of the match. But no, we got to do a couple flips off the top rope. We got to show everybody how acrobatic we are. It's fucking garbage.
Well, and that's every, like, Young Bucks specifically. That's every single fucking match of theirs, right? Like, let's twirl around on the ropes. Let's twirl around, jumping off the turnbuckle into the crowd. Let's fake at least 2 tags, like fake out and then finally tag, and then have the other person do like 8 hurricanranas till we're ready to super kick and win.
Right.
That's every Young Bucks match.
To me, I think I started to get out of wrestling when the hurricanrana became bigger and bigger. I'm like, what a stupid fucking move.
The thing about the hurricanrana to me was, as a kid, it was always cool because it was like the Mexicans move, right? Like it was Rey Mysterio. It was like every luchador Mexican wrestler coming into the scene were the only ones throwing hurricanrana. So you're just like, oh, it's a different area of the world, and this is how they wrestle. And it kind of, in an odd way for me as a kid, it kept up the illusion, because I was doing judo when I was a kid, so I already knew like martial arts styles. There's different styles all around the world, right?
Yeah.
And so when it came out and it was, like Rey Mysterio mostly, but anybody that was wearing a luchador mask, like, all right, we're going to see some hurricanranas.
Is there anything worse, by the way, a more contrived maneuver than the 619?
Oof, yeah.
It's oh, wow, look, he did that drop toe hold, a move he never does, right next to the middle rope again. God damn, why don't they see that coming?
I would say, like, when I was a kid, the backbreaker was probably the most contrived move. You remember that? That little, or like the, a lot of people will hate me.
You'd pick him up like a baby and then drive him down.
I always hated the diving headbutt. I fucking hate the sharpshooter, actually. I think the sharpshooter and the figure 4. Yeah.
Oh, that's the first move you put your kids in.
Right, but it's also like when you're looking at it, it's one of the easiest moves to look at and be like, oh, that's fake.
Louis gets a sharpshooter like weekly.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, like, it's fine. But the Lex Luthor,
the torture rack. Yeah.
Oh, you're sorry now. You're on my shoulders.
Right. We're going to annoy the shit out of people talking about wrestling. David with $9.99.
Hey, you know what, though? We kept to it. We're not talking real sports. We're talking fake
Now
sports.
we're talking about fake sports. You guys got your way. Need a company to go full bloody chaos with no holds barred storylines, but advertisers would chicken out too easily nowadays.
No, you just have to watch New Japan. That's what New Japan wrestling has always been.
I don't want to put in the effort. I'd rather just stop watching wrestling than put in the effort.
I mean, that's kind of what I did. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's fine. Whatever.
Twisted Effing Joker says when the sleeper used to knock dudes out, they had to be hit in the back to come back awake. Yeah, you can put someone to sleep with that if you do it right. Happens in UFC all the time. Thank you, Corey. We used to have a saying, if you weren't doing the Hurricane Rana, you weren't Mexican.
I mean, fair. It's like, I know it's funny and like everybody's going to have a heyday with it, but it's true.
He doesn't mean wrestlers. He means like just Mexicans around in general socially.
Yeah.
BITW Awesome says an age limit or time limit is in a way to watch wrestling. All right, we'll move on from wrestling now because who gives a fuck? I just thought it was interesting that Vince McMahon wanted to come back, even though like new women are still coming forward. But you know what? I suppose when Bill Cosby had women coming forward, he was still booking stand-up gigs. Like he was still performing when all these women were coming forward saying he did all this horrible shit. And he's like, well, I got a date coming up at the Funny Bone in Tucson. And he would go and he would
when is he coming back for comedy shows? That's what I want to know.
I mean, he's free. They can't. I don't think they can try him again, can they?
No.
So yeah, he can go do whatever gigs he wants. He can go out there do gigs.
The fuck he wants.
He can go tap dance and say he did it. I mean, he's free to go. Bill.
I went to BillCosby.com, dude. Go to BillCosby.com.
Oh, see. BillCosby.com. Bill Cosby, the artist. Oh, it's just Bill's website.
What does it say underneath that?
Far from finished, laughter is universal. What a fucking
Far
fool.
from finished, dude. On his fucking website.
Oh no. Bill, you're an animal.
Oh god, he's the fucking goat. What do you want from us? Holy fuck.
Charlie Chaplin, Groucho Marx, Richard Pryor. Oh, I didn't know they did that too. Over the past century, few entertainers have achieved the legendary status of William H. Cosby Jr. Excuse me, Dr. William H. Cosby Jr. His successes span 5 decades in virtually all media. Remarkable.
I mean, I would say it spanned 4 decades. Let's be honest. The last decade, not so good for you.
60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s. Wait, wouldn't that be 7?
I don't think you can count 2010s, buddy. That's not.
Wasn't he?
Didn't go the way you wanted it to.
Didn't he start in the 60s, or maybe he did start in the 70s? When did Bill Cosby?
When he had shows, so probably 60s.
Cosby's career start 1965. Yeah,
dude. The fact that he has far from finished on the front page of his fucking website.
So 65. He's pushing 60 years. In show business. But unfortunately, I don't see any tour dates.
You probably won't.
Yeah.
If he does a tour, it's going to be one of those like secret shows announced day of type shit, right?
Oh, the last news item on his website was April of 2017. So nobody's actively updating Bill Cosby's website. How about Bill Cosby tour dates? Bill Cosby tickets. No. Fuck off. Oh, no upcoming shows. I saw a little explanation and it had dates on it. And I'm like, no way.
Dude, if he comes out of retirement for a show, we have to go. We have to figure out like, I'll take a cut and pay. Like, let's get everybody in our fucking universe there. Like, how fun would that be to go to like fucking, because it wouldn't be in Vegas. It would be in like Mesquite, Nevada. You know, it'd be like somewhere out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, his last event on bandsintown.com was Treasure Island in Las Vegas, November of 2014. When did he go to jail?
I think right around then.
When did Cosby?
I think it was the year after. I think it was 15.
2018.
Oh,
he went to jail. I thought he was doing gigs like
I thought he was doing shows. Yeah, that's not real because he was doing shows up until when they told him he couldn't, I thought.
Bumbaclo said his handlers told him to chill the fuck out. Well, that's just it. I bet you it's not Cosby who is deciding that he's not doing shows right now. It's somebody else in his universe, in his world, that are telling him not to do shows. Like to Bill, he's like, "Why aren't you getting me any bookings? Why can't I get a couple of shows?" And they're like, "Bill, you went to jail for raping people." But it got overturned. No, Bill, it did not get overturned. They said they had to release you on a technicality. That's way different. Of course, the money-hungry piece of shit has to refer to his cut and pay as if he's worth paying. Oh, why? Jesus, I thought he was talking about Bill Cosby for a second there. That's very hostile, Dr. Barley. Boss,
you know what it is? You know what? I just figured it out.
Who's
you know what
Dr.
it is?
Barley?
No, it's because he lost that libel case, like the civil case. So he probably can't, like anything he makes on tour would probably go to these people anyways, right?
Oh,
what's his net worth now? Because like
he lost a lawsuit. Okay, Bill.
June 21st this year, he lost a civil lawsuit.
Cosby net worth. He's worth. Oh Christ, he's worth $400 million. I think he can swing it.
Oh. Well, never mind. He's fine then.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
Is he really? I mean, I guess that makes sense, right?
$400 million. Holy
just makes me wonder what he was worth prior to all this shit. Because you know that number has to be down like what, half?
I don't know. Did any of this cost him past money? Oh yeah, because they took the Cosby Show off the air.
Syndication. Yeah, are you kidding me? It was the Cosby Show was in syndication on like 3 different channels. Like he had 3 different Cosby shows, and they were all syndicated on Nick. And then they were all like the 2 main ones were syndicated. Like that NBC main run Cosby Show was syndicated fucking everywhere.
Yeah, Bumbaclo says, "I want to play the Comedy Store zippity zop." Like, Bill, honestly, I don't think we can get you booked. Absolutely, I think the VFWs will take me at this point.
Have you had my barbecue sauce, and do you want to come to my hotel?
Bill, no, stop. Bill, we can't do that anymore. You can't even allude to that. Would it be great if he does, like he has a new hour, and it's all just dark shit about the things he's done? Yeah. And that was the 3rd girl I brought up to my hotel room, and let me tell you something, she didn't stay awake very long.
I gave him the sauce and told him to put on the shoes because I wanted to call him Theo.
It's as everybody leaves a Bill Cosby show horrified, but they're like, it was an experience, and what did I expect, I suppose.
I would like to see like him just snap and go out. Like that's a great movie idea, is Bill Cosby snaps and like he's out for vengeance, and then it's just him hunting the people down who like brought charges.
The end.
You shouldn't have opened your mouth. Pappity pip pop. Pap pap.
It's got to be a Tarantino movie then. The end of the Cosby movie is just
or Del Toro.
The end of the comedy movie of Bill Cosby's life ends with him on stage going, "Absolutely, I did everything I'm accused of, and let me show you who my accomplice was. Come on out, Camille."
Zippity doo dow.
Camille would buy them the drinks, and I would stick a finger in their asshole once they were passed out.
Zippity bop, poopity poop finger.
David Chandler's.
No.
Oh God, I can't. No, David, I can't say that. They're saying Cosby was pretty militant black in the 60s. Was he? I remember being like the play and catch with his dad football joke. Bill Cosby. I don't know. What the blacks should do is we can get wool from sheep. Where are our clothing stores? God, black money should stay in black communities and only be kept in black shops. God.
I just wish he hadn't stolen so much from George Lopez,
Yeah, that was kind of a dick move. George Lopez worked really hard, and Bill Cosby just had to fuck him over like that. It's terrible.
No, it was Carlos, right? Carlos Mencia?
Yeah, and he stole from both of them, yes. He stole from Carlos very famously. Well, you see, if you don't call Muhammad Ali by his new Islamic name, I'm going to throw a firebomb into your window. No justice, no peace.
It's just nice to see you get mileage out of this impression you can rarely do anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Bill's not really in the news that often, so when he comes back, it's kind of nice. I just like the idea of militant Bill Cosby. The only way for the black man to get the respect he deserves in the West is to pull up stakes and take root and create our own nation in Africa. Me and Marcus Garvey are going to build a new nation in the dark continent with the people of the Black Panthers, and then we're going to become a force to be reckoned with. Like, Phil, none of this is funny. We need to keep our dollars in our own community and not give them to the white Jewish corporations. Jesus Christ, Bill.
Have you met my friend Kanye?
This is Kanye. He's saying a lot of things that absolutely make a lot of sense. Me, him, and Kyrie Irving are going on tour, and we're going to talk about how the black people are the original Israelites, and we are the true chosen children of Jerusalem.
Nah.
If you look into the facts, you'll see that the blacks are the original people. We are chosen by God, and we are the real Jews.
Whoa. Wait, what, Bill?
I'll be going on Alex Jones to explain all of this if you like. Now, Bill, you've been very adamant about black people being the original Jews. I don't know anything about this. I'm not saying I agree with anything you're saying, but you're saying that you're going to take all the black people who want to go and you're going to start a new nation in Africa. Is that correct? That's right, Alex. We're going to build a new nation of the diaspora of the black Americans in Africa so we can teach the savage beasts how to be civilized. Whoa, Jesus, fuck, Bill. I'm not sure. I'll tell you what,
Oh, man. Well, I have to disagree with that.
That's why the first 10,000 American black people who come with me to Africa are going to get the new blacks-only pudding pop. Jesus.
Bill's extreme.
Bill's losing his fucking mind.
In a world where I've been seeing Kanye talk a lot, that was intense.
If black separatist theology is not embraced by the black people of this country, they will water down our bloodline through interracial marriage and make us all race cucks. The fuck?
Jeez, Bill.
Look, once again, I'm not saying that I agree with what Bill Cosby is saying here. I'm not saying that this is something that I endorse. I'm just saying that free speech has a place in this great country, and we should let a man like Dr. Cosby talk. He demands everyone call him Dr. Cosby.
Wait, he's a doctor now?
Yeah, he's Dr. Bill Cosby.
Okay.
I have a new name. It's now Bill Wappadoppel Zibble Zobble Al Shabazz El Mohammed. Thank you very much. And I just want to sing the praises of my high boss and the great messenger of God, and that would be Louis Farrakhan.
Jesus Christ, what?
Bill, what are you doing? Me, Kanye, and Farrakhan and Kyrie Irving are going to Africa to start a new country, and we're going to be bankrolled by Jeff Foxworthy. Wait, what? How did Jeff Foxworthy? You might be a black separatist. If you believe that the white Jewish-owned media is trying to water down your African bloodlines,
Foxworthy sound like Cornette? Stop it.
You might be a black separatist.
You could have at least made it Cornette if you were just going to do the Cornette impression and pass it off as Foxworthy.
If you think that somehow keeping your black dollars in your black businesses is going to make the corporations respect you and your racial purity more, you might be a black separatist. Fucking Foxworthy grows a giant afro. He just starts doing black separatist material. If you believe that the only way to get justice for black Americans is that we disband the police force and create a new blacks-only police force in our own neighborhoods, you might be a black separatist.
So just make sure when this episode gets taken down, you blame you instead of me, all right?
Absolutely. The last one was Kanye's fault.
I know it was, but you still threw me under the bus for it.
You're the only one who's ever gotten us an episode taken down before.
You did that. I didn't load Kanye. You're the one watching fucking Alex Jones.
I meant the other one before, like when they gave us that warning. They sent me the clip. It was you telling people to commit violent acts on themselves.
Right, which I didn't do yet last week. I was too drunk for that.
You, I didn't say anything irresponsible. I was shit hammered.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
They're saying your Foxworthy is tainted by the Fox car wash. My name is now Jeff Fox Shabazz Al Muhammad. And I'm here to say...
How is this getting worse?
That the only way that we are going to be able to save ourselves as a people is by taking up roots and creating a new nation in Africa. You might be a black separatist. I like that Jeff Foxworthy teamed up. He's like the third man in the NWO. You never saw it coming. Bill Cosby.
Yeah, I want to know his background story of how he got there.
Oh, Foxworthy. He just started talking to Cosby, and they would spend more time on the phone. And it was actually Foxworthy.
Yeah, Coltrane's right. Omaha.
We can make the new black separatist nation in Omaha, Nebraska. You might be a black separatist. God. Oh, shit. You know what? We got to flesh this concept out. I think we can pitch it to Fox. We might have ourselves a pilot.
I mean, they'll pick up anything.
Black separatist Bill Cosby and his partner Jeff Foxworthy. And the only way well, if you see, the only way we were able to talk Kanye into accepting Jeff Foxworthy as black separatist was we told him he was our Jewish money man.
His name is Foxworthy Steen from here on out.
We told Kanye that his middle name was Bergstein, and he went along with the whole thing. He's remarkably stupid.
I told him if he didn't help us, he was a racist. Zippity zoop.
Yeah, I'm Googling something that I'm probably going to regret later. Here, I just Googled tenets of black separatism. Black people should be physically separated from the other races, primarily the whites, and we would like a separate nation for the black people. And that's why me and the new Black Panthers are starting a comedy club that will eventually become our city hall and a brothel. God.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck? Yeah, Ron White, Bill Engvall, and Larry the Cable Guy come to confront Jeff Foxworthy on his black separatism, and they all just get beaten down from behind by Kyrie.
No, I've got a better idea. Are you ready? They kick Bill Engvall the fuck out, and that is now Bill Cosby, and that is your new blue-collar comedy
The new blue-collar comedy tour is Bill Cosby.
It's the exact same lineup. Sorry, Bill, we've got a better Bill. You've got to go. Yeah. We need this minority demographic. So it's Ron White, Bill Cosby, Larry the Cable Guy, and Foxworthy. Could you imagine Bill Cosby with Larry the Cable Guy? Holy fuck.
I was just sitting here in America, and I was thinking to myself, why don't I go with the blacks to Africa? This is a terrible
I said to my buddy Ron White, how long do you think it'll take us to get to downtown Minneapolis on one jet engine? And he said, probably beat the peaceful protesters by like 30 minutes.
Ron White's on stage. He's like, now I've decided to do something different. Since Bill and I are starting that country in Africa, I'm going to start smoking Swishers and drinking Hennessy. It says he's got a Hennessy on stage, and he's just drinking it right out of the bottle.
We're only allowed to drink Black Russians now.
The weirdest thing about being black now is that can't get any new credit cards with my new name.
Oh, my God, I've got it. Are you ready?
What?
So Ron White, Larry the Cable Guy, Foxworthy, all in blackface with Bill Cosby, and they call it the N-words of comedy.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to do a little musical number. The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. It's like, no.
This next song is dedicated to your mammy.
Oh, man. Well, I think what we need to do is we need to pull up stakes and we need to all relocate to Africa and create a new country. And I say our new motto is get her done.
The Wakandas.
The Wakandans of comedy.
Yeah. Bill Condas of comedy.
Jesus Christ. You see, I've taken all of these wonderful white men, I've brought them under Kyrie and Kanye and I's wing, and we're going to create a new country in the Horn of Africa. Baga.
Baga.
And of course, if the people there, Bill, aren't going to let us in, we'll just, take the joint.
Yo, pack your bags. The Jewish people want the house.
If we can get LeVar Burton, that would be a huge PR bonus. Take a look. It's in the book, The Reading Black Rainbow. Yeah.
All I can see is Jeff Foxworthy coming out in blackface. Like, if y'all like watermelon, you might be a...
If you shun watermelon, toilet wine, and chicken because you think it gives our people a bad stereotype and heart problems, you might be a black separatist. If you believe that pork is a filthy beast that's part rat, part cat, and the rest is dog, you might be a black separatist.
If your mom has to walk you to school because you're already the man of the house and married to her, you might be a black separatist.
What the fuck, Jeff? So the other day I was walking down the street and I saw a white banker, so I killed him. It's like, Jesus, Ron, that's not even a punchline. Just kill him.
You guys ever had fried chicken tater salad?
You know, I do believe that the whites killed Nipsey Hussle because he was taking the power away from the music industry. Ron, none of this is funny anymore. Oh, well, I think we've created a brave new world, and I think it's really going to serve us well.
I don't think there's anything to regret about what's happened so far.
No, I think we've come up with some really good ideas, and I think people will really enjoy kind of what we're laying down for this new civilization. I like that Ron White is drinking Hennessy now.
Speaking of really enjoy, did you see the new Remy?
No. Oh, but before, Bumbaclo with a really good one. He goes, they call me collard green salad now.
Yes, oh, that's way better. Or okra salad. They call me okra salad.
They call me the black-eyed pea. I got thrown out of a barber shop in New York City. I wanted my hair fried, and they kicked my ass out. They said, do you have any aliases? And I said, well, yes. They call me fried chicken salad. I said, God damn it, Ron. Cerberus says, thanks for the clip, Aaron. Hey, no problem. I'm glad I could help. If you can only get one clip out of that, you fucked up. You fucked up.
Yeah.
Now, Coltrane says, well, Rumble tomorrow? No. I think we're good. We're just celebrating going over 7,000 subs. That's all. We'll tell YouTube that, just celebrating. That's all. By the way, crossed over 7,000 last night. We're at 7,016. Of course, if you like what we're doing today, click the like button on the stream. It helps the reach. It helps all of that stuff. So feel free. Hit that like button. Very cool of you. $65 away from from this evening's goal. So we are still ahead of our goal. Thank you, guys and girls, very much. The last thing I wanted to bring up on the WWE thing before we got into Bill Cosby creating a black separatist nation is WWE is contemplating a move into boxing promotions because...
Speaking of black separatists.
Yes, because you know what boxing needs is more promoters.
I think you and I have always said that the main problem with boxing is not enough promoters.
Right, not enough promoters having their own fighters that they protect and, try
when
to
are we going to get another 18 Don Kings?
Right.
That's exactly what I want to know.
That's just it. Everyone thought Don King was this terrible fucking guy who was this crooked guy, and he was. Don't get me wrong.
He was getting fights done though. Like How many times was there like fucking two fighters that didn't want to fight each other during the like Don King heyday? That didn't happen. He's like, all right, we're gonna get you paid. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, because and that also
when he says,
there he goes. Corey's frozen. I think we lost Corey. Ah, shit. I think we lost you. Oh, there you are. All right.
Hi.
You locked up.
Shout out to Spectrum.
Yeah, you locked up for a long time. Cerberus, thank you very much for becoming a member. $60 away from this evening's goal. Thank you very much. There's all the PayPal and Streamlabs links in the chat if you'd like to jump in there. So anyway, they're trying to get into boxing. At least with Don King, like he was the crook who controlled everybody. And then everyone said, oh, we need to get the control away from Don King. So a bunch of other promoters came in and we traded one giant Don King for 20 little ones. And now nothing gets done. So, You know, I'm not saying it was. I mean, the boxers make more money now; they get to keep more of their own money, but they don't fight anybody, unfortunately.
That's the ironic part, though, because what's more money of zero?
Yeah. Well, and you know,
if you're not fighting, it's not more money, right?
it seems like UFC, and it's not all their fault. Like some of it's injuries, but like UFC has really slowed down on the big fights too.
Not really.
I mean, we have John Jones still won't. He's supposed to be fighting, still won't.
Nobody cares about John Jones. Like you're talking about like these are like outsider names. Like big fights like happen all the time. I mean,
good fights. I'm talking about like blockbuster championship fights. Like they went on a run earlier this year where it seemed like they had one. I mean, they were having to put them on.
They had Adesanya earlier this month. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like the big, they were putting on massive, massive fights earlier this year, and now it's not their fault. Like everyone's getting hurt, and there's like illness. Like they just lost their main event last weekend for that fight.
Like that number, that one earlier this month was in Madison Square Garden, and I think it's like the third highest grossing pay-per-view in their history.
I'm not saying they don't have any. I'm saying that the pace has slowed from earlier this year. Like earlier this year, it was a spoil of riches. It was like every fucking week. There was like a mega card on. Yeah, it's impossible.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
well, that's just because at the beginning of the year, a lot of the fight nights are better than at the end of the year because they're doing like contract stuff. They want to get people's because they have 3, I think, mandatory fights they have to offer their fighters a year. I forget if it's 3 or 2, but they have to offer you X amount of fights or they have to pay you for the fights they didn't offer.
Right.
So what they'll do is they'll stack the fight nights, which are usually trash, on the front end, and then at the end of the year they have less obligations, so they get worse.
I think they're also kind of going through this like generational reboot now too. Like all these longtime champions are losing their belts, so like casual fans are starting to have to learn new names. Because like you knew,
I think that's been going on for a few years now, though.
Yeah, but you knew Adesanya, you knew Usman, you knew Khabib, you knew all these guys, and then you had to kind of get used to this new wave, like all these really awesome lightweights that came about, and they're all fighting each other now, and you had to get used to these new people. Conor McGregor's out of the game. I mean, people.
And I guess like that's to me. I've been following it for so long that like these all seem like the new guys. And Adesanya was a new guy to me because I mean he's only.
You're a hardcore guy.
Yeah.
But
I mean, like, if you look at like Usman will most likely win that rematch. I think. I don't know if anybody else gets their belt back, but I feel like Usman will. Like so.
Well, Adesanya was winning that fight pretty handily before he got stopped too, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he's fought that guy 3 times and lost all 3 now.
He's just got his number.
Yeah, like because they fought in kickboxing, and not only did he beat him, but he's knocked him out twice. And I think it was you. As I actually won a bunch of money on that fight because of you, because you told me a stat way back in the day about boxing where whoever wins the second fight is almost always wins the third fight.
Almost always wins the third one. Yeah, it's
it's a weird thing to me. Like it doesn't make sense, but I guess.
Like it's not universal, but it's pretty
universal. You and I went over the numbers one day on the show and we're like, "Oh, that's crazy." Like it's like 90%.
Yeah, we found like 2 that didn't go that way. Like Bo Holyfield was one of them where Bo won 1 and 3. So does UFC like totally reset their schedule at the end of the year? Because I can't get anything past Cannonier and Strickland.
Yeah, they don't announce anything till they'll announce this. So this Strickland one coming up this weekend is the last event of the year, and then they'll announce what the fight card is for January. But if you're on like Google, just going through their portal and stuff, none of that'll show up till January 1st.
Okay, Lizzo should be heavyweight champ. Jesus Christ. There's a redheaded Irish guy named Patty, says Adam. That guy's always on my feed. I don't like that guy.
Patty?
Yeah, he annoys the fuck out of me, that guy who fought this weekend.
I actually got some traction on Twitter over this tweet. What I thought was funny is so they had all these fucking annoying fucking British people. Like, so it's like, I don't mind Patty necessarily. I just really hate British fans. Like, it's the same thing with Bisping. I always kind of like Bisping, but I hated his fucking fans, right? Yeah. But one of the funniest things to me this last weekend was Paddy Pimblett showed up and like all these fucking idiots in the stands, they're wearing like their Paddy wigs, right?
Yeah.
And then he got a haircut, which means everybody's wearing his stupid fucking hair but him. It was the funniest shit ever to me.
I do like that. That is kind of fun that he cuts his hair. I hope he did that intentionally just to fuck with the people in attendance.
Like last week's fucking Like that was one of the worst pay-per-view events that they have had all year. I think that was probably the worst.
Kind of not their fault though, you know. I mean, there were injuries and all kinds of.
Well,
problems.
and the main thing got canceled, and then they fucked over Glover, so nobody gave a shit. But like, you had a lot of like decisions, and then the big thing was your what is it, Anklev and Jan match ended in a draw, which never fucking happened. So everybody was all pissed about that.
Well, that's because like the judges now in UFC are they're being generous with those 10-8s now. So that Angalaev got a 10-8 in the last round, and that's what stopped it from being a Blachowicz decision victory to a draw. So they kind of that 10-8 round thing kind of. There's got to be, like in boxing, there's a set definition for what a 10-8 round is. If a guy goes down in the round, it's 10-8. And in UFC, it's a little too open to interpretation. Like they get to decide, like some judges, like if a guy wrestles a guy to the ground and just has top control for like 4 out of the 5 minutes, they'll call it 10-8. It's like,
but they're not supposed to do that though. Like, so when it comes to like MMA judging, it's not necessarily like it is still the 10 must score system, right?
Yeah.
But the number one thing that they're looking for is damage.
Right.
And once you understand that, the way the judges score it is a little bit easier to understand because you can be on top of somebody for the entire fucking round. If you're not doing any damage, you're not going to get any fucking points.
We have a bunch of FTX / crypto news to go through today, and a lot of it is just hilarious. It's it's looking like
we should do the Remy before that because it ties into crypto.
Does it? Okay, we'll intro with that. But it's really interesting, all this FTX stuff. It basically showed that when this crypto bubble happened, just a bunch of shitbags got into it and just fleeced the thing dry. Just made it a complete Ponzi scheme and they used all their crypto deposits to beef up their other shit, and they just basically stole people's deposits and threw it over here, all under the guise of, we'll get you crypto. And everybody heard crypto and they wanted to be a part of it, and Tom Brady's talking about it, and they got all these different celebrities, Matt Damon and shit, plugging crypto on TV, and they're like, oh, I got to be a part of that. And then these people just fleeced them.
This is why you always do your research. Like one of the things that I do over at my show, not financial advice or anything, if you ever want to get involved in crypto, and you've heard me say this to you, get your own wallet. Like this right here, that's where you keep your crypto, right? It's here. Anything happens to any company on the planet, it doesn't fucking matter. My shit's right here.
Yeah,
like the problem is that like if you're on a company, it doesn't matter if it's Coinbase, this FTX, it doesn't matter what the company is. If they're holding the codes that are your crypto, you don't actually own anything. And if they go bankrupt, you're fucked. It's similar to vacation clubs, like with timeshares, right?
Yeah.
So here's a fun little thing for timeshare, right? Everybody always goes, oh, timeshares are a scam, this and that. And they can be, right? But the most important thing you want to do in timeshare is make sure you're getting a deeded piece of property. Because then if anything happens to the company, you still have that deeded week in fucking, Branson, Missouri or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're in a vacation club where they're like, you're going to get 2 peak weeks a year, blah, 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 blah. And then that company goes out of business, you're fucked.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's so funny about this FTX shit, because it's the exact same scam that vacation clubs used to run on timeshare.
Yeah, and also, I mean, just the blatant lie. They just went, in their terms of service, they went, oh, look, right here in our terms of service, it says your deposit will not be used for anything other than your crypto management. And then, of course, they make it like 40 pages long so that there's all kinds of, like, basically just tie it up in all kinds of nuance, so there's no way you could legally prove that they did anything wrong. I mean, it's just the FTX thing, it's still going to shit. They had a
The thing that really stood out to me is how many people did he fuck over money-wise to get them to extradite him that quickly from the Bahamas?
Oh, a lot of people. Well, and also he gave a shitload of money. He gave a shitload of money to Biden too. Yeah, he gave a shitload of money to Biden.
Yeah, that's what they're going to get him on is campaign shit. Like, because there is no definitive definition to what crypto is as a currency, but they definitely will give him the fucking business end because of his fucking campaign donations, which is hilarious.
Yeah, and Joe Moore says the Federal Reserve notes are fiat. Yeah, but who has guns? That's all that matters. Like the FTX guy doesn't have any guns. He doesn't have any missiles. He doesn't have any tanks.
Which is why he's getting extradited from the Bahamas. If you want to stay in the Bahamas, you got to have missiles.
You got to have missiles and tanks.
I believe everybody. I believe that we all fucking remember a certain crazy libertarian who may or may not have killed somebody in Belize. Like he gave you the recipe, guys.
So now the FTX, the new CEO of FTX, which has to be one of the shittiest jobs in the world right now, he was before Congress yesterday. And, a lot of these congressional hearings on anything to do with technology, social media, crypto, it's just a chance for old men to be fucking stupid. And once again, a bunch of old men were acting stupid. They were talking about shit they don't know anything about. And one of them was this Representative Emmanuel Cleaver. He's a Democrat from Missouri.
That's a name?
Yeah.
That's a great name. That sounds like a wrestling name. I feel like that guy should be in AEW.
Manny Cleaver.
Emmanuel, the business end Cleaver.
And, ironically, you're going to hear in this clip, name's Cleaver, not so sharp. This Congressman Cleaver. Thank you. He was talking to the new CEO of FTX. And I don't know if these guys test this shit out on their staff and their staff is like forced to laugh at gunpoint. But he decided to say this out loud in a congressional hearing. Now, remember, people are losing millions and billions of dollars. They're having their investments completely wiped out by these FTX scumbags. Well, don't worry. Mr. Cleaver's going to kill them with cleverness. Get ready.
We have time. But I wonder if you would support a resolution that I've been thinking about introducing.
Yep, here we go.
Changing the name of cryptocurrency to creepy dough currency.
You wasted our time with that. Like whoever has
I got an even better one. You ready? This is also from that same hearing.
Yeah.
Different guy.
So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say it. Is it Dogecoin or Doge?
Is that Tom Emmer? Is that our guy?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's my congressman. Play it again. I think that's him.
So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say it. Is it Dogecoin or Doge?
Well, I don't know. That might be him. I'm not sure. But
I watched this whole thing yesterday, and the thing that's so cool about this, though, is that new guy that came in, that Roy, the guy that they were interviewing, the new CEO.
Yeah.
What's so refreshing is that this guy stepped in, and he has nothing to do with anything that was going wrong.
Yeah.
And so he can just sit there and be like, "Yeah, this is what they were doing. Yeah, I don't know. I just got here."
Oh yeah,
it's
the guy.
It's like usually. Okay, go ahead.
Congressman, the guy who came before me. Yeah, take a look at this. Total piece of shit.
Yeah, like usually when they do these fucking probe meetings, it's all like, yeah, it's just like nonsense, non-answers, like the FBI shit and stuff where they're like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't have that in front of me. Like you hear that for like hours. This guy's like, yeah, no, it says this, this, and this. And like, well, why was that? He's like, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't there yet.
And he's excited to spill all the beans because he's like, good shit. I'm not going to be in trouble. I'll just,
Do you know what that guy also did? Like that CEO, what else he was in charge of? Same exact job, Enron.
No.
Yeah.
Well, he was the after guy, though, right? For Enron?
Yeah, no, he's the same after guy like he is in this.
Oh, so that's his profession. He's what? Oh, I've heard of guys like this. They're just cleaners.
Yeah, he's like a cleaner. Yeah.
Yeah, they come in, they rebuild the stock, they get it to a stable place so they can sell it off, and then they leave with a big bonus. It's kind of a nice gig. You're just the CEO of shitty companies after they do shitty things, and then you get to be the hero who saves the day. What do you want to call it?
Some creepy dough.
Yeah, he wanted to. Did he say that he put forth legislation to call it creepy dough?
And the best part was like I don't know if you have the whole clip. The best part is after he said that, he asked the guy like, "Would you support me in that?" I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude.
I wonder if you would support a resolution that I've been thinking about introducing, changing the name of cryptocurrency to creepy dough currency. I'm going to discuss this with my colleagues. I think it's an appropriate name. I just wanted to know whether you would support changing it to creepy dough.
Look at this guy trying not to laugh at him.
And by the way, this is what you all deserve for being Democrats and Republicans, because the only reason this guy is in Congress is because of the letter next to his name. That's it.
Yeah.
There's none of you who are in his district knew what he was about, knew his positions on anything. He was just the guy with the D next to his name. So you shouldn't be so Democrat or so Republican that a guy does this publicly and the next election you don't vote for his opponent, whoever it is. Like that statement deserves punishment.
The other thing too is can we stop letting 60-plus-year-old people who don't even like. I know people our age and younger who don't know what a blockchain is. They don't know what cryptocurrency is, right?
Right.
But there's no way that these old people don't know what the fucking internet is. And now they're going to legislate against it while saying shit like fucking, creepy dough. We'll call it creepy dough.
What do you think about me calling it creepy dough? I wish that guy would have went, well, Congressman, with all due respect, it sounds like a giant fucking waste of time. Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like a real misappropriation of taxpayer money.
Yes. It seems like actually you're not taking your job seriously whatsoever.
Oh, so you're saying you support Trump and his insurrection? I didn't say that. What?
No, I'm not. No, I think that was a terrible thing that happened. Well, then let's call it creepy dough. Sir, one does not have anything to do with the other. Oh, so 9/11 was okay. Well, no, I don't believe that 9/11 was okay at all. Well, then we should be calling it creepy dough.
Sounds like you're trying to get some plane lessons for a new 9/11.
Yes. Sir, I just think that calling it creepy dough is a giant waste of time. Well, I didn't know we had a Confederate sympathizer in our midst. What? I didn't say that.
What was the last pizzas ordered at the Trade Center?
What's that?
2 large planes.
See, creepy dough.
Creepy dough.
Creepy dough is what
Beat
they
me
want
to
to
it, you
call
piece
it.
of shit.
We can do, you know what? Let's do Remy at the end of all of our crypto news here.
You're gonna love this, Remy, because it is the FTX, but it's a parody of Regulate. You're gonna love it.
Oh, it is. Okay, so it's called Regulate, and it is regulators. Okay, cool. This was a funny one I saw yesterday. So FTX had this giant crypto trading company, and you got to have there's all kinds of SEC regulations and all kinds of tax things you have to keep track of, and all this other stuff. Corey, do you know who was running their books?
Yeah, I do.
Who was it?
QuickBooks.
FTX was running their $8 billion crypto fund on QuickBooks. Now, Corey, I'm not going to shit on QuickBooks. I run this company through QuickBooks. But this company takes in listener contributions, advertising dollars, pays a little payroll, and pays its taxes. I could probably keep track of it in a notebook if I had to. But we're talking about
And you have. I've seen the notebook.
Yeah, you make little scratchings in there. You just got to make sure you can show the government that all that PayPal money went into a corporation's bank account first so that they don't try and take your tax money for it. That's it. That's literally all I have to use QuickBooks for. But in this FTX, $8 billion worth of crypto was being managed by QuickBooks. And when you're talking about investments in crypto, I mean, the amount of tax laws and the amount of tax idiosyncrasies you have to know and play by, and to do it via QuickBooks, I mean, Jesus, it's like this company was set up to fail from Jump Street. Did you see that Sam Bankman-Fried had like a group chat that he was in with his advisors and his officers in his company, and the group chat was named Wire Fraud? I mean, pretty on the nose.
I'll say this though, if your plan is that you're going to be caught and then claim it's all like an accident, that you're inept, I mean, you do use QuickBooks, right?
Yeah. If you're going to claim that, look, we weren't being terrible and we weren't being evil, we just didn't know what the fuck we were doing. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that would be brilliant if they planned it that way. They're like, dude, we're running.
That's what I think. I think that's what part of this shit is. There's a lot of stuff involved in this where the way that it was like borrowing money from the one Almeida or whatever it is.
Yeah, Almeida.
Like that was like an automated process that they could just be like, oh, we didn't know, and then we were doing our taxes on QuickBooks, so we didn't know that either.
Yeah, it just looked like a really autistic Jewish kid from a rich family. Run your company on QuickBooks.
So they're never gonna believe he didn't know the math.
Have a creepy looking chick who looks like an owl from Harry Potter and likes to be in three-ways. Have her be a big officer in your company.
Good God, dude. Not with your penis. Are you nuts?
Yeah. You'll look
little
at
fucking badger eyes that are so crossed they look like they're suspicious of each other. Fuck that.
She is a remarkably hideous person.
Her fucking beak. She looks like somebody fucked a bird and then taught it math.
Yeah, exactly. And if you put her in charge and you run everything on QuickBooks, that way when you go to Congress and say, Oh, no, I'm not an evil schemer. I'm just retarded. They'd be like, oh, yeah, I mean, checks out.
The irony of somebody so slow being on QuickBooks does not escape me either.
So FTX's new CEO blasted Sam Bankman-Fried and his top business associates during scorched earth testimony before a key House panel on Tuesday, just hours after Bankman-Fried's arrest. At one point, the new FTX boss shocked lawmakers by revealing that Bankman-Fried and his associates used QuickBooks into its bookkeeping software for small businesses to manage its sprawling cryptocurrency empire. There's no record keeping whatsoever. There's an absence of record keeping, Ray says. They used QuickBooks, a multi-billion-dollar company using QuickBooks. Nothing against QuickBooks. It's a very nice tool, just not for a multi-billion-dollar company. You know, yeah, because like the great thing about QuickBooks is if like, let's say your company only brings in a few $100,000 a year, basically it just goes through all your purchases, you put them in different categories, and then when it's time to file your taxes, you just click, you know, basically, I mean, you don't just hit send, but you can basically just hit send because it's all broken down into the tax categories you need it to be in already. I mean, I sat down to do my taxes for this business for the first time earlier this year, and I was so intimidated. I'm like, am I going to call, you know, accountants and stuff to do this? And I start going through it on QuickBooks, and I'm like, holy shit, this took me like 45 minutes to get done because it's so straightforward. But I also don't have like international deposits and, you know, cryptocurrency and then, you know, investment yields and all kinds of shit that I have to go through. I mean, you're right. If this is this kid like trying to make it look like he was inept so he doesn't go to jail, I mean, it's not a bad idea because he looks really stupid.
That's what I'm saying is that if you're going to plead stupidity, part of like, and I don't know, this is all conjecture, right? None of us know. We're just giving our opinion, but it just optically, the QuickBooks just looks to me like they're like, hey, if we fucking do this later on, we can act like we're fucking dumb.
Yeah, you can also point at the jury and go, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, look what I was fucking. You think I'm in my right mind?
That is true. Her face does hold you to the insanity defense.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. They're like, we're going to throw the book at you, you son of a bitch. And he goes, my client would like to plead insanity. We bring up as item one, this girl, he stuck his penis in her. And the jury goes, oh, this man can't go to prison. He's insane. We have to we have to let him go to a facility until he's deemed better.
Honestly, what's really interesting to me when they showed those charges, one, the fact that he was extradited so quick out of the Bahamas, which means somebody with a lot of money in the Bahamas also got fucked by him. That's what that means. Right. But the other thing is that because of the way crypto still isn't really categorized as money, like a lot of the fraud stuff, there's weird legal wiggle room, and the government wants that because they wanted this. Like, that's the other thing. If you want to go like full on tinfoil hat, right? The other version of this is that this was always set up to do this by the government because they've been trying to go after crypto. It's not something they can regulate because it's international. There's no way, like, you can go after these companies, but there is no way you're getting crypto down unless you take out the internet. And so what you can do here is you can do something with this guy. You can make an example out of him being such a dumbass, and then you can scare every single fucking norm away from ever touching crypto again.
Well, see, this is, that kind of goes down the road I was going with this. Like, if you want to go conspiracy with this Sam Bankman-Fried, he could just be their Epstein. Like, he's their agent in there, and he's supposed to fuck everything up so bad that either people don't do crypto or government can get in and regulate crypto. And, you know, as evidenced by, while he was getting wealthy and while he was giving all his money, he gave a big cut to the Democratic Party, like a huge cut to the Democratic Party. So they took a bunch of money, lined their pockets with this Sam Bankman-Fried, and I'm sure they probably worked it out with him like, look, we're going to have to catch you. We're going to have to, you know, take you down. And that'll be the whole thing. You know, we'll let you make all this money. You can hide it wherever you want to. We're going to take you down. That'll allow us to regulate crypto. So, you know, we got to scare people. So, hey, we don't want this to happen again. I could see it.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that, like, this guy is a crypto. Like, if you think they're getting his money, you don't understand how crypto works at all. That dude's got, like a fucking hard drive hidden somewhere that they will never find.
You did understand, though, he did say in that interview, and I hope you felt bad for him, one of his accounts is down to $100,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even know the last time my bank account saw a comma.
It's just,
It sees a comma once a month when I deposit rent.
and then the check clears, and then it's back to, there's the numbers I'm used to.
See the comma, but there's a negative symbol in front of it.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that counts. That you didn't specify if the comma needed to be black or red.
True.
So, by the way, we talked about this guy pleading insanity. He's already trying to get out of jail now by pleading autism. Fallen FTX mogul Sam Bankman-Fried brought up his vegan diet and apparent ADD diagnosis as he begged a Bahamas judge to let him out of jail on Tuesday, with his attorney proposing a $250,000 cash bail to no avail. See, like he's got to be
the biggest flight risk though, right? Because this guy has all kinds of money and he's in the Bahamas, and he has a fucking didn't he have like a yacht or something there? Like he's just sail out.
He's got a big boat. Yeah, once you're on the water, they can't come get you.
I mean, theoretically, once you're in the Bahamas on the water, they can't come get you, but that didn't work either.
That didn't help him. No, $250,000 no cash bail. They said no to. You know, that's speaks to your point, like the places this guy's got money squirreled away in. Like he's sitting there crying poverty, I got no money left, and he's like, "You guys if I roll in here with $250,000 cash, you'll let me out, right?" I thought you were broke.
I thought you were broke. Yeah, I don't have it. I'm just asking theoretically.
Theoretically, if I could come up with it. A magistrate judge.
Where did you get all this money?
I sold my body on the street corners. Oh. Hallelujah.
Oh no. A magistrate judge in the Bahamas denied bail for the 30-year-old accused crypto crook who lowered his head and hugged his parents, both Stanford professors, following the
crypto
decision.
crook is sticking, right?
Crypto crook's not a bad one. It's better than creepy dough.
Autistic cuck.
I actually got, that doesn't have the same ring to it. We were Christmas shopping.
Disagree.
We were Christmas shopping yesterday for the kids, April and I, and we got them some creepy dough for Christmas. I think they'll like it. Yeah. By the way, tear to your eye moment for a proud parent.
Yeah.
We've been playing a shitload of football, Louie and I. You know what he asked for Christmas this year? Receivers gloves.
Fuck yeah.
God damn, right there. Oh God, you're absolutely, son. You're gonna have those gloves, and you'll put them on. He likes specifically low throws. He's working on low throws because he's working on getting his hands underneath the ball and stopping it from hitting the ground.
Reminds me of my buddy Gus, who passed away. R.I.P. His son Jones played football in high school, right? I mean, he still does, but when Gus was still alive,
yeah.
And he told me one time. Because he had his sunglasses on. I'm like, why are you wearing your sunglasses? Like, oh shit, I forgot to take them off. Like, I forgot they were there. And I go, why the fuck do you even have those? Like, you never wear sunglasses. You don't care. And he goes, oh, that's for the football games. And I go, what? And he goes, every time my son does something good, I'm so proud. It brings a tear to my eye. And can't let the boy see you cry.
Yeah.
So every time the kid makes a play, he's just like.
So he's turning 6 now, and we just gave him his birthday present this week. And he wants to go to the roller skating place for his birthday. So we're taking him there this weekend. But this week we gave him his birthday present, and it was the roller skates that he's going to need because he's used to renting them. This is his first pair. And you could tell that he was kind of he asked me about the football gloves, and I go, well, buddy, that's still on your Christmas list. Don't worry. He already knows what the process of a catch is, because I'll throw him a low ball and it'll look like a catch, and he'll go, no, Dad, when I rolled, I didn't have my arms under the ball and it touched the ground and moved. And he'll stand up and give me the incomplete sign. He'll go, no, it wasn't a catch. I'll be like, well, Jesus, kid, you could have lied, but all right, fine. He understands the process of the grab, but once he gets those gloves,
how fast is he?
He's faster than me. He doesn't have my speed.
What's his 40 at? Have you clocked him yet?
We haven't clocked him yet. Yeah, I think at 5 or 6.
You are the worst parent ever. What are you doing? You get that kid in that backyard and you clock his fucking 40, bro.
At 5 or 6 years old, they don't really have the attention span to run the full 40. I don't think. I think they get to like 15 and they're like,
sounds like you don't have the attention span to beat your kids into running a faster 40.
You know what? It's true. My commitment is lacking, and I apologize for that.
All right, don't apologize to me. Apologize to him. It's just his future as a wide receiver you're fucking up.
If you're a parent and you can explain properly to your kids and teach the kid properly the convoluted rules of the NFL catch rule, I think that's a pretty good start. The boy,
I feel like I don't fucking know what a catch is anymore.
the boy understands the catch rule better than Mike Pereira at this point. So I think we're pretty good.
He understands it more than me. I mean, like I watch football and I'm convinced I don't know what a catch is and I don't know what pass interference is anymore. I have no idea.
Don't you feel like, I do notice though, and maybe this is just Vikings games, it does seem like they're letting them play in the pass game a little bit more.
Yeah.
I like that.
Only when they want to, because then they also call the bullshit flags, right?
Yeah. Pass interference is like getting to be like holding. Like if you want to call it, you can.
Yeah.
Because there's all kinds of.
It is? It's like a cop pulling you over. There's always something you're doing wrong. Like they can call pass interference whenever they want.
Right.
Because what is it? It's that 5 yard where they're allowed to fuck with each other for like 5 yards or whatever it is, right? So then they just act like that's extended more. And every catch on the NFL, I guarantee you can see somebody holding something. It's always just a little bit on a shoulder pad or something.
I always like the pass interferences where they're obvious because the guy's just trying to save the touchdown. I like it when he just reaches his arm around the guy and pulls. You're like, okay, that guy was just trying to save it.
There should be extra penalties for that.
Like all of those types of penalties should be at the 1 yard line. Like if you're at the 40, if you're at the other team's 40 and the ball's in the air and the guy's going to catch it for an easy 6 and you just rip him down, that one should be put down at the 1. By the way, they fucked, we'll talk, don't worry, we're not going to talk about football for another couple hours yet. They fucked Justin Jefferson out of a touchdown hard last week.
Oh yeah.
That play by the sidelines, you can't challenge it because it's down by contact. But yeah, he was he never stepped out of bounds. He was loose, and that was 100%.
What good is having the replay if you can't challenge everything? Because if you're wrong, you lose a timeout anyways. Like the fact that there's stuff you can't challenge is bullshit.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm just putting that out there.
Speaking of those receiving gloves, we got a pair for him.
Magnetic cheating ones.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I was feeling the receivers gloves that they have at the mall when we were shopping yesterday. And I'm like, holy shit, I want a pair of these. This should be illegal. I forgot how sticky those things are from when I played football. Yeah. Oh, my God.
That's why I always laugh at anybody that's like, oh, football's fake, and like the ball doesn't just stick to that. I'm like, have you ever seen wide receiver gloves? They might as well be made out of tape.
I mean, those wide receiver gloves, if you can get a full-size ball like on the tips of the fingers, it'll stick to your hand and you can curl that shit in. If you're like, how did Justin Jefferson make that catch against Buffalo? I'm not saying any of us could have made it. But if you wear those gloves for a few seconds and catch a few balls, you'd be like, oh, I can see how the catch was possible. Like, still an amazing grab, but I can definitely see with these gloves that's pretty
Well, and then
cool.
the other thing, too, that I was reading about with Jefferson is apparently those armbands actually give you a little bit more grip, too. So if you watch how he catches, he'll curl it over, and then he's using his forearm. So his forearm is basically wearing receiving gloves, too.
Oh, so the forearm band has some stickiness to it. Oh, shit.
Uh-huh.
That's
like just some
move.
texture, more so than your arm does, I guess.
That fly paper shit that they put on the gloves.
Pine tar. It's all pine tar, bro.
Basically is. It's so sticky. Yeah. Like
again, I had somebody that was on my shit. Like this was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. Somebody just came in. You know how the trolls do. They just came into the show and they're just like, "Oh fuck this. The NFL's fucking fake." Blah blah blah. Yeah. And I go, "What are you talking about?" And then they sent me this just fucking hilarious compilation video of like, "Look at these magnetic football glove catches," and I'm like, "No, that's just a high level receiver with wide receiver gloves."
Yeah.
And they're like, "They don't stick to that like that." I go, yeah, they fucking do.
Yeah, dude. You can't stroke those receiver gloves, like the material that's on the inside. You can't rub them. You touch them, and you can't move side to side. They're that sticky.
Yeah, they're just tiny little bristles. Basically, it's like fucking insects with their little hair when they climb on the walls and shit.
Yeah, pretty much. So anyway, the autist from FTX. Sorry, I went off on a tangent there. My fault.
Weird. You went off on a tangent while talking about an autist? Weird.
Well, you see, we're black separatists are going to Nigeria. It came after a lengthy hearing. Bankman-Fried's first in-public appearance since his arrest in the Bahamas, wearing a blue suit and white shirt at a heavily guarded court in the capital of Nassau. Bankman-Fried quickly signaled that he would not waive an extradition hearing on being sent back to the U.S., where he faces a slew of federal charges, including fraud and making illegal campaign contributions. They think, by the way, that's the one that's going to stick. Like, they might not be able to nail him on the fraud stuff, but the illegal...
Right, yep.
The illegal campaign contributions will be absolutely what gets him.
Well, that's why it's on there, because, again, the weird thing about crypto is that it's not really categorized as a money yet, which is weird because they're taxing it, right?
Right.
But it's like the it's like the Trump Mar-a-Lago thing, right? Like the evidence is whatever, but the actual like what is the fucking term for it? They have a term that they get fucking people where it's like impeding an investigation or whatever the fuck.
Oh
it
yeah,
is.
like obstruction of justice.
Obstruction, that's what it is. No, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at the like Trump stuff with Mar-a-Lago, all that other shit may be thrown out, but that obstruction of justice is the one that's really easy to make stick. And when you look at these Friedman charges, the like campaign contributions, because if they find him liable, even in like a civil court of that, then everything he donated was fraudulent for the donations.
They'll Capone the shit out of him, basically.
Yes.
His mother laughed out loud when her son was referred to as a fugitive. Yeah, you better not fucking laugh, bitch. Like that. You better not laugh. I mean, the guy didn't go to the Bahamas because he was ready for a nice vacation.
You don't know that. That's conjecture. Come on.
You know what? Conjecture on my part.
He's stressed from making all that money.
Your Honor, withdrawn. Withdrawn, I will rephrase. So yeah, he's going to come back to the United States. They were asking Biden's people if Biden was going to give back the Sam Bankman-Fried money that was contributed to him. And it's like, I'm watching that like, there ain't no way they can answer that.
That's already gone.
Not only that, it's like, you can't answer that question. If you answer it either way, you're going to get buried. I mean, she's like, you just got to basically go, what's that? Sam Hyde? Yeah, great comedian and boxer. Yeah, think he's great. A little spicy around the edges, but I think the kid means well. No, sir, Sam Bankman-Fried. Oh, freeing the slaves? I think, it's one of the wisest things we ever did in this country's history. Yeah, absolutely.
No, wait, what? You don't agree with that? Racist?
Sir, no, we're talking about FTX. Oh, yeah, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Shawn Michaels, the New Age Outlaws. Yeah, one of the greatest stables.
That's DX. Stop it.
Oh, I thought that's what you asked me about was DX. I would never say FDX. I think they're very cool. I think Shawn Michaels is a generational talent, actually. Sir, no, we want to talk about the crypto scam. Endangered species, right? What? The hippo. No, sir, crypto. Oh, creepy dough. No, sir. You know what? Never mind.
Dough.
That's where Biden has to like play.
Doggy coin?
Yeah, that's where Biden has to play up his not amnesia, but like his senility. It's like whenever he's in trouble, he should definitely play that card. Like, sir, what about you took money from Sam Bankman-Fried, who's now under investigation for fraud charges and could be going away for 100 years. Oh, you guys know where we are? Oh, I can't find my keys. Have any of you guys seen my keys? I got a pocket full of Werthers here and a CVS receipt. I don't really know. You guys know where I didn't take my pills this morning. Like, oh, shit. You know what? Never mind. Wait, now, FTX, was that the thing that X-Pac was involved in? No. Okay.
No. Stop it.
Plead ignorance. They've got their eyes now on like maybe they think they might have the new FTX, and that's this company Binance.
Yeah, Binance is also the one. Like again, this is so don't like not financial advice, right? Don't listen to like a fucking fat drunk comic on financial stuff. But I swear to God, if you have crypto, get yourself a wallet. Because if you don't have the actual links that is that crypto, you have fucking nothing. And if these companies go tits up, you're fucked. But if you have that shit on your own wallet, like it doesn't matter because it's yours. And that's what people like don't understand about crypto and how all these people got fucked.
Yeah. Well, and this Binance thing, I guess in the last 24 hours, $3 billion has been taken out of it.
Yeah. Well, this is what's happening. Like, so if you're a market person, again, not financial advice, but right now is a good time to buy into crypto because everybody's scared, right? Like the old, Warren Buffett line, when everybody's scared, be greedy. When everybody's greedy, be scared or whatever it is.
Yep.
And like right now, what's happening with the cryptocurrency is everybody that came in because it was fun. It was a fun little fad for a second. Like people were getting, like NFL players were getting fucking paid in crypto because it's like, oh, we're all crypto guys, right?
People were making serious money. Yeah.
Yeah. So now everybody that doesn't understand the X's and O's of what crypto is going to be scared off and leaving. And so that makes it so that the price drops and everybody's like, oh, crypto's crashing, but it's actually not. If you look at the median, it's right where it was before everybody got into it over COVID. Like there's no, like if you look at Bitcoin and you take out 2020 to now, it's exactly where it was and it's still trending up. Like you can see it on the graph. You can go to Yahoo Finance has it.
It's actually almost 3 times as high as it was when the pandemic hit.
Right. And that's like, so what happened was everybody got in and now this deflates its own bubble. And if you're the government, this is why like my conspiracy tinfoil hat goes on with all this shit, because this is the only way you could effectively get people out of crypto. Because as much as our federal government wants to talk about, oh, we're going to regulate this and that, there is no way to regulate crypto. It is an anonymous thing. And unless you're going to take down the internet, you cannot regulate it.
Well,
it's
right.
just not possible.
It's outside the lines of the United States of America anyway.
It's outside the lines of anybody because of how blockchains work.
Yeah,
because even the people who are like mining the stuff don't have access to the information. They just have access to, here's this giant link and this means 1 Bitcoin and this Bitcoin is verified off everything else on the network. That's it. And this is why your gun runners like it, your drug dealers like it, because it cannot be traced. And the idea that our federal government's going to come in and be like, we're going to regulate this. Like, no, you're not. You're fucking not. You don't. And this is, it's so frustrating watching a bunch of people who probably couldn't even turn on their own fucking computer without fucking help from their grandkids talk about regulating the fucking internet.
Right. Yeah. And especially things they don't even know where it is. They don't know what it does. And they're like, well,
right. I mean, like that fucking guy who's like, oh, creepy door, this guy.
So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say it. Is it Dogecoin or Dogecoin?
Then you shouldn't be.
Literally,
that's
an elected fucking official giving an interrogation into cryptocurrency, asking somebody about Dogecoin.
Yeah, exactly. And that guy wants to be in charge of making the new rules for it.
Right.
Jesus.
Or like, you know what it reminds me of? It's that fucking Facebook hearing all over again.
Yeah.
Watching our elected officials ask fucking Zuckerberg how they connect to the dark internet. That's an actual question that came at him. How do we go to the dark web? How do we connect to that?
There should only be one guy that's allowed to speak during these tech hearings, and that's Senator Kennedy.
Oh, yeah?
Senator Kennedy should be allowed to speak because he's a fucking animal. I love him. David Chandler was $60 on PayPal. There you go, guys. Wednesday night's goal. Tonight's goal has been knocked out already. You are now working on Thursday and Friday. Thank you, guys. Well, thank you, David Chandler, very much, because he's pretty much knocked that out. Him and one other person knocked out that goal today. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. But yeah, this Binance is $3 billion in withdrawals in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
So
that's where I had all my Dogecoin back in the day.
Was in Binance?
Yeah, Binance was the only place where you could actually just buy Dogecoin originally. And so I opened a Binance account, bought a bunch of Doge, and then sold it 20 minutes into Elon Musk hosting SNL.
Oh, yeah. The money, I think if I would have put in what I wanted to put in for Doge when I wanted to put it in, if I would have sold at the peak, I think it would have been a $50,000 gain. But if I would have sold where I probably would have been like, okay, I'm done, I'm getting out of here. Realistically, it probably been about like 20, 25.
Yeah, it was big. I mean, I just knew when Elon was on SNL and King Kong Dong actually is the one that turned me onto that. It's just like based on how he does, that's going to affect the coin. So I watched SNL, and by the time the second skit sucked, I sold all of my Dogecoin.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, this isn't funny. I'm getting rid of my crypto.
Pretty much.
Let's do this Remy song. So Remy did a parody song of regulators for FTX and the whole crypto thing that's going on now. Now, has Reason been pretty cool on YouTube about playing their stuff?
Yeah, they don't do any of that.
I feel like they're
libertarians.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. This is Reason. Follow Reason. Subscribe to Reason on YouTube. Remy, I would say second best song parody guy of all time.
I mean, let's hear this song and then see where you sit, because this is one of it. Like, I'm not gonna not to like hype it up or anything. One of his best.
I just heard "Pretty Fly for a Rabbi" again yesterday. I am not ready to dethrone the king anytime soon.
That's true. I mean, Weird Al is the king for sure.
He's the undisputed king.
I think that, like, honestly though, yes, Weird Al might be better, but could Weird Al do politically charged stuff? Because that's harder to do. The degree of difficulty is higher.
I'll be honest. Part of the reason I love Weird Al so much is that I don't ever have to worry about his politics.
Yeah, like, and it's also, I would think, I don't have any kids, but I would think as a parent too, like, he doesn't cuss in any of his songs.
Right. I mean,
like, they did a thing in his anthology. Like, so they did like the complete works of Al, right?
Yeah.
And in his entire catalog, there are 8 cuss words, if you don't include the word damn.
Yeah, and then there's like he went a little dark in the 90s. He did that the night Santa went crazy and shit like that, where Santa's just wiping out.
Trigger happy and shit.
Yeah, like he did some weird shit, but he came back to earth a little bit. Actually, the kids like Weird Al, but not near as much as I do. We'll be in the car, and I'll turn on a Weird Al song. This happened yesterday or 2 days ago, and my oldest, while I'm driving home, she goes, "Dad, really?" And I go, "What? Weird Al again?" And I go, "You like Weird Al?" She goes, "Yeah, I like him, but I want to take a break once in a while." I'm like, "Oh, I like Weird Al more than the kids."
So your oldest
do.
is already turning into a nagging wife as well.
She's already more mature than I am. That she cuts off the Weird Al spigot at some point, whereas I just go, "Let's just hit shuffle and see where this shit goes." I have to say, Weird Al to me, mid 90s to early 2000s was his peak.
The best. Yeah, I mean, like, what, Off the Deep End?
See, I didn't like Off the
Alapalooza.
Deep. See, to me, I didn't like Alapalooza as much or Off the Deep End as much, but it was Running with Scissors.
Yep, Bad Hair Day.
Bad Hair Day, and there was one other. There was Running with Scissors, Bad
Straight
Hair
Outta
Day.
Linwood was the next one.
Straight Outta Linwood wasn't bad.
That one's great. Poodle Hat is actually really good too. That one's very underrated.
Poodle Hat is good, but what's the one that has the Backstreet Boys parody on it? Oh, God damn it.
That's Running with Scissors.
Is
eBay?
it Running with Scissors, the eBay song?
Almost positive, yeah. eBay.
We're going to look up Weird Al's discography today, guys. Fuck all of you. Even Worse. Oh, Even Worse in 88 was pretty good. That had like Fat and all that stuff on it.
Yep, Even Worse is good. What is it? The one that has Dare to Be Stupid on it is really good. Like a lot
I
of
think
the
that was
80s
just
ones
called
are
Dare to
all
Be
good.
Stupid.
Might be Poodle Hat, yeah.
Poodle Hat was 03, so that might have been Poodle Hat was the...
Yeah. Poodle Hat is great too. And then Alpocalypse is good. Like they're all
Alpocalypse
good.
is really good. That's the one that has the Lady Gaga parody on it, I think. Yeah, I got to go Running with Scissors, Alpocalypse, Poodle Hat, Bad Hair Day, God, they're all good.
Honestly, that last one that he made was fucking phenomenal too. Like,
Mandatory
I know
Fun.
It's new. Yeah, dude, that one's great. Like it's fucking like the Royal parody and all that shit. Super fun.
Foil is really good. Tacky's awesome. I love that one.
I think Alapalooza will always be my favorite though, just because like when I was actually that or the UHF soundtrack.
That's pretty good.
They had clips from the movies, and then Weird Al in 3D is the one I was thinking of. That one's great. Dare to Be Stupid's great. Yeah, they're all good, man. Like like Polka Party's the only album of his that I'm just like it's okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with the I always skipped his polka tracks. Handy, Tacky, Foil.
That Tacky song is great.
That's really good. Handy is good too. Word Crimes is a little dorky, but I like it.
Word Crimes is dorky, but it's crazy the amount of flexing, like that English language, like the amount of dorky that's rolled into that is pretty impressive.
It's one of those, like, if I show it to April's like, it fucking sucks. I don't like this song. And I'll be like, yeah, you gotta follow it kind of close. It's an autistic song. That's for sure.
I like his polkas too, though. Like I actually, I had a buddy of mine that I lived with right after college, and he hated the Weird Al polkas. So I, back in the age of Nero and burning CDs, remember that? So I took all of his polkas and burned it onto one CD and called it Poke Al. And I just put it on loop. Oh, he got so pissed. So it was like all the different albums with all the polkas on just random. And he would get so fucking pissed.
Yuichi writes, almost all of Weird Al's songs are dorky. Almost, but you go back and you listen to Running with Scissors, fucking Pretty Fly for a Rabbi and the Jerry Springer song are pretty, like, they'd be considered base today because there's a lot of Jewish stereotypes in the Rabbi one and then a lot of trans shit in the Jerry Springer one. Like, society has gotten so pussified that Weird Al looks based in one of his 1999 albums.
There's also like that, in some of his earlier ones too are like super based. Like there's this one called Melanie. And it's off, I think, Dare to Be Stupid. No, it's off Even Worse, I think. But it's like the song is about a guy who's stalking this chick and then kills himself because she won't talk to him. That's what the song is.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's like literally what it is. And he's like, and the chorus is like all this different stuff, but it's like, Melanie, why won't you go out with me? And then like there's this part at the end where he's like, now I might be dead, but I still love you. It's just fucking crazy. Like,
what's the
you have like Trigger Happy, which is about just like shooting up all the time, like just filling up rooms full of guns. Like,
what's the Crash Test Dummies parody? I forgot that one. Isn't it called like
Headline News?
Headline News. I love that song. But anyway, Weird Al. You know what I like about Weird Al is I know probably what his politics are, but I'll never know. Like, I'm pretty sure I know his politics, but I don't give a shit because it never comes up. I really like that. Like,
it doesn't have to. Like, there is something to be said about these old school. Like Michael Jordan said it best, where they were talking about political shit, and they're like, "You never talk about politics." He goes, "Yeah, why would I?" Like, well, all this shit that's going on, blah blah blah. And then Michael Jordan, the quote is, "Republicans buy shoes too."
Right. And Weird Al's kind of that way. Like, it's kind of nice because it goes beyond like, oh, thank God you don't talk politics. But you're almost impressed by him because you're like, dude, you've been in the public eye for pushing 40 years now, and you've never told us what you think. Like, I would.
Well, and check it out. Weird Al is from Linwood, California. He's a total square from the suburbs of LA.
Yeah.
I think we all know what his politics are.
We know what his politics are, exactly. But if he were to come out and tell us what he thought politically, I wouldn't even begrudge him. I'd be like, you've been around for 40 years. You're allowed to, tell us what you think. But he still doesn't do it. And I think
still doesn't. Yeah. Well, and the other thing that's interesting is, you know how like somebody can become so famous that they just kind of transcend, and it's like that's who it is. Like when somebody's like talking basketball and they go Michael, we all know they're talking about Michael Jordan, right? Like, think of how common a name Al is.
Yeah.
And when music comes up, you can just say Al, and everybody knows who the fuck you're talking about.
N-Word says Weird Al has a YouTube channel, and he sometimes talks about it. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's a YouTube channel. That's YouTube. He gets to do that, but he doesn't do it in his music. That's what we're talking about.
Weird Al YouTube. Al Yankovic, 2.39 million subscribers. Jesus Christ. So far, I'm just seeing a lot of interviews and stuff, or not interviews. I mean, like song clips and shit like that. I mean, he did
that like Trump Biden debate thing that was really funny back in the day.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that was pretty good. Triumph the Insult Comic Dog interviews weird. Oh God, Robert Smigel is still doing that.
No way.
Classical Gas. Yeah, I don't see any. Now that's what I call Coffee Conversations Volume 1. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
I mean, he had the, like, what I remember of Weird Al is he had the Biden Trump debate, and then he had some talks where he talked about political correctness.
And he's not a fan?
Yeah, he's not a fan.
This is Weird Al just following orders.
I don't know.
Oh, it says stop, look, wave on a crosswalk, and he stopped and he looked and he waved. Yeah, see, that's nothing political there.
I don't know. That's pretty political, dude.
Yeah, that's anti-COVID for sure. Weird Al, that's what I call Coffee Conversations Volume 1.
Oh, hi. I'm Weird Al Yankovic, and I want to fly you and a friend out to be my special VIP guests at my Strings Attached concert in New Orleans. And since we'll already be in the Big Easy, I thought maybe we could swing by one of my favorite spots for coffee and beignets, the iconic Café du Monde. That's French for Café of Monde. That's right, not only are you going to hear me and my band perform classic hits with a full symphony orchestra.
Drusilla says Kenny Omega's looking fat.
Oh, Kenny Omega does look like shit. Why did Rachel Dolezal stop using bronzer? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't know. That's very weird.
Doesn't make any sense. How about this? He's not Jewish. I'm sorry.
Here's some of my classic coffee conversations. Take it away, disembodied voice.
You heard the man, folks. It's your chance to hear some of Weird Al's greatest coffee conversations live in New Orleans. It's like, the weather has been kind of weird lately, huh?
It's not humid per se, but it just feels kind of gross.
Or the classic, the family's doing pretty well, thanks.
My daughter's been dressing up our poodle like the Queen of England, so that's been a whole thing.
And Weird Al's chart-topping smash, you haven't seen this specific TV show?
You haven't seen that yet? It's so good! It's a dramedy about space dragons.
And so many more.
Good Lord, I spilled coffee all over my...
He's just objectively very funny.
Yeah.
You know a good data retrieval place? Oh, don't look. This is so awkward.
Don't look.
Oh, wait, that's not her. Yeah, I thought I got a standing desk, but accidentally got a crouching desk. Hot! This is dangerous coffee!
And the best
I think
part
my
is...
dog has a urinary tract infection.
Every donation supports the National Multiple Sclerosis Society.
It's an incredible organization dedicated to stopping MS in its tracks.
You can even talk to Weird Al about that. So, pour yourself a cup and go to omaze.com/Weird Al to enter for your chance to hear stadium-shaking anthems like, do you know the Wi-Fi password?
I think it's one word, no caps, no spaces, with no caps and no spaces.
Don't miss out. Enter now for your chance to experience. That's what I call Coffee Conversations Volume 1, live in New Orleans.
I can't wait to get coffee with you. Maybe we'll be best friends forever. Probably not. Logistically, I don't really see how that would happen. Who knows? Best of luck.
Yeah, he's just an innocently funny dude.
Yeah, he's just a buffoon, and it's awesome.
He's just a dumb bag of shit. That's it. He's like 65 somehow. Someone said no. I would believe 60. Weird Al.
He's like 65. That sounds right.
Hey, 63 years old. He just turned 63 in October. Okay. Oh,
my favorite was when he ditched the like mustache and glasses, and then like got super mad at people that were mad at him about it.
Yeah, right. All right.
Like,
So
I'm sorry that your thing is packed into the way that I look. My bad.
let's watch Weird Al's based nephew Remy, and
The FTX shit. This is some of his best work. I don't mean to hype it, but this might be my new favorite. It's always hard when the new ones come out because you're like, oh, is it my favorite or is it just because it's new?
this is Remy. It's called Regulate, an FTX parody.
What do you think these regulators are going to do?
The token's value began to fall.
They're going to try and
more than 80%
take over
Bitcoin
Bitcoin
in the span of 72 hours.
Looks like we got a situation on our hands. Regulators! Mount up. It was a clear black night. He was sitting at home, looking at a JPEG on his trusty iPhone. It was a rare NFT of a hipster mouse. So he did what you do. He mortgaged his house and he
All right, so far that's funny.
put in a bid. He was getting the itch. He couldn't sit there while he saw those other people get rich. But then the market crashed. The value deflated. This shouldn't be allowed. They should regulate it. He saw a JPEG. It looked in demand. So he mortgaged his house, spent 400 grand. We need to pass new laws to prevent this fate. He wouldn't be so dumb if we regulate.
It's my favorite line.
That's what I hate about them saying, oh, we need to regulate so there's justice. It's like, no, what happened to that guy is the justice. He acted really stupid and a bad thing happened to him, and now hopefully
he learned a lesson.
Yeah, hopefully people learn from that.
He wouldn't be so dumb if they regulated.
That's not 100% what I was talking about. I mean, the first part was okay, but it's more like it was a cool, crisp day. He was watching the game. That's when he saw a commercial with folks of acclaim. Crypto returns that'll never default. So he thought, what you think? That sounds too good to be false. Mortgaged his house, researched the rate, checked out the CEO. Nothing seemed out of place. But when he checked one morning, the value was gone. We should make fraud illegal. This is all just wrong. He did his research and he studied up, then bought invisible tokens this guy just made up. It was a harsh consequence for an honest mistake. His IQ wouldn't be 5 if we regulate. You know, on the message boards for the NFTs, I'm one of the smarter people. So, you do the math. It was a lukewarm noon. He's on Capitol Hill, cause he got margin called and was facing a bill. You don't understand. I've lost all that I had. You need to pass more laws. This is terribly bad. Excuse me. Thanks for letting me join, but isn't part of the issue him? There's a new dog coin? Maybe the underlying tech is one we shouldn't forestall. It's possible one day. Shibu Inu, it's called. If he hadn't been allowed to be a hodler, he wouldn't have the impulse control of a toddler. We could end human nature with a pen stroke today. Why do I have a feeling that they're gonna regulate? You shouldn't prey on folks with financial illiteracy. By the way, have you seen the state lottery? The Powerball's 1 billion, you better not wait. He's gonna make good decisions when we regulate.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good, right?
That is what they're doing. They're basically taking stupid people and going, hey, what if we make it really hard for them to be stupid? It's like, no, they're going to find
it was a lukewarm noon.
Yeah, they're going to find a way to be stupid. They're dumb people. Like, you're not going to be able to regulate. They're just going to go find the other thing that you haven't regulated yet, and they're going to do a bunch of stupid shit with that one, too.
But the problem is, and they have a line in the thing about it, is that it's already illegal. Like, this is where the regulation stuff is crazy to me, right? Because they're going to regulate off this shit, but they're also going to prosecute this guy of a crime because he broke the law. You don't have to regulate if it's already a crime.
Yeah, defrauding people of their money is not something you're allowed to do.
Correct. And that's kind of the guy even said, like, this should be illegal or whatever, but it is. And this is how that's why that's so funny is one, that song's always been catchy. Everybody loves regulators.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is that if something is already illegal, it's like the gun control laws, right? Everybody wants to go, oh, we need more gun control laws. We need more gun control laws. They're not even following the fucking laws that are on the books now.
I like it when all these bubble chasers end up getting the shit beat out of them. I think it's good. I think that is your regulation.
Yes, but it's a lesson. I got fucked on a fucking cat scam.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't hear me yelling for regulation or anything like that. I was like, oh yeah, shit, I got fucked. I should have been smarter. If I was in a better place emotionally, I would have been smarter, because that's the first time I've ever been had by a scam.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that they have to, it's already illegal. It's not like, it's like the hate laws that are on the fucking books, right? Like, if I punch you in the face and you and I are two straight dudes, it's just an assault.
Right.
But if you're gay, sorry, if you're how you are, and I punch you in the face, and I somewhere said, oh, I just don't like gay people, now it's a hate crime.
Right.
The thing about the hate crime is that, the motivation for a crime isn't the crime.
Right.
The crime is the assault, right?
Well, look at the guy who shot up the place in Colorado. He just claimed he was, what was it, non-binary, and now he's going to get years reduced off his sentence.
Correct, right? Because it's like a double jeopardy thing that they can just make up. And the regulation on this, they're going to regulate and they're going to do all this stupid shit that's not even going to fix the fucking problem, because the problem was already illegal. They already broke the law.
Yeah, they stole people. They literally just took people's money and put it into, not Omegle, Almeida. That's what it was. Omegle something.
Omegle.
Yeah. They put it into Almeida, so they stole people's money. There's no amount of regulation that would have prevented this from happening.
Right.
There's no regulation you could have put in place other than banning the sale of crypto that could have stopped this from happening.
Which they can't do. There's no practical way to do it.
Yeah. So that's all I've got on FTX and all that shit today. But it's, that guy, they're probably going to get him on some Capone shit. I think they'll probably get him on the campaign finance
That guy's
stuff.
getting the fucking chair, bro.
I want to move on now and talk about
the death penalty in the Bahamas, asking for a friend.
I want to talk about this Buffalo sports writer who got fired this week. Jerry Sullivan. He's just this old-timey sports writer who he believes sports should be for the dudes and that the broads should just keep their fucking mouths shut and everything else. And somebody brought him on their podcast. And, dude, I don't even know why this guy got fired. I don't know why he got in any trouble. This sounds like a podcast that 5 people listen to. His newspaper could have just left him alone. Like, in my opinion,
all 5 of those people are narcs.
Yes, that's exactly it. Because, in my opinion, when stuff like this happens, you got to read between the lines. I don't think that a guy went on a podcast with 5 people, said some offensive shit about women, and then got fired from his newspaper job just for that. The newspaper is looking to cut people already. And
they're already losing money.
Yeah, you just handed them a reason. It's like somebody said about Zumock and his radio station when he was a third mic on some afternoon show. He said, oh, yeah, I got fucked over because I got a DUI and they fired me. No, it's radio. They wanted to get rid of you anyway. You just gave them the reason with the DUI. You were a third mic on an afternoon show. No radio station can afford 3 mics anymore. So they went, oh.
Yeah, how the fuck do they do that in the afternoon, too? That's not even a good time slot.
Right. It's a terrible time slot. So
if you're going to have 3 hosts, it's got to be a morning show thing, right?
Right. So they said, well, who's the most retarded, dipshit, dumbest, worst radio guy we have? And they went, Zumock. Well, how do we fire him? Oh, good. He passed out behind the wheel and crashed into a tree. Okay, good. We can let him go. Same thing with this guy in Buffalo, this Jerry Sullivan. Listen to what he said on this podcast, and I've got to say, I always get my misogyny tested when it comes to stuff like this, and I have to say, this guy...
You always pass, pussy boy.
I always pass, and this guy talked about this thing on this podcast. Let me put it up on the screen here for you. First of all, you have... This podcast looks like it's set up in a VFW basement somewhere. I mean,
dude, that's amazing.
It is. It's like this is
exactly what I want to see out of a Buffalo Bills podcast.
Yeah. And then you got a guy with a WWE United States Championship on his shoulder. And it's just a bunch of old guys talking about football.
God.
There's literally a
They better have beef on a whack and buffalo wings. That's all I want.
No, it looks like they've just got a bucket of pretzels just sitting there.
They're in Buffalo and they're not having fucking beef on a whack. They can go fuck themselves.
So they got their Coors out there. They got their pretzels. They got a bunch of toolboxes in the basement of a VFW, and they're going to talk about the Bills Mafia. So this Jerry Sullivan, a sports writer for a Niagara newspaper, decides to take the conversation in a direction that I don't believe the hosts intended for it to go to.
In the board, we had 3 people that have commented on the live stream. If this is Amy, I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away.
So they're commenting, they're bragging that they've got 3 people on the live stream commenting.
Okay, here's the other thing too, right?
Yeah.
3 dudes in a basement drinking? And now, like, some misogyny leaking out, so we're going to fire everyone? That's insane.
Right. If you're a woman and you see this podcast, you keep going. You don't stop.
It's not for you. Not everything has to be for everybody.
And that's just it. Like, I wish we were, this goes back to the regulating shit thing. Like, it doesn't matter how much you regulate if people are stupid. And the internet should be this place where we all get to carve out our own little sections. And when something isn't for us, we go find something else that is for us. But it's actually the opposite. People want to go in and be miserable or see if they can be part of something. And instead of like going to find a community they can be a part of where they're happy and they enjoy it, they want to go watch a guy who makes them mad. And then when the guy makes them mad, they want that guy punished. The guy was giving you what you wanted, you miserable fuck. You wanted to be upset. He upset you. And it's like someone who's holding a hammer and just keeps pelting themselves in the head with it and then going, I got to sue the manufacturer. This hurts.
My head wouldn't hurt if they regulated.
Oh, so let's listen to this sports writer here, Jerry Sullivan, on this podcast, and you guys can decide if you agree with him or not.
If this is Amy, I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away. The next
hey, women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women.
All right.
Where's the lie?
Yeah, continue on, sir.
Women, be better than this, because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get critical journalism. They all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's always it's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general because they're better than men generally. But
how fucking gay, guys! It's supposed to be a sports podcast. You're supposed to be guys. I hate this shit. This fake guy stuff. This bar.
Wait. Okay, time out though. Like, what? I know you're gonna get rage, and that's fine. We'll rage it in a second. But so he just said women are better at most things, right?
Yeah. No, not Jerry Sullivan. That was the host trying to cover for him.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, that should have been enough cover. Nobody gives a fuck.
Right, he's trying to help Jerry out. But Jerry didn't want cover. Jerry's like, listen, women, you're the worst fucking sports fans because you want to be cheerleaders. You don't understand. You don't get it. And he's right. If a woman's in the chat going, I thought the idea was to bring this in. Shut the fuck up. We're talking about football. You're not supposed to be sensitive and bitchy and whiny. And then...
So you're saying every week when we talk sports, our audience are all women?
Yes. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. But like with this guy... I think one of the biggest mistakes he made was he backed out of what he was saying. Like, once you're in, you've got to lean in and you've got to really go for it. Because if you take your toe out of the water, they're not going to remember that part. They're just going to remember the first shit you said. So you're already fucked. You might as well go all in. But then on a guy's podcast, this is the cancer that Barstool Sports has brought in the world. These beta cucky males who are trying to put on a hoodie and grow a beard and then talk about sports. And it's like, this makes me a man, right? Yeah, that's why 2 black girls had to go and push Alex Stein out of your headquarters when he came to yell at Dave Portnoy. You had to have 2 black ladies go, no, get the fuck out of here. Because all the fat, bearded beta guys at Barstool were standing there with the fucking lunch meat hanging out of their mouth going, oh, what's going on out here? Oh, it's so tragic watching these guys go, hey, if I talk about sports, that'll replace the need for me to have any actual masculinity. Like when a guy's ripping on bitches, I join in and help him. I don't sit there and go, but women are so much better than men because they're good. And don't say anything negative about women. Meanwhile, you go on a women's podcast and they'll trash the shit out of men and all this. And it's fine because men don't go watching a woman's podcast and go, I need to find something that upsets me.
Oh, it's because men are cucks now. Like most men are cucks now. That's the reality. Like being a masculine man. Do you know how many times I get fucking, even down here in Austin, I get people, which I know it's a liberal city, but it's still fucking Texas. I get so many fucking dudes rolling their eyes at me if like any sports thing comes out of my mouth that's not fucking soccer. Honestly, all these fucking little pussy feck dudes, they love fucking soccer.
Yeah. Well, like,
but God forbid they watch a fucking pigskin, right?
Yeah. This guy, I mean, the rant he's going on right now, which, by the way, got him fired. The newspaper fired him that he works for. There's 3 people in the fucking chat, and they fired this guy for being on this podcast. I'm sorry, newspapers, but this is why you're dying. Any attention this guy can bring to your product, you should be thanking him for. Let me play the whole thing uninterrupted. I cut it off at about 30 seconds out of 45. I'll shut the fuck up.
In the board, we had 3 people that have commented on the live stream. If this is Amy, I thought the aim was to get views, not turn people away. The next
hey, women, be better than this because the worst fans really are the women. They don't get critical journalism. They're just they all want to be cheerleaders.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's always I don't want to.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous avenue to go down to criticize women in general because they're
more than you know.
Generally.
You're fired.
Oh wait, no, you're right. This was
to go down to criticize women in general because they're better than men generally.
Oh, now we need to frame what you just said.
They don't get it as fans.
That's needs to be the takeaway of this whole interaction. Generally, women are better than men. That's just a fact.
God, who's the audio engineer? Cowboy.
Next, David Silver.
So that's the end of that clip. So, yeah, well, first of all, yeah, I mean, you're in the basement of a VFW. You didn't bother to hook up any mics.
Also, how funny is it that it has 673,000 views now?
Right. It's the most attention they've ever gotten. And I do, man. I blame Barstool for this shit because Barstool taught guys, if you just talk about sports, that's what being a dude is. But, like, everything else is just these gay pussies
But
on
it's not
Barstool.
even, like, you and I talk about it, too, though. Like, it's not even dude shit anymore. Like most sports talk radio is just a bunch of fucking nerds. It's all fucking Moneyball bullshit now.
Yeah, it's fucking
like nobody wants to talk about the actual like sports of a game. They want to talk about the fucking like, here's the fucking sports metrics. Like fuck you, dweeb, get out of there. I want to watch some fucking hits.
That guy should absolutely have his own podcast. He should be talking about sports. That's a sports conversation that a sports show should have. And who gives a shit if he's right? Who gives a shit if he's wrong? There is no right or wrong in sports talk. It's fucking sports. Everybody's
There's
right.
right or wrong in
Everybody's
discussion.
Wrong. Right. Hey, Kirk Cousins is good. Kirk Cousins is shit. Guess what? You both don't.
Check it out. Check it out. I'm not a big fan of Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, I love him. I think he's great. Guess what? Neither of us know what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah. Turns out we're still just 2 losers talking about sports.
Yes. So if a loser talking about sports goes, women fans are the worst, blah, 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 I would be fine with that. I mean, I wouldn't be fine with him getting fired. I would be fine with the punishment. I would be more fine with the punishment if a female, like if an Aaron Andrews went on and said, Steve Young, you males, you guys, you don't know this, you don't know that. But she'd be celebrated for it. I don't want anybody punished.
The real thing is that people were mad at how inaccurate it is, right? Because the worst fans are Philadelphia fans. Everybody knows that.
That's true. Yes, he did. He got the stereotype wrong. It's always Eagles fans. But like with, women are the worst sports fans because they don't get critical journalism and they just want to be cheerleaders. Okay, that's fine. He's allowed to say that.
I don't know what the critical journalism has to do about being fans, though. Like that's kind of the part that, like, I'm not on his side. Like,
yeah.
That's the part where you just kind of made it a little bit too. Like if he had just said women are the worst fans, they just want to be cheerleaders, and then doesn't drop that like journalism thing.
Yeah,
maybe it's a little bit but like then like, oh, they don't get critical journalism. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. fucking Pulitzer. Why don't you tell me the critical fucking journalism that goes into you fucking shotgunning two tall boys and painting your belly blue and red, you piece of shit.
Well,
Shut
he's
up.
one of those old sports writers, and they all think that they're so goddamn smart.
Those are the worst.
Yeah, Michael Moorer said it best in that Legendary Nights documentary about his fight with Foreman. He said sports writers think they're the smartest guys in the room, so they get really mad at you when you tell them that they asked a stupid question. And it's true. Like, they get all offended.
Like my grandpa always said this when I was a kid. There are no stupid questions, just condescending answers.
Yes. So, like, this guy got fired. He's lost his job now. He'd been at that paper for decades covering the Bills, and all because he shit on female fans, which kind of proves his point. His whole point was, oh, God, they cater to female fans because they want to expand the reach, and even though they say stupid shit and they can't, take criticism or anything, and then they fire him because he said offensive shit about women. It's like, it always works that way with these firings. The guy says something crazy, and it's the Kanye thing, too. As long as you don't do anything to the guy, he just looks crazy. But if you fire him or you can him or you take action, you make it look like what he said was dangerous.
It's like Star Wars, man. It's like episode 4 when Obi-Wan looks at Darth Vader and goes, if you strike me down, I will rise up more powerful than you could ever imagine.
Yes. And in this guy's case, he goes, women fans are the fucking worst. I'd love to, you know what? I want Jerry Sullivan on the show. And I'll
reach out to him. I bet he'd come on.
Yeah, I want to have Jerry Sullivan on. I'm like, Jerry, let's talk about female fans. He'd be like, oh, I don't want to. Jerry, you fucking talk about it or you hang up right now.
You could be a man.
Yes, exactly. I just want to know.
You can act like a man. What's the matter?
I was actually doing, there's a guy here in Austin who was on sports radio for like 22 years.
Yeah.
And I think the like radio station is just going to like Clear Channel-esque syndication.
Okay.
So he like lost his job and it was like a big deal. And I'm trying to get him to come like hit you up and stuff too. Like just get like a sports guy. Fucking hilarious.
Let's continue on here. We always talk about like the celebrities that are threatening to leave Twitter.
Read an ad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
All right. Oh, you know what? Yeah, we do have to get into some stuff here. Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Of course, 50 beers on tap, great top shelf whiskey selection. Our friends at Old Capitol today have all you can eat wings served with tater tots. The first order comes with 8 wings and tots. Refill orders come with 4. All wings served dry rub with sauces on the side, $15.99. And it's pint night at Old Capitol. All draft beers, 16 ounces, $5. Does not include the rare or high ABV beers. That's at Old Capitol Tavern. Great food, 50 beers on tap, great top shelf whiskey selection. That's Old Capitol Tavern, 2 North Benton Drive in Sauk Rapids, oldcapitaltavern.com. Also, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Firearms, tactical gear, suppressors, optics, knives, lower receivers, you name it, it's there at Midland Armory in Foley. Order online and use the promo code SteelToe and get a really nice discount on whatever you purchase. Great for Christmas gifts. Let's get those ordered today. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. You can see the selection there. There's a lot more where that came from. Again, at midlandarmory.com. The link is in the chat, midlandarmory.com. We are, I'm thinking that this weather here in Minnesota is really knocking out some of our regulars. I was looking for a YouTube clip a little bit ago, and we are like at least 100 people below where we usually are. Woof. That is fucking brutal, man. That's why I always say, like, never check like the numbers during your show. Like lately, the last 3-4 weeks or so, I've been like rock hard when I accidentally see the number. But today I was just I'm a little bummed out. But WDIP says snow stops viewers. Look, here in Minnesota, if you're digging out and you're doing all that shit, it's I always knew when the weather was bad on radio, we had less people watching too. It's pretty brutal. People have a lot of snow removal to do this morning, says April. Well, I'll tell you what, turn on the show, put on some headphones, do the show that way. Yeah, it does stop people from watching, at least here in lovely Minnesota. I wouldn't think it would have a 100, 150 person difference, but oh well. I gotta see. This is what happens. I gotta get that shit out of my head. I see it and it's lower. Like we've been on such a roll lately where it's been so much higher and it can't stop going higher. You gotta have a slowdown day once in a while, but I always handle it poorly. So all of these celebrities have been talking about leaving Twitter since Elon Musk bought the joint. And I'm waiting for Corey to come back here. This fucking sucks. I hate this because I got to move on to the next thing, and now the show's slowing down. So, also 350 away from Thursday morning's goal. We're on to Thursday morning's goal. So if you feel like doing super chats, Streamlabs or PayPal, be sure to contribute. There's the links in the chat if you'd like to contribute. And again, where are we at? 350 away from Thursday's goal. All right, a bunch of celebrities have talked. Where are you? It looks terrible when I turn the zoom on and it's two of me.
It's coming on.
There we go. All right, so a bunch of celebrities have been talking about leaving Twitter since Elon Musk took over, and a lot of people have been taunting them, saying, "Oh yeah, I bet you they didn't. They didn't. I bet you they're not going to leave Twitter. I bet you they'll come right back." Well, guess what? A lot of people have actually left. A lot of celebrities. In fact, I have the list right here, Corey. I can read it to you.
Oh, okay.
A huge list of very relevant celebrities have left Twitter in protest of Elon Musk buying the thing. For example, and not limited to, Sarah Bareilles. Anyone?
What?
Yeah. Sarah Bareilles left Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Old Sarah Bareilles from down the block.
She's not going to write you a love song.
Is that, I'm not going to write you a love song?
Yeah, that's her.
I've heard that song, but I've never heard her name.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the only one. Also, Toni Braxton has left Twitter.
No, not the 90s Toni Braxton.
Yes, the 90s own Toni Braxton has left Twitter. So the next time you guys hear people say, "Oh, these people didn't actually leave," bullshit. She, in a tweet to her nearly 2 million followers on Friday, the Grammy-winning R&B star decried the content she said she had seen on Twitter since Musk's takeover, writing, quote, "I'm shocked and appalled at some of the free speech I've seen on this platform since its acquisition." First of all,
she fucked up. She should have just tweeted he wasn't man enough.
But to me, anyone who puts free speech in quotation marks, instant problem. Instant problem. Also, leaving Twitter, who said they would leave Twitter, Mick Foley. You guys aren't going to have old Mick Foley to kick around and throw into thumbtacks anymore.
Left Twitter?
Yep. He has deactivated his Twitter account, so he fully left. Other celebrities that have left, I'll warn you guys, this is a long list of very relevant celebrities. Whoopi Goldberg deactivated her account. She's done. Said she's leaving. She's leaving. Gigi Hadid, the supermodel. Who cares? You make your money on Instagram anyway. Shouldn't even have a Twitter. But she said it's become a cesspool of hate and bigotry. I don't know if you know this, Corey, but Brian Koppelman doesn't have a Twitter anymore.
What are we going to do?
No Brian Koppelman. I know you're asking yourself, who the fuck is a Brian Koppelman? He's the co-creator of the Showtime dramas Billions and Super Pumped, The Battle for Uber. So we're really kind of, I think we're starting to get to our bottom of the barrel as far as celebrities who are leaving Twitter. We've also lost Eric Larson. I bet you didn't know that. Eric Larson, no longer on Twitter. His lack of presence is felt. You know him as the comic book creator and artist, best known for The Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, so here's an interesting article that I just Googled while you were talking about this.
Hold on. I got 6 more here.
It's about Foley, though.
What's up about Mick Foley?
He didn't leave because of Elon.
Why do you leave?
He said, this is the direct quote from him. "It's easy to blame the atmosphere on Twitter, and maybe that was part of it." Foley told somebody in his pod. "But Conrad, since day one, I've had trouble using Twitter in moderation. It's mostly on me. I struggle with it. I think a lot of people do too. And then you get to where you're spending hours a day looking at everything on there. as it becomes more and more progressively divided, I began to feel like I was swimming in a pool full of turds. Foley continued. One turd you can dodge that turd and you can still enjoy the crystal water. But at a certain point, when being on Twitter becomes an exercise in dodging turds, it's time to just let it go on the water. And that's what I did.
Time out. I'm gonna check him on one thing. He says you can dodge one turd and you can still swim in the water. I dodge a turd in the water, I'm getting the fuck out of the water, Mick.
But he's the hardcore legend. What do you expect?
I get it. Yeah, you can't be the hardcore legend and let one turd.
You're not the hardcore legend if one turd is getting you out of a pool.
That's true. If one turd's gonna get you out of the water, I mean, you're not really the hardcore legend. You got to give it back to Terry Funk.
Foley also added that he would consider coming back to the platform of his 2 million followers that he worked hard to get, but mentioned he would probably hand the reins off to someone else as he just doesn't want to spend time on Twitter. So, like, it's funny because they're looping that in because it happened around the same time, but it had very little to do with Elon Musk.
Oh, so they're even trying to pad they're padding their already pathetic list of pseudo celebrities.
Well, yeah, they had to literally shoehorn in a name because that was the only name there. And then when you read it, that really struck me as weird because Mick Foley is very anti-political. That's another guy who never really talks politics ever.
I think he's a pretty liberal guy, but he doesn't really talk about it very much.
I don't know. I've talked to him in green room over and over again, and somebody brought up Trump when I worked with him last, and he didn't he wasn't necessarily pro-Trump, but he didn't go off on him or anything. I think he's just a very grounded centrist.
Oh, really? Because I've always heard that he was kind of a left.
Maybe having his daughter become a sex object changed that, though. That could be.
Yeah. Oh, does she have an OnlyFans or something?
I mean, she might as well with how little she wears in the WWE, right?
Oh, she's in. Oh God, that shows how much I know. She's in WWE.
Yeah, Nicole Foley. I think.
Really?
Hot as shit. Yeah, dude. His daughter's hot as shit.
Foley.
I think it's Nicole.
Nicole Foley, registered nurse.
No,
I don't think that's it. Mick Foley.
Noelle. It's Noelle Foley.
Oh, okay. Wrestling. All right. Oh.
His daughter is fucking smoking hot.
That came from the thumbtack guy? That came out of his ball bag?
Yeah.
The fuck, Mick?
Yeah. And she's she wrestles and stuff. She's a women of WWE.
Oh, she is in the company. She must not wrestle very much, though.
I don't know that she wrestles anymore, but she has wrestled.
Okay. Yeah, kind of a tall order, though, to follow your dad when he's one of the most beloved.
Unless you're a fucking total smoke show, right?
I guess. Charlotte Flair did okay for herself. Okay, other people who have left Twitter. This one's going to hurt. I know these other ones I've been making fun of. I get it. Taya Leone. No more Taya Leone on Twitter.
When's the one that's going to hurt coming?
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't think that she's going to be missed by her? And look, these are good numbers for a regular person, but 124,000 followers for Taya Leone. It? Yeah. I don't think that's
McFoley had over 2 million.
I mean, who's going on Twitter going, God, I really need to know what Taya Leone's thinking. I watched Spanglish the other day. I'd really like to know what's going on with her.
She was the shit in Fun with Dick and Jane, bro.
Yeah. Bill Morrison has left Twitter. Comic book artist and illustrator who has worked on projects in the Simpsons media universe. He says, I thought I might wait to see if he reinstated Trump's account, but decided that there were plenty of reasons to leave, even absent of a Trump return, said Morrison. So, look, I mean, if people want to pout and be bitchy about it, I let them. Ken Olin, the executive producer of This Is Us. This is a pathetic list, man. Marina Sirtis, the actor known for playing Deanna Troi in Star Trek The Next Generation. She left Twitter. Captain Sully Sullenberger.
Oh, no, not Captain Sully.
That's right. Sully can take a plane with a blown-out engine and land it on the Hudson without killing anyone, but seeing bad words on Twitter is just a bridge too far for him. And the last one, Alex Winter. Bill from Bill and Ted. Bill S. Preston, Esquire.
You mean the guy that's not Keanu Reeves?
Yeah.
If your whole claim to fame is that you're in a movie where people know you're not Keanu Reeves, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh, the guy from Bill and Ted, he left Twitter? Yeah, which one? Oh, the one that's not doing anything.
Wait. Tell me again that he left Twitter.
Hey, Alex Winter left Twitter.
Who is that?
Oh, he's the guy from Bill and Ted.
Excellent.
They're saying after Alex Winter lost his mind after that Deep Web documentary. Oh, I didn't know that. I just know
I don't
that
know
he
anything about him. I'm not. All I know about that guy is the third Bill and Ted movie sucked.
It's really bad.
It's like so fucking bad. I would say worst movie, the new Jay and Silent Bob or the new Bill and Ted?
I haven't seen either of them yet.
Oh man, the new Jay and Silent Bob is pretty rough.
Yeah.
I would say it's Bill and Ted though, but yeah.
Bill and Ted is worse? Well, see, Bill and Ted's second one wasn't good. There was no
they're
reason.
mild stallions. You shut your mouth. You shut your fucking mouth. Bogus Journey is amazing. I love that movie.
I didn't like
It's
Bogus
a really
Journey.
good bad movie. That is a great movie. You shut your fucking mouth.
Jesus, I didn't know that was so offensive.
Oh no, you stepped on the exact wrong mind, bro.
Jesus, I'm so sorry.
Fucking, what is that? The devil. Or what is it? That's Satan. How do we get his attention? Sign of the devil, dude. It's so fucking stupidly great. You know what I like most about the second one?
What?
Is the first one, they had to really like get the premise across so it's real linear and whatever. And the second one is just them fucking leaning in the entire fucking movie. It's great.
Lemmy says Bogus Journey was 10 times better than Excellent Adventure. I can't go along
Bogus
with
Journey might be one of the best sequels ever as far as like the first. No, look, I know it seems like I'm saying as far as the like first one and then how good the second one is compared, because I think Bogus Journey is a much better movie than Excellent Adventure.
I'm going to really upset a lot of people here, I guess, then, because I thought it was pretty common knowledge. I thought Bogus Journey was pretty well underwhelming for most people. I guess I'm an asshole.
Absolutely not. I think that's your sheltered bullshit Shoreview life, bro.
Wayne's World 2, better to me.
Wayne's World 2 is also a really good sequel. Godfather 2 is a really good sequel.
Oh no, I was just doing
Terminator
I was just doing comedies. I'm not going to compare him to Godfather 2.
Oh, yeah.
That's not fair.
Ghostbusters 2 is an okay sequel. I think I like Ghostbusters 2 more than 1. Which people hate.
Yeah, I can't do that. It's just such a good, like, it's such a solid, perfect movie all the way through.
Ghostbusters is a good movie, but like, you know what's really weird is if you go back and watch them, Ghostbusters 1 doesn't age that well because of like how like story intensive it is, but the second one actually ages pretty well because it's just goofy.
Farron Balanced actually writes, there's no way she believes this. Godfather 2 is shit. Godfather 1 and 3 are the best.
No, you're just trolling. Like if you had left 3 out of there, I would have heard you. But the moment you put Godfather 3 is good, you got to go.
Someone says, who defends Godfather 2? Dude, it's one of the most perfect
That's one of the
movies
best sequels ever, you stupid fucks.
It's one of the most perfect movies of all time. It is this slow burn of revenge where it's like part mob movie, part detective movie, where Michael figures it out, gets his confirmation, and just slowly enacts his revenge, but then also shows you how Vito Corleone, Godfather 2 is crap. Holy shit.
You're an idiot. Can I ban them? I'm banning them.
No, she's a very nice lady. She was on Simpcast with April. She's wonderful.
Fine. You got lucky this time. Godfather 2 is great.
Sorry, Farron. This is your first time seeing Corey Adam. He's our more cantankerous second mic.
Oh, that guy in Buffalo is right. Girls don't understand movies.
Look, man. If people are gonna say Godfather 1 is better than Godfather 2, that is completely defensible. But
yeah,
3,
when you put 3 in there though, like I'm out. Also, if you Google, check this out. If you Google best sequels ever, the first one that comes up is Godfather 2. So it's not just us. Tell these people to fuck off.
Well, I'm not going to tell my audience to fuck off. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm building something here. Best.
You're building a bunch of like fucking cucks who like Godfather 3. That's what you're building.
With that.
I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy with yourself.
All are welcome here. The Godfather 3 cucks, the whole thing. Number 1, IMDb best movie sequels of all time. Number 1, Godfather Part 2.
It's almost unequivocally the best sequel ever made.
You can't say unequivocally and then call people dumb.
I can.
No,
I just did.
It's not allowed.
Me feel English? That's impossible. I can do whatever I want, baby. I'm an American.
Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back is number 2. Terminator 2.
Sharon goes, damn, he's correct. Godfather 2. You think I just made it up? No, it's absolutely the number 1 sequel. It's not just me. Like Rotten Tomatoes, IMDb. You go to almost any list of sequels, you will see Godfather 2 and Empire Strikes Back. Those two are always like 1 and 2.
And to hammer the point home, Corey, if you Google worst sequels of all time, what's usually near
Godfather
number
3. Godfather 3 is probably on there.
Worst sequels.
And Caddyshack 2, probably Grease 2.
Yeah, those are pretty bad. Clerks 3 should be on there.
I like Clerks 3. Clerks 3 was all right.
I thought you said that and Jay and Silent Bob were terrible.
No. The new Jay and Silent. There's like a Jay and Silent Bob.
Oh, the reboot.
Like,
it's called
yeah,
Jay and
reboot.
Silent Bob.
That's
That one is really
I didn't mean,
bad.
no. Yes, that's confusing. Sorry. Clerks 3, I thought was a very, very solid movie, and it completes the trilogy. Like, I honestly feel like it did when I saw 2, where it's like, that's a high degree of difficulty, but he pulled it off, you know?
2 was good. Yeah, I liked Clerks 2.
That's what I'm saying. But like, there's no reason why Clerks 2 should have been good, but it was. And then 3 is the same thing, where it's really hard, but it's good.
I'm gonna be the guy who really gets shit on for this one, but for me, in terms of sequels, I actually enjoy. Somebody said it in the chat, but I actually enjoy Vegas Vacation.
That's not what. Why is that?
Because
Also,
somebody in the
that's
chat
not really-
said
that's
Vegas
not really
Vacation was a terrible one.
But it's also not really a sequel, because that's like the third movie in that line, right? Because you have Christmas, summer, and
Well, I
then
feel
Vegas.
like 3 counts. Oh, here's a terrible sequel. This one should be up there. Blues Brothers 2000.
Oh yeah, that movie sucked.
That was really bad because I like John Goodman, but you don't bring in someone to replace Belushi. That's not right.
Or if you're going to make it a better movie to watch.
Thank you.
I mean, they picked the right guy. They picked the right guy to do it. You know who they should have done? I don't know why they didn't just get Jim. Jim's still alive. Go get Jim Belushi.
Go grab Jim and make him
Jim's
brother.
already made a career out of kind of looking like his brother.
Raider Hawk Media, Malcolm X was not a sequel. That doesn't mean Malcolm 10. That was not. Malcolm X was not a sequel, sir. But thank you very much. That is
It's just hard to get movies good when they get to 10, you know?
Yeah, worst sequels ever made. They start from 20. Fuck it, I'm in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Bad News Bears Go to Japan. I didn't even watch that one.
I've never even heard of that.
Yeah. Wall Street Money Never Sleeps. That was a really boring movie.
Never seen that one either.
Staying Alive, number 18 was. Oh, that was the Saturday Night Fever one.
I saw 20 minutes of that. It was terrible.
Didn't they get like Poor Man? Oh no, they got
John
Stallone.
Travolta isn't in it.
They got Stallone for that one.
Oh.
No, Stallone wrote it. I'm sorry, Stallone wrote and directed it. He wasn't in it.
Let me still go.
Highlander 2: The Quickening, 1991.
So, funny story about Highlander 2. That movie is so bad that when it came out on a Criterion edition, they had a special vignette that was basically a public apology for the movie. They one of the funniest things ever is they had, because they remember when like Criterion editions were like all the rage.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted the Criterion edition. So the Criterion edition it was called Renegade version. That's what the Renegade version. And they basically paid somebody to re-edit it, and then they did this vignette of how the movie studio that they were at was going out of business, and they kept cutting their budget as they were making this, and it was a 20-minute fucking public apology for the movie that you just paid money for. It's so funny.
Speaking of cutting budgets while the movie was getting made, like if you ever watch that Netflix documentary, The Movies That Made Us, and you do the Forrest Gump episode, that one's wild. Like, Tom Hanks and Robert Zemeckis believed in that movie so much that they told Paramount or whoever made it, they're like, look, we will dig into our own pockets to help make this movie the way we want to make it, and we want points on the movie at the end of the day. Like, every dollar we put in is worth so much. And, like, as the movie kept going, and they kept wanting to do all this cool shit, like, remember the big Forrest Gump running scene where he's running everywhere?
Yeah.
The studio wasn't going to let them do that. So every time they did that, Hanks and Zemeckis would go, all right, let's dig out another $1 million. Let's put our own. So they end up putting more and more of their own money into it, and it just ends up paying off gangbusters for them because the movie just, became a cultural touchstone.
That's like the original Clerks with Kevin Smith. He had to like max out all of his credit cards. He funded almost that entire movie.
Yeah, which is insane, and you should never do that. It's just amazing that it worked out for him.
Tarantino, too. I'm pretty sure Tarantino did something very similar with Reservoir Dogs.
I think he got backing, but yeah, he had to borrow a shit ton of money.
Yeah.
Universal Soldier: The Return in 1999. Oh, that's the one. Van Damme put Goldberg in that.
That first one was terrible. I never liked any of the Universal Soldier movies. Like I just watched one and I was like, I'm good on this.
Number 15, A Good Day to Die Hard. I didn't think that one wasn't great, but it doesn't deserve to be on the worst sequels ever.
Which one is that?
I think that's the one with Justin Long.
Yeah, that one was not. I don't know. Yeah, that one's not good, I suppose.
To
me, it's not a sequel if it's not directly the second movie. That's what a sequel is. That's my problem with this list is like 3-4 parts in a franchise. That's not a sequel.
I think anything's a sequel as long as it's in the same, the same family of movies. Did I say Justin King? I meant Justin Long. I'm sorry if I said someone says I said Justin King. Number 14. Oh, this movie was shit. I wanted to like this so bad too when I watched it. This is one of those movies. You know how everyone thinks something is shit, but you really wanted to like it, so you'll defend it for a while.
Pacific Rim 2.
Independence Day Resurgence.
Oh yeah, that movie's terrible.
It's fucking really bad. I mean, Data from Star Trek, Brent Spiner is somehow alive. Like he died in that first movie, right? Like I'm not having a Berenstain Bears moment.
No, nope.
They checked his pulse and he was dead. The alien killed him. Number 13, there it is, Blues Brothers 2000 from 1998.
Terrible movie.
Ew, they made an airport sequel called The Concorde.
Oh yeah, Airport 2 is fucking terrible.
Ew.
That movie is fucking bad. That actually might be the worst sequel ever when you go by how good Airplane 1 was.
So they got, back in like the early 2000s, they got Eddie Murphy, Jeff Garlin, Steve Zahn, Cuba Gooding Jr., a bunch of other people to do Daddy Daycare, and it was like a runaway hit. It was kind of one of Eddie Murphy's big comebacks. Was he finally had a movie that worked. And then I think he did Norbit and flushed it all down the toilet. But they made a sequel in 2007 called Daddy Day Camp, and fucking nobody wanted in, and it bombed horribly. Number 10, this one deserves it. Zoolander 2 is dog shit.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to say this about Zoolander 2. Anybody that went and saw that movie deserves it. If you saw the trailer for Zoolander 2 and you thought, oh, I'm going to go fucking watch this, you deserve every agonizing moment of that film. Not only have I not seen it, I will never see it, and I will never feel bad for anybody that suffers through it. This is on you. This is the FTX of movies. If you saw Zoolander 2 and you're like, oh, I'm going to go watch this fucking sequel to this other movie that's very middling at best, you deserve every fucking moment of it.
I'm going to catch heat for this one from a lot of people. I despise the original Zoolander.
Zoolander's not a good movie. Like Zoolander, if you take Zoolander, you can make, I would say, 4 smash edits of about 20 minutes total of funny content in that movie. Because him saying "Mermad" to his dad is kind of funny, and then of course one of the funniest lines in all of Ben Stiller's career is, "Models are people too. They just don't die in freak gasoline fight incidences." Like that's hilarious, but. The rest of the movie is fucking trash.
Better Ben Stiller character, White Goodman or Zoolander?
White Goodman.
Yeah, me too. White Goodman for sure.
100%.
He's just an absolute buffoon. Another one I watched again yesterday for like the 4th time ever, but like the 2nd time in a week, because every time I watch it, I enjoy it more. Talladega Nights. I didn't appreciate it when it came out, but now I love the fucking movie.
That's on you, man. Talladega Nights. I walked out of the theater. I saw that twice in the theater. I never do that.
Dude, I think my favorite scene might be the
I was cry laughing so hard the first time I saw that movie. Like I was in tears. Like that and Dumb and Dumber probably made me laugh the hardest in theaters.
To me, Sacha Baron Cohen makes the damn thing. He's so
of course
fucking
he's
good.
the funniest thing. Him and Rip Torn. Those are the 2 best parts of that entire
Rip Torn.
Or not? Is it Rip Torn? The fucking if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge or not the fucking
No, Rip Torn's not in Talladega Nights.
I'm confusing the fucking movie.
Are you talking about his dad? The guy who plays Ricky Bobby's dad?
Yes, I am.
I can't remember who that guy is, but
that guy is fucking hilarious.
He's very funny. Not Rip Taylor, Raider Hawk Media. This is not helpful. But no, to me, the scene where
I'm also mixing that character with Rip Torn from Dodgeball is also what I'm doing.
I am also a race car driver, Ricky Bobby, but I am from Formula One. Or that to me, the arm break scene is my favorite, where he's like, I do not want to break my arm, but now you are challenging me and making me look ridiculous.
I still just like when he's like, yeah, if you're not first, you're worst. You taught me that. He's like, I did what? You could be all kinds of shit. Second, third. Hell, you could even be seventh.
He's like, I was fucked up back then.
Yeah.
People say,
do you like Dodgeball?
Love Dodgeball.
Yeah, that's another one that like Dodgeball, Talladega Nights, and like Anchorman are probably the three of that era.
And then there's Old School. You throw Old School in there, and
Old School's really good too.
Yeah, all those movies. Ben Stiller was talking about he's like, oh, we could do another Dodgeball. It's like, if you fucking touch Dodgeball,
Don't you fucking dare. Yeah. Oh man,
swear
stop
to
it.
God.
People are also talking about doing a different. There's something about Mary, and I'm like, stop it.
Don't you do it. Raider Hawk Media says Ace Ventura: Pet Detective 2. That's a good one. I'm not putting that.
Great. What are you talking about? That movie's awesome. You don't like Jim Carrey being birthed out of a fake rhino? God, what are you even doing here?
That whole thing was great. That's one of those few sequels where they just do all the other jokes from the first one beat for beat, but you're like, I wanted to see more of this anyway.
I don't know. I thought they did such a good job at changing the beats up though. Like even at the very beginning when they go get him in that mountain and he does the slinky down the stairs, that's so fucking funny.
That is really funny. Raider Hawk says,
I'm close to the end. He's like, oh, do we have time to do it again? Like, no, we do not. Nature Calls is a great sequel. Like Ace Ventura is pretty awesome.
Fair and Balanced, and everyone else saying it, miss me with Step Brothers. I don't like Step Brothers.
I like Step Brothers, but I understand the people that don't.
I'm
not like I'm the weird impartial. Like, so I will say this: the first time I saw Step Brothers, I thought it was one of the funnier movies I'd have seen in a long time. And then every time I watched it after that, it got less funny.
Yeah. Talladega Nights,
the first time where it's like, is that Power Tools? Like, fucking, that's so fucking funny.
Low key, like, I think Talladega Nights, it keeps moving up my list of Will Ferrell movies. It might be.
Don't you dare.
It's not Anchorman.
Yeah, Anchorman's the best. If you're saying, I honestly, like, I will take this to my grave. If you think any movie is better than Anchorman in Will Ferrell's catalog, you're just not paying attention.
I think I'd have to go Anchorman, Old School, but then I'd probably go Talladega Nights. Right.
You want to know something that might shock you? And everybody gets mad at me when I tell them this?
What's up?
I've never seen the movie Elf.
Yeah, I don't. You're not missing anything.
Okay. Because everybody gets so pissed at me and they're like, oh, it's like the greatest fucking Christmas movie ever. And I'm like, I don't think it is. Yeah. You know what else is a really underrated, really good Will Ferrell movie is Semi-Pro. That movie's great.
I never watched that one. The ice skating one was gay and
ice skating one is garbage, but you would actually love Semi-Pro. Semi-Pro is good.
Fair and Balanced says, can we talk about how Broadway can't think anymore and they make every movie a play now? Yeah, because Broadway sucks. Simple enough.
There's a great line where with Semi-Pro. Dude, you got to watch Semi-Pro. I think you will really enjoy that movie. It's like, did you call me a jive turkey? No, I would never do that. Yeah, he called you a son of a bitch. All right.
Farron, very opinionated on our movies. She says, what? Elf is great. Bye, buddy. Hope you find it. It's good for like kids and girls. Well, I guess Farron's a girl, so I guess that counts.
I found my dad. He's no prize. What now?
Yeah, that's why you don't like it.
I never like, I'm not hating on it or anything like that, but I just, the thing with Elf was Elf hit right when Will Ferrell started doing his bad movies.
Yeah.
And
we actually we went through his IMDb, April and I did the other day on an evening show. And it
doesn't have that many good movies.
He doesn't have very many. He's very Adam Sandler-ish. He had a run of like 4, and then he's been bombing for like 12, 15 years.
You know what we forgot is the Anchorman sequel.
Not good.
Right, not good.
Funny, but not good. I'll put it in a weird place. There's a lot of places in that movie I laugh, but the movie is shit.
I would put it as could be worse.
Yeah, it's not the worst ever.
Yeah, I'm looking at his IMDb right now, and it's just not.
See, someone says The Other Guys. I wasn't really into The Other Guys that much. I didn't think it was that great.
The Other Guys is not that good. It's okay. It's not, again.
Stranger Than Fiction was not great. Stop saying that. It hurts my feelings.
The movie low-key kind of sucked, right?
Yeah, Bad Santa 2 was a very underwhelming comedy sequel for sure. Yes. Yeah, the Sherlock Holmes movie that those guys did together.
Oh, that second Sherlock Holmes movie was terrible with Robert Downey Jr.
No. The one that Will Ferrell did with his gay guy.
Riley.
Yeah, John C. Reilly. They love each other.
Wait, they did 2 of those?
No, they just did 1.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the sequel they did with it.
I agree with What's Left of Aaron's Hairline. The campaign is underrated, but I wouldn't put it up there with Will Ferrell's like big hits.
I think the campaign. Has anybody seen that Spirited one that he came out with Ryan Reynolds? Am I weird for wanting to see that? Like, it looks like it's fucking terrible, but kind of fun at the same time. I don't know.
I haven't seen it. All right, we're at number 9 on the worst sequels ever because we're trying to prove to Farron that Godfather 3 is going to be near the top.
Look at
of the
her.
list.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie. If you say no, you're gay. Whoa.
Oh, it's coming in hot.
I will say this.
Fucking
You know what my
based.
favorite troll response is to that? You know what my favorite Christmas movie is of all time?
What?
Gremlins, baby. Gizmo is literally a Christmas present. Come at me.
Oh, shit, that does technically make it a Christmas movie.
Literally takes place at Christmas. He's a Christmas present.
Number 9, Smokey and the Bandit Part 3. I didn't even know they made a third one.
The third one is pretty bad. I do remember that.
Basic Instinct 2. Shit. The next
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
The next Karate Kid is fucking terrible, yes. Oh, wow. Screen Crush already has the new Space Jam movie listed as the number 6 worst sequel of all time.
Wait, time out. Did that already come out?
Yeah, last year.
Oh God, I'm dying.
It did not do well.
Wait, time out. Shut the fuck up. You're lying. That did not come out.
No, it's come and gone.
Shut up. You're full of shit. I gotta look it up. I don't believe you.
It has come and gone, and it did not do well.
You're lying.
Number 5, Transformers: Age of Extinction 20. That's when they didn't have Megan Fox anymore. Oh, I forgot.
No, that's no excuse because Bumblebee was dope.
I forgot that this was a thing. Son of the
Shit, it did come out last year. What the fuck?
Son of the Mask 2005. I forgot that they made a second Mask movie.
Yeah, that's pretty terrible.
Number 3, there you go. Caddyshack 2.
Sorry I ever doubted you. I just never heard of it.
Caddyshack 2 in 1988, number 3.
Well, you know the old joke about that, right?
They got Jackie
Best movie
Mason.
about golf, Caddyshack. Worst movie about golf, Caddyshack 2.
I forgot they got Jackie Mason for that one.
It was actually fine. It wasn't like, I don't know. I'm not saying it was good. It's not. But I don't think it belongs on a list of worst sequels.
The Sting 2. I never saw the Sting.
Oh,
one.
yeah. I forgot about that. That one's fucking terrible.
Is that where he put on the black and white face paint and was part of the Wolf Pack? Okay. All right. And number 1, Jaws: The Revenge, 1987. Oh, that shark looked terrible. Oh, that looks really bad. Yuck. So no Godfather Part 3 on there, though. That surprised me a little bit.
That's a terrible list.
No Godfather Part 3 on that list of sequels. All right.
Apparently, there's also a Kindergarten Cop 2 that doesn't have Arnold Schwarzenegger, but it has Dolph Lundgren.
Can we please see I have to see the trailer for that.
Kindergarten Cop 2 came out in 2016.
Are you fucking kidding? Dolph Lundgren is Kindergarten Cop? I feel like I'd love that.
I know. I've never seen it, but I was looking at it and that's funny.
Kindergarten.
So here's a different list that has Kindergarten Cop 2 as number 1 and Son of Mask 2.
All right, here we go. Kindergarten Cop 2.
At Seattle's most prestigious elementary school, children are given the guidance they need
Deep breath in, deep breath out.
to become good citizens of the world. Fortunately, this academy just hired the perfect teacher. Dolph Lundgren is...
I must break you.
You must get in the chopper or I will break you. These kids aren't human.
Yeah. Dolph, that child just had a peanut. He has an allergy. If he dies, he dies.
It's Kindergarten Cop, Aaron, not Kindergarten Drago.
I substitute for great teacher. I cannot be replaced. Hey, right. These kids are not human. They're like a piece of iron. I teach for me. For me.
Kindergarten Cop 2.
This machine owes me Twix bar.
He's an
What the fuck? He just shoots a vending machine?
undercover FBI agent looking for stolen data.
How close are you to making a breakthrough? They're definitely warming up to me.
And one of these kids holds the key.
They are totally useless for reliable information.
To uncover the truth, he'll have to use every trick in the book.
They can smell fear.
They're
like being a kindergarten teacher.
Two mommies, and they tell me I shouldn't trust boys.
Next!
From Universal
A little homophobia in there. I might like this movie.
Pictures.
They're children. I can handle this. Dude, you're dreaming.
Hey, settle down. Put that away.
Comes an all-new movie.
Oh, this looks like shit.
Out of control very quickly.
They're little monsters.
Mr. Lee gave us chocolate.
She's funny.
Starring Dolph Lundgren.
All right, everybody, let's sit down. Indian style.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And Bill Bellamy.
You don't say Indian style.
See what I got to deal with?
Is that the other kindergarten teacher? She is
It's Bill Bellamy, dude. Shut the fuck up.
David Allen Greer was busy.
Bill Bellamy, dude. That's hilarious.
Oh, they couldn't get Earthquake, so Bill Bellamy.
Oh my God, that's so great.
They didn't have Earthquake money in the budget, so they were able to get Bill Bellamy.
I gotta say, this list over here seems way better than the one you were reading.
What's up? Who's on that one?
Our shitty sequels, because they have every Home Alone sequel after Home Alone 2.
True. Accurate.
Speed 2, Cruise Control, which is fucking terrible.
That is pretty bad.
American Psycho 2, which is terrible.
I think you have to not count the ones that were straight to DVD because that's too easy.
Here's the one that I think we all forgot about, and rightfully so.
What?
Men in Black International.
Oh, God. That's not 2 or 3? That's a different one?
That's the 4th one. Yeah,
I
and
didn't
that's
know
the one
there-
that has Chris Hemsworth in it.
I didn't know there was a 4th one. I know there was.
2019, yep.
Was the 3rd one the Brolin one? The Josh Brolin one?
Yes, right? Because Will Smith and Tommy Lee were the second one as well.
But like the 3rd one is Back in Time and Brolin is Tommy Lee Jones as a younger guy.
Yes.
Okay. That is it.
The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor.
Ooh, fuck.
Starship Troopers 2, Hero of the Federation. Here's one that we all forgot about, and when we say it, everybody's going to be like, oh yeah, how do we miss this?
What?
Indiana fucking Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Oh, yeah, that one's bad.
Terminator 3, Rise of the Machine.
Also, all those. Terminator Genesis and Terminator.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Yeah, that was bad.
Jurassic Park 3. Apparently, in this one, I never even knew existed, but there's a Battle Royale 2. That's terrible.
I think you could put Jurassic Park 2 in there, too. I thought that one was unbearable.
And then here's the one that makes me sad because I like this first one and I didn't know it had a sequel. There's a movie that was made in 2009 called And Finally, Still Waiting. It's a sequel to Waiting.
Oh, that's right. You know what? Let's look that one up because that Waiting was, that and Slam and Salmon are 2 of the best restaurant-based movies ever.
And this one has no Ryan Reynolds in it.
Still Waiting trailer.
Called And Finally.
Oh, shit. Oh, I've watched part of this. It's terrible. John Michael Higgins is in it.
Yeah.
By the way, my favorite John Michael Higgins role, fuck the breakup, David Letterman in The Late Shift.
This one's going to make people mad, too. They have Rise of Skywalker on here.
Hey, Natasha. What time are you getting off tonight?
Actually, I'm getting off right now.
Wouldn't it be great if we were getting off simultaneously?
Avenue, go plot your next date rape in the kitchen or your station's gonna be empty all night.
Hello, Naomi.
So they got all like the C and D list cast from the old one, but they didn't get, like David Koechner and fucking Ryan Reynolds and Justin Long and Dane Cook. Probably didn't even get Luis Guzman to come back.
Hold on one second. Little Lemmy, I get that you like Shia LaBeouf, but Crystal Skull is objectively the worst of all of them. You're full of crap, and you're just blinded by your crush. That's all.
Shia LaBeouf hasn't been good since Even Stevens. Let's just stop it.
He's never been good. Can I say that? Shia LaBeouf has never been good. Fucking come at me.
Shia LaBeouf always had this potential that everyone saw, but I don't think the promise ever got there. Like I don't think the actual or the reality never met the promise on Shia LaBeouf.
Like his biggest achievement is that somebody memed about him. Like nobody, at least to me, nobody thinks of Shia LaBeouf and thinks of anything but that fucking Reddit song, Shia LaBeouf.
Everyone who watched Even Stevens as a kid went, "Oh man, that kid's gonna be a really good actor," and then people just kept giving him shot after shot, and they're like, "Oh, not only is he terrible, he's mediocre, but he's also crazy."
The only good movie he's ever been in was Fury, and he wasn't the reason why that movie is good.
Right.
Welcome to Tata's. I've got a table waiting just for you.
From the guys that brought you Waiting comes the saucy sequel.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, they did get Luis Guzman. Okay, I was wrong.
About you too much.
He'll do everything.
I don't want you to be groped inappropriately, except by me. Ow! You'll be working at stripper pole within a year.
When the old Shenanigans crew opens up a Tata's next door.
We're like one big happy family. I'm the father and you're my daughters. Well, stepdaughters.
So it looks like it's everybody but Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds is the only one that's like, no, I'm good.
If you don't make a $9,000 day, the restaurant is shutting down.
What?
I'm gonna get the early evening menu going.
Ew, so just a dog shit premise too. Like, oh, we got to make $9,000 or we'll shut down. Yeah, because that's
Kinda
how
sounds
it works.
like Slam and Salmon, huh?
Yeah, although at least with Slam and Salmon, it was like 25,000.
Right, but it's like we got to make this much money tonight to save the orphanage, right? Like that's just what it is.
But then it's also like the funny part. What I liked about Slam and Salmon's is it made fun of itself. They did the whole, oh, we need 25 grand to save the restaurant. And then at the end of the movie, he's like, I need 25,000 yen. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah. It's like, that's like $10. And he's like, no, yen is Japanese for dollars. They're like, it's not how it works, bro. We're totally
$100, bro.
Yeah, it's like $120 that you owe the Yakuza.
Ooh, fight started. Spaghetti Tooth John says Wayne's World 2 was terrible. That's a terrible take. Wayne's World 2 is great.
I disagree. I thought Walken was great in it.
Wayne's World 2 is one of the better sequels. Like
I think so too. Like Major League 2 is another one that's a really good sequel.
That hot take, I like that better than the original.
And 3 is shit.
3 is terrible.
3 is really, really bad. Pornhub has revealed the most popular searches of 2022. So this is
the Plow Dog?
Oh God.
I feel guilty about it.
This is where I'm going to I'm going to start reading the list. And you guys are all going to cross your fingers, hoping that the thing you like most is on there so you don't feel like a total weirdo.
Who remembers the name of the pornography they watch?
This is category. This is the most searched terms. Like the things that people type in the absolute most.
We're not going to like Family Feud this and have us all guess what it would be.
How many? Let me see how many I have here. Top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, I'll go top 7 answers are on the board. Corey, go ahead.
All right, we'll go big tits.
All right, let's show me. Oh wait, should I get the buzzer and should I get the turning sound? Should we fully hack this up?
Yeah, might as well.
All right, let's get the Family Feud buzzer and the Family Feud ding.
Find the theme song too while you're at it.
Family Feud buzzer. No, not the buzzer.
What site is this according to?
It's just Pornhub releasing their data.
Oh, okay.
So Family Feud here. Okay, so I have that one, and then Family Feud correct answer sound effect. All right. There we go. All right, so I've got them both. Corey, you say big tits. All right.
Just tits. We'll just go tits.
All right, show me tits. Oh, that's one.
It doesn't even make it. Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
We're going to have someone call in if you get 3 strikes.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. Okay, so tits isn't on there. Wait, so I can get 2 more. Okay, so I can get one more strike, right?
No, 2 more strikes. You get 3.
I'm going to say big asses.
All right, show me big ass. Number 7 answer. Big ass is the 7th most searched porn term on Pornhub. All right, Corey, you get another guess. You've got 1X. Top 6 answers are left on the board.
Well, let's see here. Who watches more Pornhub, right? Let's go trans. I bet there's trans. I bet transgender is one of them.
Top 7, show me trans. Trans is in the top 15. It just did not make the top 7. So you've got 2 strikes, Corey. You've got 6 answers still left on the board. Let's see if you can nail some of these. The most searched porn terms of 2022.
Yeah, but now I just want to go weird shit, right? Because like what? Like threesomes or group sex, right? Or like hentai.
Now, are these guesses or?
All right. Well, my guess would be like group sex then, if that's what we're doing. But I also think that based on the fact that those other ones were strikes, something like fucking hentai or tentacle porn is going to be way higher than we want it to be.
Which one are you guessing right now?
I don't like that response because that means one of them's correct.
Now,
I'm going to go with... Let's try hentai. Let's go for broke. Let's say hentai or tentacle porn.
Show me hentai. The number 2 answer is hentai. The number 2 most searched porn term is hentai on Pornhub. All right, Corey, you're still alive. You got 2 strikes.
Oh my God.
You've got big ass and hentai in the top 7.
Oh my God. Let's do cuck or swapping, I guess it's called.
All right.
Swapping.
Show me cuck. Oh, all right. That's 3. So I'm going to put the number in the chat here, and I'm going to see if anybody wants to give their shot. Here we go.
Can't believe hentai was that far up.
Guys, there's the phone number in the chat. Let's see if you guys can get it. We're going to now do...
anal was the easiest one. Like, I feel like anal's on there, too.
Well,
like
since you knocked out... since you did the top 7 and you've already revealed some answers, I'm just going to go the whole top 15.
Okay.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, top 13. I'm sorry. They've got the top 13 searches up on the board here. Let's see if we can get someone calling in and if they want to do...
Can we talk about how gross it is that hentai is number 2, by the way?
We can talk about the fact that that's really fucking disgusting.
The number 2 popular fucking porn is watching Japanese cartoons fuck themselves with like tentacles and shit. That's gross.
Does anybody want to... Here, let's put it in 320. Oh, here we go. Now we've got somebody calling in.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
There we go. All right, say your name one more time. We didn't catch it there.
It's Brown Candy.
All right, Brown Candy wants to play the Family Feud. I don't know how family this is. Top 13 porn searches for Pornhub this year. All right, Brown Candy, top 13 answers are on the board. You get 3 strikes. What's your first guess?
My first guess is midget.
All right, show me midget. Oh, I'm sorry, Brown Candy. You've got 1 strike. All right.
Can I get a guess for every time somebody strikes out?
For every time they get 3 strikes, yes, you can get 1 guess.
Out.
All right.
Yeah.
So far, Brown Candy, we have hentai, and we
Press
have...
X and chat for that strike, baby. Family Feud.
Big tits and hentai are the 2 we have off the board. You've got 1 strike. What's your next guess?
All right, I'm looking through my list of what I looked up, and I'm gonna go with Latina.
Latina, show me Latina. All right, there we go. Latina is number 4. So we have the number 2 and number 4 answers off the board. Guys, don't cheat and look these up on your own. I'm trusting you all to be honest. All right, Brown Candy, go ahead. 1 strike.
All right, my next one on my search engine is hood hose.
Hood hose. All right, hood hose.
This guy, hold on, I'm Googling hood hose.
Hold on.
That's amazing.
Show me hood hose. Our judges have decided. Nope. Hold on. We have a judgment call here. Ebony is going to be counted as hood hose. So hood hose works. Ebony is the number 3 answer. All right, Brown Candy, 1 strike.
It's hood hose with a Z too.
That's Ebony. That absolutely counts. All right. So
okay,
you got.
My next one is family.
Family. All right. Show me.
Oh, wait, back up.
What?
Didn't he say this was according to his list? I gotta go.
Show me. I'm going to have to be a judge on this one.
No. Stop.
What?
Stop. He said he was using his own search terms and he guessed family. We're just going to gloss over that like that didn't happen?
It's fucked up. Look, I'm not going to say the guy
that's all
isn't
I want.
fucked
That's all I
up.
want. I just
Corey,
wanted some recognition of how fucked
Corey,
up that was.
This is a TV game show. We got to get to commercials, the bonus
You're
round.
not allowed
the
to
whole
fuck
deal.
your family on TV.
All right. Show me family. Now, that was a hard judgment call to make. There is another answer you could give that would be close, but we could not count it.
Yeah. Can I help him? Can I help him?
If he strikes out here. Brown Candy.
No, but can I help him with that guess? Because I feel like he was real close.
Okay.
Because if you're saying that there's one other thing, so like if it's not family, it has to be step family, right?
Family is too broad of a term for what this thing is. All right. Brown Candy, 2 strikes. Go ahead.
Go step family.
Cowgirl.
What's that?
Cowgirl.
Cowgirl. All right. Show me cowgirl. I'm sorry, Brown Candy. That's 3. Thank you very much for playing, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Brown candy didn't get a W. Let's see. Corey, you get a guess now.
I feel really good that he's gone though. Like ooh, going off his own list, and his first one's like hood hose, my family. Like what? No, stop it.
I did think it was funny we counted Ebony under hood hose, but still. Would you, Corey? You get a guess now before we take someone else.
I'm gonna go step family since you said like you were kind of like breadcrumbing an answer. So I'm gonna go step family.
All right,
Like,
we're gonna bring Granny on.
Probably stepmom. It's stepmom.
All right, we're gonna bring Granny on in a second, but Corey's gonna open up a free spot for everyone here by guessing stepmom. Show me stepmom. Stepmom is there. Stepmom is in fact the number. It looks like 6 answer. Gary, hold on. We're gonna do Granny next. You can get in after.
Do I get another guess, or I just get one if they fuck up?
That's just one to help them out.
Okay.
So far, what we have revealed in the top 13 is Hentai, Ebony, Latina. We also have Stepmom and Big Tits, as well as Ebony. Oh, no, we said Ebony. Taken off the board in the top 13. Granny, welcome to the show. The top 13 answers are on the board. Most searched for porn terms on Pornhub this year. Go ahead, Granny.
Okay, and is anal still in play?
In the game, yes. Is that your guess?
Yes, I'm going anal.
All right, top 13 answers on the board. Show me anal. Yes, anal near the bottom at number...
Somebody clip that. Somebody fucking clip that right now.
Number 11, it is there. All right, Granny, go ahead. No strikes against you.
Okay. Oh, shit. There's a lot of pressure. Lesbian.
All right, let's see. All right, top 13 answers on the board. Most searched Pornhub terms. Show me lesbians. The number 1 answer on the board is lesbians. Congratulations, Granny. You are still alive.
And just like that, my faith in humanity is back.
All right. And we've already done incest, correct?
Well, a family. It would have counted.
You
under
have
that, yes.
You have already done incest, Granny. We have not.
Yeah, Corey.
Hold on.
So we're doing a new family feud here where Corey is like the Ed McMahon of the family.
You
feud.
are correct.
Yes. All right, so Granny, you still got, I think, like 6 of these answers, 6 or 7 of these answers still on the board. No strikes. Go ahead.
Cuckold.
Cuckold. All right. Famously, women being fucked in front of their boyfriends or vice versa. Show me cuckold. Oh, sorry, Granny. That is your first strike thus far. All right, no cuckold in the top 13. However, in trending searches, reverse cuckold, it is worth noting, up 396% this year. All right, go ahead, Granny.
BDSM.
BDSM. Show me BDSM. Oh, sorry. That's 2 strikes now, Granny. You got off to a hot start, but you're starting to fall back here. You got 1 strike left. You still have about a little more than a handful of answers still on the board.
He's going to use his own search results and say child porn.
Oh, wow. That's aggressive. Interracial docking.
Interracial docking. Interracial docking.
He's like, that's aggressive, and then just goes interracial docking.
All right, show me. He just wants me to say this. Show me interracial docking. Oh, I'm sorry, Granny. That is it. Now, I do want to say the term, I think this is worth noting for people. The term hood hose, we gave the term ebony for that one, but there may be related terms to ebony that are in this list that you'd think would be covered under that, but are not. That's just a note that people need so they can get the right answer.
I know one of them then.
Granny, thank you very much for playing, sir.
I know one of them based off that.
All right. Let's go to...
Call from
Gary.
All right.
Don't I get one now?
Gary, can you hold on? Corey gets 1 free guess for you, and then we're going to bring you on. How's that sound?
Yep.
All right. Corey, go ahead.
Well, if it's part of ebony, it's got to be those big black dicks, baby. BBC.
Show me. God damn it. Show me BBC.
Clip that.
Yes, BBC is one of the answers. And also, the term ebony is synonymous for something else, still on the board, in case you thought that did not count.
Somebody who has editing skills could make a lot of really good clips of you during this segment. I'm just saying.
All right, Gary, we are playing the family feud of Pornhub searches for 2022. Go ahead, make your guess, sir.
Teen.
All right, that's a pretty good guess by Gary. Let's see if it's on there. Show me teen. Oh, that surprises me. Teen not on there. All right, so we start off with a strike, Gary, but you still got plenty of time. The answers that are off the board: lesbian, hentai, ebony, Latina, stepmom, big tits, BBC, and I think that's it. Those are the ones we have off the board so far.
Pregnant.
Ah, pregnant porn. That is a solid guess. Show me pregnant. Ah, Gary, 0 for 2.
I feel like people with pregnant wives don't even want to fuck pregos. So, like, why is that a porn category? It's so weird.
That's why he's here co-hosting with me for this Family Feud. It's for the commentary. Gary, 2 strikes. Let's see if you can get one here before you have to go.
Wife swap.
Wife swap. Wife swap. Show me wife swap. Oh, sorry, Gary. That's going to do it. Sorry you couldn't pick any up, but we'll get you. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
All right. There you go. Gary wanted in on the Porn Family Feud. All right. Before we put the number out there and see if anyone else wants to play, Corey, let's see if you can help them out a little bit more.
If BBC was one of them, like, would big dicks be one of them as well, or would that be in the same category?
You're saying you want to make the guess big dicks. Those
So, like, we did, like, the last one was like big black cocks, right? So, like, I wonder if, like, just big dicks would also be a guess.
Show me big dicks. Ah, there you go. The number 13 answer, bottom of the list, big cock. Corey. There you go. All right. So
number 1 on my list, baby, because I got that giant fucking hog.
We've got about 5 or 6 left.
A bowling ball and a bowling pin, baby.
Let's see if anybody else wants to get in on this. 320-204-5713 to play the Pornhub search Family Feud. 320-204-5713. We have our next contestant.
Mikey.
All right, Mikey, welcome to the Porn Feud. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. Do you feel pretty confident? Because so far off the board, we have lesbian, hentai, ebony, Latina, stepmom, big tits, BBC, and big cock, all off the list. Now, again, the note, ebony could be synonymous with other things that are still on the board. Mikey, do you feel good about your guesses here?
Well, I'm going to take a stab at it.
All right.
Let's try threesome.
All right, let's see.
Ooh,
Mikey
I like
says
that one.
threesome. Corey, what do you think? Is that going to be on the board or no?
I mean, didn't I do like a group sex one? And
But
it
you
wasn't?
backed off it. You didn't guess it. You mentioned it.
Well, then yeah, for sure.
All right, show me threesome. Yes, it is there, Mikey. So you've taken another one off the board. Lesbian, hentai, ebony, Latina, threesome, stepmom, big tits, BBC, and big cock. All of them
Starting to
are
look like
off
the search
board.
engine history on my iPad.
We have 1, 2,
Oh,
3,
you are correct,
4.
George.
We have 5 spots left on the board, Mikey. You're off to a good start. No strikes. What's your next guess?
Let's do gaping porn.
Gaping porn. Do we have gaping porn? No, I'm sorry. No gaping. Not as popular as you would think. All right, Mikey, you got another shot at this. You've only got 1 strike, 5 spots left on the board of Pornhub's top searches in 2022.
I'm trying to think of one that would fit under the black category. Can we go ghetto? Is that a category? Ghetto? Or was that kind of already covered in the first one?
Well, would you like to guess ghetto? You already said the word. You could have made your guess one of the first words you said.
Just say black.
Black. Yeah,
All
let's
right.
just narrow it down, make it simple. Black porn.
I don't usually say this, but show me black. There you go. Number 12 is black.
Yeah,
so there are.
yeah, Mikey, get it.
Mikey, you've got 1 strike and you got 4 left on the list.
Let's go with Asian.
Oh,
Ooh,
nobody.
that's on there for sure. That's got to be way high up the list. I'm mad that I didn't even think of Asian. Absolutely.
Nobody has guessed Asian yet. Show me Asian. Yes, Asian is on the list. Not only that, it is number 5 on the list. So I believe there's 3 more left here, Mikey, and you only have
What's really
1
funny
strike.
is your correct buzzer isn't working, but your wrong buzzer is.
No, it's working.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah, Mikey's hearing it.
I'm not hearing it over here.
Fucked up, bro.
Whoa.
All right. Well, we've touched on big tits, so let's go small tits. I know there's a market out there for small titty porn.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 spots open, it looks like. There's 3 spots left, thanks to Mikey.
You say small titties, so
And he
pedophile
thinks
porn?
One of them could be small tits. Show me small tits. Ooh, sorry, Mikey. Sorry, buddy. That's 2 strikes now. You got 3 spots left, 2 strikes. Come up with some more categories here. Let's see if they're in the top searches of Pornhub for 2022. There's 3 spots left.
Well, I mean,
I think I need to make one more judge's note here. Asian is not all-encompassing. So the category Asian is not all-encompassing. I think that's
okay. I've got one then. Can I give him a hint then?
Mikey, would you like a hint?
Thailand, Thai women, lady boys, whatever they call them.
All right, show me Thai women lady boys. No, I'm sorry, Mikey. That's it. I'm sorry, but hey, you did a lot of damage on the board here, more than anybody else. You should be very proud.
I watch a lot of porn.
Thank you very much for playing, Mikey. All right. Corey, you get one guess before our next caller can maybe finish this thing up.
Japanese, based on your breadcrumbing.
All right, let's get our next.
It's got to be Japanese tentacle.
Fire
porn,
Troll
baby.
Protection Systems, Inc.
No, Fire Troll Protection Systems. That's.
Hi, Dave.
I'm not going to play that one. You guys can't play the game. All right, so Corey wants Japanese. Show me Japanese. Yes, Japanese is on the board. There are no more hints left to be given. There are 2 more categories left in the top 13. Let's see if our next caller can flesh them both out. If you think that you've got this, go ahead and give us a call. We'll put it in the chat one more time. 320-204-5713. That's 320-204-5713 if you'd like to play the Porn Feud. All right, one more contestant here.
Call from
Steven.
Say Steven?
Yes, hello.
All right. Steven, we've got 2 options still left on the board. What do you got?
Bestiality?
All right.
Oh, you said you said interracial. How about doggy style? Doggy style.
Doggy style? All right, show me doggy style. No, unfortunately,
I never want to see this guy's search history. I'm just putting that out there right now.
Not doggy style. All right, Steven, you got 2 more shots and 2 more slots open here.
CMI.
What is CMI?
CMI, like the letter C and the letter M and then the letter I.
All right, show me CMI. No CMI. You're down to your last strike here, Steven, already.
So CMI is basically Japanese porn, though. Like, it's kind of a...
Okay. CMI.
It's like ASMR, but she tells you to...
Jack off. Oh, okay. I hear you. All right.
I feel like we're learning a lot about you today, Steven.
We're learning a lot. Yes. Steven, one more strike. Let's see if you can knock out at least one of these 2.
Oh, I don't know. Tentacles? Oh, you said hentai. Oh, yeah, I know. Okay, real guess. Like 3D stuff, like virtual.
Oh, 3D. All right, show me
that's a good
3D porn. Ooh, I'm sorry, Steven. There's only 2 spots left, so I get it. It's tough. Thank you very much for the call, sir.
Toodles.
All right. Toodles to you as well, sir. All right, Corey, we got 2 spots left. Let's see if you can uncover one for somebody.
Let's go like voyeurism or public, I guess.
All right, show me voyeurism. All right. Let's see if we can get someone else to call here and see if they've got some ideas. Boy, we have killed a lot of fucking time with this one, let me tell you. We have killed a lot of time with this little bit.
You mean enhanced time, baby.
I thought VR was a good guess.
I did too. I thought VR would be on there.
Yuichi says no one has said stepsister. The step is taken care of. I can give that hint. The step category is taken care of. We got 2 more categories left. I've seen.
Oh, I've got a category.
I've seen both of them. I've seen both of them in the chat. Let's see if anyone wants to call in and do another guess. and see if they can get these last two spots. 320-204-5713. That's 320-204-5713. The last two spots in the feud for the Pornhub search history. Let's we got a few people who have been rejected via phone call, so I know they should be calling back. And then we'll be able to get these last two. If we don't get one in the next minute, I'll have Corey guess another one and see if he can finish it up.
I meant gay porn.
No, I would not be in either of those categories. Thank you very much. I'm not Plow Dog. All right, let's go back to the phone here.
Call from Nilbog Milk.
Nilbog Milk, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good.
I think I got this.
All right, you think you've got both of them, or you think you got one for sure?
Both of them, I think.
Okay, let's name your first one. Go ahead.
First one, I'm going to say fisting.
All right, this I have to say this again. Show me fisting. You got one strike.
Damn it.
You got two more to play with.
Okay, I'm going to say squirting.
Squirting. All right, show me squirting. That's two strikes.
Damn it.
Think hard about it,
Well,
Nilbog.
now I have more faith in people.
Yeah.
Well, if it's not like the two worst things, damn it. Now I'm out of ideas. Oh my gosh. Drawing a blank. Because we already said all the good ones. Yeah. I'm going to just say gay, because we never said gay.
We never did say gay. All right. Show me gay. I'm sorry. All right, I got to take the next call. Let's see if someone else. Thank you, Nilbog Milk.
Call from
Ryan the Garbage Man.
All right, Ryan the Garbage Man. Be the hero we all know you were born to be.
Wait, do I get one or no?
Oh, yeah, Corey gets one to see if he can help you out here. Corey, go ahead.
You know, the chat's been saying it, and I'm going to go with it too. Let's go cream pie.
Cream pie. 2 spots left. Now, I think if we get let's handle this after. Show me cream pie. Yes, cream pie is one of the two. Oh, so now we're down to one. Should everybody just get one strike then for the last one?
Yeah, I would say so.
All right.
And wait, now, can I ask you a question?
What?
Where positionally is the last one on 1 to 15?
It would give it positionally, it's 13, 12. It's number 11.
Okay, so it is going to be a little harder. All right, cool. That's all.
All right, Ryan the Garbage Man, you have one guess. What do you got?
Hot wax.
Hot wax. All right, show me hot wax. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. All right, there's one spot left. We're going to get the next person in. Thanks for the call. All right, you guys have been working as a team so far. I got a lot of people calling during these fucking segments. All right, give it a shot if you think you've got it. I can't believe this one hasn't been guessed yet. That's the hint I will give. That I cannot believe this one has not been guessed quite yet. And I have seen it a few times in the chat. Let's go to the phones.
Call from
Marwolf.
All right, what's up, buddy? We got one spot left. Can you guess it for us? You got one strike.
I'm gonna try scat.
Scat, the another name for shit porn. Show me shit. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Thank you very much for trying, though. One more left. Appreciate it. All right, let's get those phones ringing again. We got one. Oh, no, Corey, you get a guess.
Let's go feet.
Show me feet.
I gotta say this. A lot of my guesses are just under the assumption that these are the worst common denominators, and I'm actually feeling better about humanity in general over the course of this segment.
Yeah, let's go to we got another one coming in.
April's Parents Hobby Farm.
April's Parents Hobby Farm. Do you have the last spot for us?
I'm gonna go BBW.
BBW, big old fat broads. Let's see. Show me big old fat broads. Ah, damn it. All right. Well, thanks for the guess. All right, let's have someone else try.
Wait, do I get one?
I guess in rapid fire you can still get one. I am.
Or do you want me to go? Should I go 2 or 3 and then do it since like
yeah, maybe after 3. So after this next one, you'll do a guess. It's just fucking remarkable that people haven't gotten this one. No, we can't do it the same person twice. I'm sorry, buddy. We can't do the same person twice. We got to give someone else a shot. There's been a lot of people I've been hanging up on. 320-204-5713. 1313 is the number to call if you think that you've got it. All right.
Call from
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle.
All right. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, buddy. What do you got for us? What's that last category?
So we said big tits,
Yes.
but nobody said big ass.
Oh.
I did.
Oh, Corey said big ass.
That was one of my second guesses. Yeah,
All
I
right,
said
you know
big
what?
tits
I'm going to
and
give
then
a
big
hint since this bit has taken so long. You're on the right track.
I'm on the right track. Shit. That's all I had was big ass.
All right, let's go to our next person then. Sorry, buddy. All right.
Call from
Informal warfare.
Informal warfare, the final category. What is it?
Abstinence.
God, I hope that's it. God, I hope that's it. Bit's over. Fuck it. We're done. It's not going to get better than that.
Show me abstinence.
Why?
All right.
God's been showing you abstinence your whole life, you geek.
Thank you, Informal Warfare. I appreciate it.
Call from
Atomic Rebuilders.
All right.
Accept.
Atomic, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Aaron, I've got furry sex.
What?
Furry. F-U-R-R-Y.
Furry. All right. Show me furry. Oh, not quite. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Call from
A cooter matola.
A cooter matola. We've got one category left. What is it?
Cooter matola. Give me big black cock for the win, Aaron.
We already have that one. That one's
We did
already
that.
in there.
It's
We
already
already
on the
have big black cock. I know you wanted me to say, show me big black cock, but I
I already
already
said
did
it. And clip it.
All right, what's the last
Okay,
one?
give me meth porn.
Meth porn.
Shout out to St. Cloud.
All right, sorry, buddy. Oh, all right. We got another person who wants in.
Call from
MN Sky Photo.
to accept.
All right, MN Sky Photo. What's up, buddy? What's your guess? Hello. Are you there? All right. Well, we'll have to go to our next one. Sorry about that.
Call from
Fall in the grave.
Fall in the Great is the. Do you have the right answer for us? One last spot in the Pornhub search list.
I think I've got it. I think I've got it from your hint there about the big ass.
Okay.
Show me Natalie. I mean fat porn.
Show me fat porn. No, I'm sorry.
We already said no to bestiality.
Call from
MN Sky Photo.
All right, let's see if he gets it this time. MN Sky Photo. Oh, no, he hung up again. Shoot.
Why do you have that weird voice for the names? That's hilarious.
I don't know, but it's a guy's phone number, and it's his name shows up, so I took it. All right, let's see. Okay, he's calling again. Let's see if
Call
this works.
MN Sky Photo.
to accept.
Are you there this time? Nope, you're still not there. Oh, shit. All right, we'll take another one.
Call from
King Kong Dong.
King Kong Dong, we've got one left. Do you have it?
Retard porn.
That's Aaron's favorite kind. Do it, Aaron. You're porn.
Show me. I have to say it, don't I? I'm the host. Show me retard porn. No, it is not. Thank you for your guess. How do we not have this last one done? You guys are overthinking this. I've seen it in the chat a bunch. The whole deal. I've seen it in there.
Oh, sorry. BBW retard porn.
Let's go to one more here.
Call from
King Kong Dong.
We usually don't let people go twice, but we
That's
gotta
not
fucking
him. That's
get
Mr.
this.
Approachable.
Oh, Mr. Approachable, go ahead.
No, this is King Kong Dong. I'm just using his phone.
Oh, okay. King Kong Dong, go ahead.
I'm just going to go off the top of my search history and say donkey.
This isn't fun for me. Show me donkey porn. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, somebody finish this goddamn bit off. Corey,
Can
Give it a guess.
Anal.
Show me anal. There it is. The last one is finally done. And it's a victory for nobody. That's the end of it. Oh, there we go. We have finished off the full list. Boy, we got some fucking mileage out of that bit, didn't we?
Yeah.
Jesus. So in this order, the top search items from top to bottom: lesbian, hentai, ebony, Latina, Asian threesome, stepmom, big ass, BBC, cream pie, Japanese, anal, black, and big tits.
I'm pretty sure anal was said earlier, though, to be fair.
I don't believe it was.
I'm pretty sure it was, but I don't fucking know.
Top
I'm going to the bathroom. I laughed too hard. I'll be right back.
Top porn stars of the year included Bella Danger at number 1. Now, is that college chick who used to go to Duke? That used to be Bella Knox? Did she change her name, or is that just someone different? And I'm just thinking too hard about porn star names. They're saying Granny said anal. Oh, well, I fucked it up. We could have been done with this a long time ago. Shit. I can tell how many people are behind in the chat, by the way, with how many calls we're still getting. Jesus. Belle Knox, not Bella Knox. Okay, so it's a different person completely. All right, well, shows how much I know my porn stars. Granny did guess anal. Okay, so we already had anal off the board. Okay. Number 2, Lana Rhoades. Number 3, Riley Reid. Number 4, Violet Myers. Number 5, Angela White. I don't know Violet Myers because I'm out the game, yo. I'm trying to fuck as much as I can, so I'm kind of out the game here. So what were the 2? It was Violet Myers. Just making sure all of these are clean enough. Oh God, really? She's popular?
Who's popular?
Violet Myers is... Oh, she's dead? Shit. That's why she's like one of the most searched porn stars on Pornhub, because she's not the
Wait, so dead porn should have been one then, right?
I
What's
guess
her name?
Violet Myers. And then also Angela White is number 5 on the most searched porn stars of the year.
Wow, she has some very, very viscerally aggressive anal pictures when you just Google her.
Yeah, see, I've got my safe search on because we're on
Wow,
YouTube.
Holy fuck. Like they're in her lungs.
Yeah, I don't okay, well, I guess there's no accounting for taste, I suppose. Trending searches, gamer girl is up 813%. Trans girl is up 710%. Thick Latina is up 402%. 396% reverse cuckold, and 329% increase in solo male masturbation this year. The top categories: number 1, ebony; number 2, lesbian; number 3, threesome; number 4, transgender; and number 5, MILF. Relative categories: up 143% is virtual reality, up 97% is Asian, up 74% is college, up 64% is threesome, up 59% is MILF. So those are your stats on Pornhub for this year. So, in case you were wondering. JJ says Lana Rhoades' last porn was shot in 2017. She has some very dedicated fans, that's for sure. Corey, I want you to play around with the chat a little bit, plug your shows you've got coming up today, and then I am going to be right back.
All right. Hi, guys. My name's Corey Adam. You may remember me from such classes as Twitch Talk, Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. to 2 p.m. at twitch.tv/Corey Adam Comedy. After this show, we'll be over on YouTube. We'll be on D Live. We'll be on Twitch Talk Cast. And we can do youtube.com/Corey Adam Comedy. Play with me, Corey, just a dabber. Yeah? What up, dabbler? Let's do it. I'll dabbler with you. Let's get some dabs. I'm in. But yeah, it's... Yeah, we're going to have fun. We'll be right over on the YouTube channel after this, and we go Trovo, D Live, YouTube, and Twitch. I think I remember you. You're that Calico Storico guy, right? I sure am, Scruffy. Historic football, MMA football, I think you know what it is. The greatest sport known to man, Florence football, they call it. Did I get hit by any tornadoes? Not in this area. I think all the tornadoes were north. There were some crazy fucking storms where I lost power yesterday. or day before, but none of the tornadoes came through. Last year, one of them came really close to Austin, so pretty awesome. Sweet, it's time to dabble. Legendary Corey mode. Yeah, let's dabble, baby. Let's get the dabble on.
Oh.
Dabble it up.
All right, Coltrane with $2 says, thank God it's arm day. See you guys in 10 minutes. See you, buddy.
Because he's masturbating with the fucking porn titles.
Yeah, there you go. Attaboy. Well, we probably did talk about it a little too much for him to, hold out. We're also 3:40 away from tomorrow morning's goal. So thank you guys very much for keeping us ahead, especially you, Mr. Chandler, and all the others who have contributed to this program. We do appreciate it. 3:40 away from tomorrow's goal. So we have this terrible storm here in Minnesota. I haven't even looked out the windows yet today. I don't even want to look. April did come down this morning before the show and said, yep, that snow arrived last night. It's like a whole nationwide ban. Did you get anything out of this?
No.
Shit. I guess there were tornadoes.
There were stuff. Yeah, there's stuff north of us. Like I think Dallas got some tornadoes and shit, but Austin.
Okay.
Austin's not like. Again, last year we got a couple tornadoes and stuff, but we had like a killer fucking thunderstorm roll in here like a day ago, but that was about it. And I think today we've got today it's just partially cloudy. It's actually going to be a little bit cold here. It drops down to 57 degrees, so that'll be hard. It'll get down to like probably 39 degrees.
It's higher than our high yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's actually for here. It's actually kind of cold. Not that obviously Minnesota or whatever, but like what's really crazy is lately it's been like before the storm front came in, it's been like low 70s, but like humidish, like 91% humidity. It's crazy. Like it was about to rain the entire fucking time.
You poor thing.
I mean, it's it's obviously. Winter and summer though, like, everybody thinks I'm being a dick, but at the same time, fucking every, like the summer here, there were 4 straight months of over 100 degrees with over 80% humidity for 4 months.
Shit.
There is no, like in Austin, it's weird because there's no fall or spring, and the brutal winter is just the brutal summer here. And then the winter is the summer. It's just reversed.
Big thank you to Carl for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. 3:20 away from tomorrow's goal already. We got one more porn story for you, and then we'll move on to overtime and all that stuff. This guy in Arizona is in a wee bit of trouble. Let's take a look.
A lot going on here. So we can tell you our sources have confirmed it is Officer Christian Goggins in extremely graphic porn videos he had been uploading to a public Twitter page. Sources say while he was on home duty, he had also been traveling to and from Las Vegas to make some of these videos. Now we know there is an investigation underway, and though we have blurred sensitive content, we do want to warn you, it is graphic content.
So a Phoenix, Arizona police officer was on home duty, and he was making porn videos, uploading them to a Twitter account, and then also going to Las Vegas and making porn videos. Like, this isn't even trying to hide it. And it's a dude, by the way. It's a guy making porn. So it's not even
getting mad at people having a side hustle. That's what we're doing now, America.
No, we're shaming them, yes. OnlyFans, pornography, the whole deal. But this is a guy.
Homemade police porn was going to be my next guess.
Yeah, and then so this is one of those stories where you're watching the news and they're like, oh, a police officer is making porn videos, more next, and you hang on through the commercial, and then they show you the dude, and you're like, come on. That's not why I hung around. It's a gay one.
Christian Goggins, a current Phoenix police officer who our sources confirm posted videos in his police uniform to social media, now the focus of an internal probe.
We already knew that. We already knew he was a part of an internal probe. That we have video evidence of it, for God's sake. Oh, his porn name was Rico Blaze.
Oh.
Yeah. Officer Rico Blaze.
Multiple sources confirming to Arizona's family, while Goggins was supposed to be working from home, he was actually traveling to and from Vegas, producing, starring, and then posting many pornographic videos to a public Twitter page under the name Rico Blaze.
You're really not even trying to hide it at that point. You're not putting it on some obscure porn website or behind a paywall, or you're just uploading it to a secondary Twitter account, which I'm sure was traceable to an email that he had given other people, and just throwing it up there.
Phoenix police telling us in a statement Monday, we can confirm there is an open internal investigation underway involving Officer Goggins. Officer Goggins was on home assignment prior to the start of the investigation for unrelated and non-disciplinary reasons.
Yeah, and you think after he was in the movie The Fat Man with Mel Gibson, he wouldn't need the money, but I'm sorry. No, that's my fault. That's Walton Goggins. I'm sorry. That's Walton.
That's what I said. It's Goggins.
Yeah, totally different Goggins.
It was the shit and Justified.
No, different guy. This is a black Goggins.
Remember he's a trans actor in Sons of Anarchy? Oh, I was getting that one too.
No, that's Walton Goggins. That is a completely different guy. That's not him.
Shut up. You're telling me there's more than one Goggins? I don't believe you.
There is. It's not even spelled the same.
You know what I really am mad at this guy about, if I'm honest?
What?
You can't change your porn name to Gaggins?
Yeah, Gaggins, like Rico Blaze. That's like a shitty rapper name.
Like, your name's already Goggins. You could have been like Officer Gaggins. That's perfect.
Dude, Officer Gaggins is a great porn gimmick.
Yeah. Why don't you get down on your knees and take him my nightstick?
Yeah. If you ever take a trip down to Cobb County, Georgia. He just plays the Big Boss Man's theme music while he's getting his nightstick serviced.
Their public information officer says home duty required him to call in once a day. They would not go into what the investigation is about or why he was on home assignment. We went to an address.
No, ma'am, don't show up in a dress and a shirt like that and then show up at his door. He's going to think it's part of a shoot. Oh, ma'am, this is one of his fantasies. News lady shows up at the door, interviews him about a thing, and then before you know it, again, nightstick insertion.
I'm here to interview you? Yeah, you are.
Yeah. Well, would you like to get the naked truth? Oh, shit.
Goggins given.
Yeah, what if he's like a method actor and he can't break character and he's stuck in one of his porn actors? And he's just like, the woman can't get an interview out of him because he's Daniel Day-Lewising the whole thing?
To us by an inside source, but nobody answered the door.
Wait, you mean he's a cobbler? You mean a gobbler?
Yeah. So there are some parallels to be drawn.
So we tried by phone, which also is registered to the Goggins family in a database search. Hi, is this...
Wow, why would you say the N-word right when they answer the phone? That's not very nice.
Search.
Wow, and the
Hi, is this
K-word.
Christian Goggins? A man answered the phone, and instead of answering my question, he asked who I was and how I got the number. I identified myself and told him I had questions about an internal investigation at Phoenix.
Wait, so you're not going to air any of the phone call, but you're going to show yourself making the phone call. Oh, we wouldn't have believed you otherwise. That's great.
Sounds like some sweet local news bullshit to me.
Yeah, you just played 3 seconds of ear-wrecking, eardrum-popping bleep noises, but then none of the conversation. Cool.
PD, to which he replied he was not Christian Goggins. Shortly after that phone call,
I'm Rico Blaze. See, he's stuck in the character. That's exactly what it is.
The Rico Blaze Twitter page settings were changed to private, saying the tweets are now protected.
Uh-oh.
Phoenix PD confirmed Goggins was hired in 2020. According to our source, he began making porn in 2019. We'll be following this as it all unfolds, guys.
Well, then technically the police thing is his side racket, isn't it?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Are you really in trouble for what you do on the side? And also, if anybody wants to see that, remember the OnlyFans rule, right?
And what's the OnlyFans rule?
If you ever want to see, so like OnlyFans is a fucking manipulative site for people who are simps, right?
Sure.
It's just designed to make people feel like they have relationships when they don't. If there's ever anything you want to see on OnlyFans, if you type in OnlyFans and then space and then the user's name, in this case, it would be what? Rico Blaze?
I don't know if he has an OnlyFans. He puts them on Twitter.
Oh, he for sure has an OnlyFans if he's putting it on his Twitter.
Okay.
Guaranteed.
All right.
So then if you go OnlyFans space and then the screen name and then hit image search without the safe results, you can get all of the images that are on OnlyFans because they actually don't have their shit behind the wall.
How have they not fixed that yet?
Because they don't care. You know how much money they're making and nobody knows about that trick?
Jesus. Well,
they don't give a fuck. But yeah, anybody that has OnlyFans, you go OnlyFans space and then their screen name and then make sure your safe filters are off and hit images and you can see everything they've uploaded.
I'm just going to write down on our notes. I've got the Cosby bit, I've got the Jerry Sullivan segment, and I've got the feud bit written down to save today. I think that's a pretty respectable list. Let me open up the 7 o'clock hour stories, and then we will get back into it here. But first, All Care Towing. Hey, if you're in Minnesota, you're going to need to know All Care Towing. 320-253-5555. 5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, nobody gets there faster when you get in a wreck than All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Our friends at Stoney's have a great selection of beers, liquors, and also a nice little pizza selection for you as well. So bring your friends, go out. It's the best dive in central Minnesota. Grab yourself a pizza, grab yourself a few beers. On the weekends, they've got live bands. Great place to go watch the Vikings on Saturday this week. Remember, Saturday at noon at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, so you can go for the game. You don't have work in the morning. Just keep partying and keep drinking with whatever band's going to be playing live. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's this weekend. All right, back into things. I've got about one or two of these left before we have to get into overtime today. Oh, I definitely want to mention this. The United States is now prepping to send Patriot missile defense systems to Ukraine.
Well, they have to because we give them back their arms dealer to Russia. So now we need more weapons to Ukraine.
Yeah, this is a great time to pull that trade off. Nice work, guys.
Well, I mean, again, everything we're giving Ukraine, they're paying us back with interest. So technically, it was a really good move on the U.S.
Yeah, but don't we a lot of the time forgive that shit?
No, what we do is we write our debt against theirs, and then we topple their economy. Ask Iran.
Oh, yeah, that's a wonderful. So we go, hey, we owe 30 some odd trillion dollars, but the rest of the world owes us like 28 trillion. So, yeah, you know,
so when that bill's due, we roll the debt on whoever we were debt trapping, and then they go default.
How much debt is the U.S. owed? As of November 2020, it costs $103 billion to maintain the debt. Jesus, a year? Fuck.
Wait, to maintain it? Gross.
Which is 11% of the total federal spending. So just debt service is 11% of the federal budget. Holy shit.
How much of them are garbage fucking like committees probing into issues?
Yeah.
Like if you take all these probes that do fucking nothing and all these like congressional hearings that aren't actually legal proceedings, right? How much of the budget does that account? I would wonder. I don't know where you would find that info, but like I wonder.
24.3 trillion of our $31 trillion of debt is held by public debt, which is basically treasury bills, which is basically Federal Reserve, which is, people buy treasury bills. They buy, 10-year notes or whatever. And it's, we're good for it. Here's the interest rate on the notes. There you go. That's how we pay off our debts.
Oh my God.
6.6. So 6.6 trillion is intragovernmental. That's Fed, right? Federal Reserve?
Yes.
Because public debt is just people owning treasury bills. It's bonds, right?
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Debt held by the public. Yeah, that would just be bonds. 6.6 trillion is intergovernmental holdings, according to Monday data from the Treasury Department. The intergovernmental holdings include federal trust funds, revolving funds, and special funds, as well as federal financing bank securities, the Treasury Department said. So almost all of our debt, except from like maybe China and Japan, is basically just shifting numbers around on a computer screen.
Yeah, and what we do is, so this is the big racket, right? We did it to Syria, we did it to Iraq, we did it to Iran, and now we're doing it to Ukraine, right? So what we do is we lend people armaments to help, right? Like whether it be the Kurds, whether it be Iraq to fight Iran or Iran to fight Iraq. That one's ironic. And so what we do is we give them all these weapons, and then they're going to pay us back with interest. And then right as we're about to default on something, we basically take our debt and put it on them. So then it stresses their economy out and ruins their economy. And that's what we're doing with Ukraine. Everything we're sending Ukraine, we're actually loaning to them with interest.
So as long as people believe in the United States, our debt really doesn't matter that much yet.
Yes, as long as, I mean, the biggest problem to our debt is the petrodollar, right? Like if the petrodollar goes away, like it's been teased about, but I don't think it will, that would fuck us more than anything else we're doing.
We'll just go to war with whoever moves against the petrodollar.
You're goddamn right we will. You're goddamn fucking right we will.
That's all we do. Like as long as Saddam Hussein's like, hey, I think I want to pay for oil in something other than dollars. They're like, oh, that's interesting. You helped cause 9/11. He's like, what?
It's not a coincidence that Iran and Saudi Arabia are like starting to be kind of piled away from our allies. Like that's not a coincidence.
Yeah. Yeah, basically what happens is these countries go, yeah, we want to fuck around with the petrodollar, and they're like, we're going to make up an insidious lie that will allow the rest of the world that owes us a favor to go to war with you. And then that's it. And then we just go to war with that country, and we make it about like freedom or civilization or atrocities or something else.
Well, look at Ukraine. Ukraine's a great example of that. Like, because Ukraine is actually very similar to what happened in Syria, right? Because Ukraine, we actually overthrew their government. That's what the Orange Movement was.
The purple revolution, wasn't it? Or was it orange?
Orange movement. There's a purple one as well. Orange was the newer one. But so the orange revolution, we basically overthrew their government, and we installed our own proxy government to replace the proxy government that Russia had put in and overthrown. And now, as this goes, it was because, like, think about how political this war was on the onset. Like, if you were a Republican, you were anti-war, and if you were a Democrat, you were pro-Ukraine at all costs. Because that's what it is. It's all about getting everybody to just go fucking blue-red on every fucking issue, right?
So the Orange Revolution was 04-05, and then what's the Revolution of Dignity in 2014?
I'm not sure what that
I just looked up Ukrainian revolutions, and there's like 9 of them.
Yeah, I mean, so like the thing about Ukraine is that Ukraine is a...
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. The Revolution of Dignity was just when they overthrew Yakunovich or whatever his name was and put fucking comedy guy in there.
Sure.
But yeah, switching their government was the Orange Revolution in 04-05. Yep. Okay.
And we did, like, there's a lot of like links to like Soros and stuff. I think it was Scorsese called Ukraine on Fire. Like, what? I think it was a Scorsese movie, but maybe not Scorsese, whatever. Some famous director made one called Ukraine on Fire. It's a really good documentary about it. It's available on Rumble for free if you want to go watch it. I highly recommend it. Like, if you want to learn what happened with Ukraine, because it basically was Russia and America doing a bunch of proxy shit and basically taking turns overthrowing their government.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, their Asimov Nazi battalion was really the law of the land.
Right.
Oliver Stone. Yes, it was Oliver Stone. Thank you, Curtis.
Yeah, Ukraine has been like basically this giant game of tug of war between us and Russia for...
Well, it's the buffering zone for NATO and the fucking Axis, right? Because
like,
that's
honestly,
like
since what, the end of World War II?
Yeah, no, it's the buffer. It's the buffer between the Axis and the Allies. It was never really. It was a contested area that neither of them really cared about. And they, with Russia, it was all that, like, it was just their land. They wanted it, but now it's like NATO's advancing. But it's just basically they want to have a buffer between the two of them. That's why Ukraine exists like that. But we have been fucking with their government forever. And like, you look at Biden's dealing with them, like they're all corrupted on our payroll, like a lot of countries are. But This is what we're doing. We're bringing in all these fucking weapons and they're bombing fucking areas they're not supposed to, deep into Russia and all this shit. And it's one of these things where we came in and we're arbitrarily picking the side in an operation that doesn't really have there's no good, like Ukraine and Russia, neither of them are good guys. Like, It's so weird to me when people are like, yeah, they're both really fucking dirty. Like, but if they want to, what we're doing is we're selling them all these weapons at interest rate. And then if Russia takes them over right before they go down, we'll push all our debt onto them. So then their economy collapses. And so Russia, if they do seize Ukraine, they seize a just economically ruined Ukraine, because then they have to balance all of their economy against their ruble, which will fuck Russia. So it's kind of like an insurance policy that also pays us interest on the weapons we're selling.
Well, and also, like, if let's say Ukraine wins, which is looking like they're at least going to keep their independence in some form because those lines aren't moving. But let's Ukraine wins, which is most likely going to be the case in some form or fashion. What I mean by win is they're going to exist after this.
I think like that little area that has the river that separates them. I think everything on the Russian side of the river might be Russia, but everything on that side I think will still be Ukraine.
But like with Ukraine, like they win, and now all of a sudden it's like, Apollo training Rocky in Rocky 3. We get to tell Ukraine, I told you, you owe me a favor.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
that's exactly it. And that's what we did. That's what we did to like Iraq, Iran, Syria. Like, oh yeah, you owe us.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, what do we owe you? And like, you'll know.
Yeah.
You'll
know. You'll look for my fucking pigeon.
Yeah, exactly. Send a raven. I started Game of Thrones again for the 3rd time.
Have you watched the new one?
I have. I'm having trouble. Like, I'm on the 2nd or 3rd to last episode of the first season. It's really slow. Really
It doesn't help that everybody's fucking name is the same thing too, right?
Not only that, there's no big larger than life personality in this one. Like, at least for the first season when they were setting it up, you had Robert Baratheon, who was like kind of a comedic relief character almost. Like, but he was this big personality. He was like, damn it, Ned, you're not going back to Winterfell. I need you here. Send a raven. It's like, there's nobody in this show that's like that. Like, the minute Baratheon comes on the screen, he just owns everything.
I don't know how far you got, but like they jump forward past any of the stuff that, like, I felt like I spent half that show trying to figure out who the fucking characters were. I'm like, wait, is that the person from this? No, it's not. Okay, is that this? Okay, maybe.
They also took their lighting cues from the Battle of Winterfell episode, The Long Night.
Your favorite lighting episode ever.
Oh my God, I hate that. It's like, at least it's too dark for me to tell which guy's almost going to die, but of course somehow going to miraculously
I love
escape.
that. That's such a unique, interesting contrast to like how it's normally done. I liked it. I thought it was fun.
I hate that a guy gets buried in zombies and then the next scene he's fighting it out. It's a very,
sometimes you just got to fight your way out of the zombies.
It's
whatever.
a very like Roadrunner.
You didn't seem to care when that shit happened in Walking Dead, you hypocrite.
No, I hated that. When they started doing the fake outs, I hated it. The thing I liked about The Walking Dead is that anybody could get it at any time. Like when they ripped,
up until like season 5.
Yeah, like when they ripped Noah's face apart when he's in that turnstile.
Whoa, spoiler alert.
Sorry. I apologize, guys. The black guy bites it. But
everybody hates Chris.
Yeah. Oh, that's holy shit, that is the guy.
That was the meme. That was the meme. Everybody ate Chris.
Oh God. How did I miss that one?
You didn't know that?
Hope you got your shitting pants on. I was actually watching a Negan compilation video recently. I'm like, God, you know what? He was kind of fun. It's just they kind of.
I gotta go back and watch those because, like, when Rick quit the show, I just stopped watching, and I think I even might have checked out a little bit earlier than that. Like, because I got to a point. It was when that fucking weird one with the boat came out. The second, like, Fear of the Walking Dead.
Fear of the Walking Dead. Yeah.
And it was just like, I watched like 4 episodes of that, and I was like, I think I'm just fucking done with zombies. Like, I think here's a fun, weird take, right? I think zombies are the new hack thing. I think they're like a sheet ghost. You remember, like, when we were a kid, the big trope for like hacky horror was like a sheet where they cut eye holes out of it?
Yeah.
I think that's zombies now. Zombies are fucking hack.
Yeah, they are. The Walking Dead beat it into the fucking ground. I mean, the zombies were the only thing for a while. It was like the hottest thing ever, and now it's like, oh God, enough. But yeah, the House of the Dragon thing, I was like 2-3 episodes away from finishing the first season, and it's just slow. And like you said, the time it jumps every episode. It's like, whoa, are we 15 years later? Are we 5? Are we what?
Well, then the characters don't look the same, and like it's like fucking, it's like crazy because it's like Aragon, Arian, Aristotle, like they're all the fucking names are like fucking almost the exact same. Right. They're different actors because it's a different time frame. You're like, what the fuck is happening here? And then my biggest complaint about that show, again, I don't know how far you are, but like they have this Crab King. Have you seen that shit?
Yeah, well, he kills that guy, right? The crab.
Right, but so this is my thing. They fucking tease this crab guy that's fucking like so badass, and then they don't even show the fucking fight.
Crab feeder. That's it. The crab feeder.
Yeah. He walks into this cave and then they cut and then he's walking out with the dude's scalp. Like they don't like you tease this fucking fight for like 4 fucking episodes. It was the only because Matt Smith is the only character in that show that I care about. Like he's fun.
The badass Targaryen?
Yeah, the guy who's like, I'm gonna fucking grab my fucking niece and I'm gonna be king, god damn it.
Yeah.
You know? And like just because he's an actual character, everybody else is just kind of fucking boring.
Yeah. Well, and like that. Yeah, that crab feeder thing. I mean, wouldn't that be shitty? Like, let's say, here's a wild idea, and thank God that no other Game of Thrones show ever did this. Like, could you imagine if they teased that guy going up against the crab feeder for, like, I don't know, 4 seasons and then didn't pay it off with Dick? That'd be fucking terrible, right? It's Jon Snow and the Night King.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm still bitter. I did watch a video that agreed with me, so I really liked it.
I have no problem with that shit. Like whatever. Like
it was a video of they thought Theon should have killed the Night King. I'm like, fuck yeah, Theon kills the Night King.
Oh, you can't have Theon kill the Night King.
Jamie Lannister, he's a Kingslayer, but in a good way now. He redeems himself completely. The arc goes full circle. Arya kills.
They tell you at the beginning where everybody is. Arya's Jaqen. Jaqen has to kill.
No, she's not.
Yes, she is.
Stop with your bullshit.
She died in the House of Men. She's Jaqen, bro.
Arya kills Cersei.
No, Cersei and Jaime were always going to die in each other's arms. They teased that.
Gay. Fucking gay. Totally gay. All right, so we got to We got to talk about
I think Jockin deserved to kill the Night King personally.
He didn't. God damn it. New poll shows Ron DeSantis leading Trump in race for GOP nomination and Biden in the general election. I'm starting to think maybe, but I also just think Trump
don't even think it.
I just think he's such an uber dick that if he loses, he'll try to run like against DeSantis. Like he'll.
Yes. No. This is exactly like I've been fucking telling you this for like a year, guys. Everybody here, fucking like DeSantis probably will not declare to be president because if Trump decides he's running, right, like which he has, he's already declared, right. If the Republicans go with anybody else, he'll just run as an independent. If Trump runs as an independent, it is impossible for the Republicans to win the election.
Yep. And I think DeSantis can beat him in a primary. I just don't think he can go on to win the general then because they'll split the vote.
Right, because he'll run as a third party.
And that's where Trump's a giant piece of shit too, like a real asshole, because if DeSantis lost to Trump fair and square, he would encourage his voters to support Donald Trump.
Right. Donald Trump wouldn't do that. He'll run as a third party and fucking go. He might even run as a fucking libertarian.
Might not even run as a third party. He might just say, no, it was bullshit. I fucking hate. He might just sit on the sidelines and just shit on the whole thing. And that would be enough to keep his people home.
Corey, you can't declare to be president. You have to run for it. You have to declare that you're running, Dinosaur Field. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, did you guys really have to get so hostile over such a small little...
I'm not hostile.
Tiny. I mean...
This is who I am.
Trump runs as a Democrat, says Guy Sartell. Well, 20 years ago he might have. There you go.
I mean, I don't think there's any way like DeSantis runs. I just don't. If I were Ron DeSantis, if I were him today, why would you fucking run for president? I would never run for you sit down, you can do all your like weird virtue signaling, like fuck Joe Biden, let's go Brandon bullshit that all the boomers are fucking eating up, like fucking going after Disney, even though they're about to reverse that. That's a pretty funny news story that's going on right now. Have you followed that? That's hilarious.
They're really, that whole thing is kind of shaking.
Because it's exactly what I was saying. Me and my mom got in this argument because she's a big DeSantis mark. And I was like, this is the stupidest thing ever, because the whole anti-Reedy Creek thing was just a visceral reaction to the don't say gay propaganda that fucking Disney was running. But all it would have done is made the taxpayers in Florida pay a shitload more on their property tax. Because the thing about that Reedy Creek deal is that they were also paying for a bunch of utilities. They were paying for police, for schools, some housing stuff. And that would all fall to the taxpayers. And now they're talking about how they're going to reinstate it the way it was, but they're going to take out the ability to put in a nuclear reactor, which Disney would never have done. It was just a fucking weird thing that was open.
Quick note here before we get into what I told you we would do in overtime today. Adam Sandler has been given the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor this year. He's a recipient of the 24th Mark Twain
They must not
Award.
have Netflix.
Well, and I was just going to mention that. It's kind of like fighting or sports or anything else. Like, just because he's made a bunch of shitty movies, and I mean a bunch of shitty movies, I don't think it takes away from what he did.
Or more than he's comfortable with?
More than he's comfortable with. I think he deserves
I have nothing
a lot
bad
of
to say
credit.
about Adam Sandler because Nick Swartzen's awesome and Nick owes his career to Adam. So
Well, and not only that, but like everybody you talk to, like even the guy who plays Biff in Back to the Future, they're like, "Who's the nicest guy in Hollywood?" And they all go, "Adam Sandler."
Yeah,
like he's just the nicest guy in the world. The Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, Wedding Singer, Waterboy. I mean, that 4-movie run he had.
Little
in the late,
Nicky? How are you going to forget Little Nicky? That movie's great.
Oh, I just meant the 4 in the late 90s, like before we even get to 2000. Yeah, like he just had a run. that
Little Nicky
nobody
was
else
before Big Daddy, wasn't it, or no?
Did I say Big Daddy? I don't usually put that in the big 4. Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, Waterboy, and Wedding Singer. I'm sorry. Those are the kind of the big
Oh, yeah.
4.
Wedding Singer's great.
Yeah, those are the kind of big
But he's
4.
also got those like Hotel Transylvanias, which aren't for me, but like there's
Huge.
a lot of kids that love those movies.
Huge, yeah. So then you also got Big Daddy, Little Nicky. I thought 50 First Dates was good. I thought his remake of The Longest Yard was better than the Burt Reynolds one.
What about Airheads?
Oh, yeah, and Airhead. I got to go back to Airheads. Yeah, so the guy's had an incredible run. I mean, name any of the comedic actors who have come before him. Nobody's had the run he did, or after him. Will Ferrell didn't have an Adam Sandler run. Mike Myers didn't have an Adam. I think Mike Myers may be the closest to him, but he didn't have an Adam Sandler run.
I don't know. Jim Carrey, maybe?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you go maybe Jim Carrey, but even then.
What about Bill Murray?
Oh boy, Ghostbusters, Stripes, literally everything else. Caddyshack. Oh fuck. Yeah, Murray and Sandler. All right, so not many, but maybe a couple.
What about Robin Williams?
Nah, I don't. Robin Williams had too many misses in there, and too many like small time movies. Kind of the same thing with Bill Murray. Like Bill Murray and Robin Williams would do stuff they believed in, whereas Adam Sandler just did stuff that would make a shitload of money. You know, Adam Sandler was just big box office every time he made a comedy movie, whereas like Bill Murray would slow it down and do a Lost in Translation, where like critically acclaimed, it's like a really good movie, but people are like, yeah, I'm not going to pay money to go see that shit. Same thing with Robin Williams. He would do a Dead Poet Society and shit like that, and then fire off a Doubtfire and
I don't know. He had that fucking run though. Like there was like right when he was winning. I mean, they weren't comedies though. I guess would be the one knock on that.
Right.
Like
he was a better actor.
Fisher King. You had Fisher King. You had Good Will Hunting.
Won an Oscar for that.
You had there were like 4 or 5 movies around there where he was just fucking crushing it.
Why hasn't he? Robin Williams hasn't done anything since 2015. Fucking lazy.
He's dead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go to.
Hey, he's just hanging out.
Oh man, poor
Get it? Because
Robin.
he has a big dick.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
I heard he was hung. I didn't even know he had a big dick.
1980. Oh God, how do you forget about Good Morning Vietnam?
Yeah, Good Morning. I'm telling you, if you look at Robin Williams' IMDb,
okay,
like he had a fucking run.
87, then 89. You had Dead Poets Society.
Also, it goes to mention, even though it's not a movie, he was also doing Mork and Mindy, right?
Yep, he was doing Mork and Mindy. 1990, Awakenings. 91.
Yeah, Awakenings is great.
91, Hook.
Yeah, Hook is, I mean, not my wheelhouse, but it's a very good Peter Pan movie.
92, Aladdin. He's the one who ushered in big name actors doing voices because of that movie.
Yeah.
92, Aladdin. 93, Mrs. Doubtfire.
Which, again, not for me, but that was a very, very successful movie.
Huge movie. 95, Jumanji. 96, Birdcage and Jack.
Birdcage is all right.
97, Flubber. And again, that may be shit, but it did well. 97, Good Will Hunting. 98, Patch Adams.
Oh, yeah, Patch Adams is great. That's a great movie.
Ooh, you know how like all these guys do a movie where you go, ooh, they kind of... They're like the kid with lice for a few years after. Bicentennial Man.
Yeah, movie sucked.
That was his that took him out of it for a while. Then,
I mean, if we're going by that, I mean, like Adam Sandler probably has more misses than all these people because he's made more movies. I mean,
absolutely.
Honestly, he's made like what, one good movie on Netflix, maybe.
Yeah, the Jules one, Uncut Gems.
Yeah, the Jules one. Yeah, but like every other one on Netflix is not that good.
People say that Meyerowitz Stories or whatever was good. I've never seen it.
Could be.
There's a lot of these movies I like, but I don't know if they did well. 02, Death to Smoochie.
Death to Smoochie is so fucking good.
Yeah, and then Insomnia. I liked Insomnia. Is that the one with Pacino? Yeah, I liked Insomnia.
Really good.
Final Cut, 04. I liked Final Cut, but I don't know if it did very well. That's the one where he's the guy who edits your memories when you die. And then they find all kinds of...
Oh, I thought that was the photo... Or no, 1 Hour Photo is the photograph one.
Yeah, Final Cut is like where in the future you can edit people's minds to make their memories better or some shit. RV in 06. Man of the Year in 06. I actually liked that one. I don't know how well it did. Night at the Museum did very, very well. His Law and Order SVU was a really good episode too. World's Greatest Dad, Night at the Museum, Battle of the Smithsonian, Old Dogs. Then that episode of Louie he did was really good. When he's in an episode of a show, it's usually a pretty memorable episode. Mm-hmm. Scarface with 199 says Adam Sandler's best movie, Bulletproof. Go back and watch it.
No, it's not.
I like Bulletproof, but go back and watch it. It's probably not the best. Probably not the best. Adam says Robin Williams never updated his black guy impression. He was still doing 70s jive turkey black guy in the 2000s. Well, he was 60. So, you don't always update those things. All right, we can finally mention the Vikings game on Sunday. I said last week that defense will always come up with a play that they'll give up a lot of yards, but they'll let them run between the 20s. Last week they did not. They let them run through each of the goal lines, and the defense really, I think more than any other game this year, because they didn't get the turnovers, showed all of us who were kind of tiptoeing through the tulips that there's a real problem there.
I've been trying to tell you that all season.
But we didn't have Harrison Smith.
Honestly,
that would have saved us. Harrison Smith would have saved us 14 points.
I'll say this though, right? Well, I mean, it's funny because it's so funny because you and I are always on the opposite sides all the time, because I've been harping on the defense the entire fucking time, right? No. But I don't even the defense. Yeah, they're shit, and we knew that was happening. But honestly, if you go back and you watch that game, I mean, you had what? Dalvin Cook fumbles, doesn't help us.
Nope.
And you have our coaches basically calling plays like he's playing Madden. I thought the play calling in that game was the worst that he has had as a head coach.
I didn't think the offense was really the problem at all. I mean, Kirk Cousins was playing out of his
You're going to go for it.
mind.
You're going to fake punt. There's just so much fucking weird bullshit that went on that. And then the fumble, and then our defense. Yeah, our defense doesn't coach check. This is why, I mean, again, I've been trying to tell people hey, don't, because I want us to win it all as much as anybody does. I love the Vikings. They're our team. We love the Vikings. But one of the things why the Viking fans get a bad rap as being horseshit fans is because anytime something looks good, we're winning the Super Bowl, absolutely. And the moment that doesn't happen, we start shitting on our team and acting like assholes.
Oh, I don't. People shouldn't shit on the team. I just think the defense is a serious exclamation point.
I think we are if our defense doesn't get fixed, I don't even know if we win a playoff game, because the way the seeds are working out, are you confident that we can beat the Giants? Are you confident that we can beat Detroit again?
I'm not confident about Detroit. I'm confident about the Giants, because we're having a real big problem with fast offenses, and New York has a really slow offense. So does Washington.
So you know what else we have a problem with? People that run the ball, and the Giants run the ball a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to wear down, because you see everybody's running backs wearing down now late in the season. The Saquon's running down. Dalvin Cook. Honestly, I don't think I want Dalvin Cook back next year.
Really?
I think his body's breaking down on him. He's been hurt a lot. Running backs don't have a very big shelf life.
I don't know. He's always been hurt though. He's always missed 3 to 4 games a season every year.
That's what I mean. I think it's catching up with him. Physically.
But I don't think it's catching up with him. I think that's just how he has always been.
He's getting wrapped up behind the line a lot. I get it. We didn't have Darisaw or Bradbury last week, and that sucks too.
With the new playoffs, the first seed gets the bye, and then it starts from there, right?
Yeah, and it's either going to be us or San Francisco with the 2 seed. I think with the schedule,
if we're the 2 seed, we're going to be playing either the Giants or Washington,
or Detroit,
or the other team that could get in too is the Seahawks, and also not mathematically dead yet are the Packers.
I thought the Seahawks were in as. Oh no, they're not in as.
Oh, they're on the bubble. The Lions, because they lost. So the Lions.
Yeah, but
and
Seattle's going to lose to San Francisco this weekend, right?
Fuck yeah, they are. They're going to get fucking stomped.
All right, we're going to beat the Colts. Dallas is going to beat. Are the Jets going to beat Detroit in New York or no?
I don't know, man. That Detroit team is fucking. I'll tell you this. This is something weird, and I never thought that in my life I would say this. I'm kind of scared of the Detroit Lions right now.
They're good, man.
But the thing about it is not only are they good, but they sold out their fucking franchise quarterback last year. They traded away their Pro Bowl tight end this year. They've got a bunch of picks, and the whole idea around it was that, we're in our rebuilding phase. If these motherfuckers eke into the fucking playoffs, is there another team that's playing with more house money than the Detroit Lions?
I actually think Philly's going to crush everybody this year. They're going to meet.
I don't think the Philly makes it past the 49ers.
I think they'll meet Kansas City in the Super Bowl.
I don't think so. I think I'm a Niners fan, so obviously there's that. But I don't think anybody is going to be able to do what Geno Smith does on the 49er defense. I just don't see that happening. The 49ers defense has allowed
Geno Smith is the quarterback of the Seahawks.
Or not Geno Smith, fucking Hurst.
Oh, okay. All right.
What the Eagles do a lot of is they have a very, very fast wide receiver. They have a decent running back, and then they have a quarterback who can just punish you if you rush the edges. The thing about the Niners is that they can bring a 4-man rush
that feels like it's 5-man, leaving everybody back, and then their linebackers track on the quarterback. It's why no quarterbacks have been able to run it. Like, they have the number one run defense. Like, you're not gonna move the ball on the Niners like you will anybody fucking else.
What's creepy about the 49ers, the most creepy thing about them is they don't need a quarterback.
Right, they're about to win they might win a Super Bowl with the last guy drafted last year.
Yeah, they don't need Garoppolo. They can let him go.
I don't know. It's one game or whatever, but Brock looks like a better Garoppolo to me because he has all the same skill sets, but he's able to just launch that ball down, and he was laying dimes.
Yeah, well, when you got Deebo Samuel, you got Kittle, and you've got McCaffrey. I mean, what do you need?
Yeah, and a defense that, again, like the defense, I think it's 3. Like the Niners defense has allowed 3 touchdowns all year in the second half.
They've won what, 5 in a row now?
Yes.
They were 4-4. I think they're 9-4.
They were 500 when they started winning.
Yeah, so they've won 5 in a row. Someone's asked me, Aaron, where would you rank Detroit sports fans on being the worst? Look, Lions fans have put up with so much shit. I don't care if they're the most evil people on earth.
I don't think they're that bad. Honestly, like, the thing I'll say about the Lions fans, all my Lions fans friends, they have stuck with their team through what I can only call, like, you know how you say thick and thin?
Yeah.
They have stuck through their team through thin and thin.
Yes, absolutely. 246 Toothpick says Lions might contend for the Super Bowl this century. I just
think the Lions are a real scary team in the playoffs because, again, they get there and there's they almost beat the Eagles. Like Detroit has almost beat some of the best teams in the league. And they're not even supposed to be in the playoffs. Their goal this year was just to be above 500 while they were rebuilding. That was their only real franchise goal. So they get into the playoffs. There's no fucking pressure on them at all. They can play every team in the NFL super tough, even as the Niners. I like Detroit. If they make it into the playoffs, that is a team that I'm weirdly scared of because they got nothing to fucking lose.
Yeah, and Detroit is. Let me just run this here. I'm just running by the way, if you guys want to use something awesome for these kind of discussions, the NFL playoff machine that ESPN has is awesome. You can just click who's going to win the games each week and see how the playoffs shake out because of that. Right now, so you got Washington and the Giants playing each other this week. If Detroit beats the Jets this week, and you got Washington playing the Giants, so one of them is going to lose and be 7-6-1. That's going to put Detroit at 7-7 and the Giants or the Commanders at 7-6-1. So Detroit's going to be less than a game out of a playoff spot after this week if they win. Mm-hmm. And then you look at the rest of their schedule. It's Carolina. It's Chicago at home. And it's at Green Bay. I mean, those are all winnable games.
Highly winnable games, I would say.
And meanwhile, you look at Washington and New York. They've got each other. Then New York comes here. The Commanders.
The Eagles have a really cake schedule left too.
They do, but the Commanders go to San Francisco next week, and then the week after that, Cleveland goes to Washington. I mean, Cleveland's a dumpster fire. Indy goes to New York, so they both get an off week. But then after that, the Giants go to Philadelphia. The Commanders have to host the Cowboys. I mean, if there's good odds on betting on Detroit making the playoffs right now, I'd put some money down.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think that Detroit makes the way into the playoffs. I think Seattle might even too. But again, if you're looking at let's say the Lions make it in, okay? Look over on the AFC, even in the people on the bubble and the people in. Is there a single team in the playoffs with less expectations on them than the Detroit Lions? I mean, they're not even supposed to be there. It's like when you're fucking drunk at a blackjack table and you're up a bunch of house money. Fucking let it roll. Sometimes you get lucky.
God, you know what sucks is that if the playoffs ended today, as shitty as they are, Tampa would still get to host a playoff game against Dallas. And that's a game Dallas can lose.
Their division is trash.
Yeah, that's a game Dallas can lose, by the way, if they have to go to Tampa. So
what's really funny about that is that they're only one game above Carolina, so there's actually a chance that Carolina has that spot.
And that has just been a shitty season for Carolina, too. I mean, it's been awful.
Yeah. Like Carolina is 5-8 right now, and they are one game behind making the playoffs. Like if the Buccaneers lose and they win, they're number one in the.
Well, check this out. Carolina hosts Pittsburgh this week. That's very winnable, and Tampa has to host Cincinnati, and that's not an easy game. So
right, and then they also have the Seahawks coming up or whatever. They like the Tampa Bay schedule is pretty tough because they have the Bengals this week, and then they have.
No, Tampa's got.
Look, but their schedule.
They've got the Bengals, but then after that, Tampa's got Arizona without Kyler Murray. Tampa's got.
Yeah. And then their division games,
at home against Carolina, and then they get to play the Falcons. So I
don't think they're beating the Bengals though.
Actually, Tampa's only one game ahead of Carolina and Atlanta, so Atlanta could still make it.
And if the Eagles get past the Cowboys, they're likely winning out.
If the Eagles get past the Cowboys.
Yeah, the Eagles have like on their schedule remaining.
Oh, okay,
like the Saints, the Giants, and the Cowboys. Like the Cowboys is the only one that might be a loss. Otherwise, they should be able to win out.
I don't know, man.
And also just about the Eagles. Last week they had a very tough team and they had a really good win. So,
see, if the season ended today, we're the 2 seed. I think San Francisco. Well, no, I think we'll still end up the 2 seed because we got some pretty easy games coming up the rest of the way. But I think 7 seed. There's a good chance we might be playing the Lions again.
I don't like that matchup. I think the Lions, like, I told you that I was worried they were going to beat us last week. Like, it's like Detroit. I don't understand how Detroit gets rid of everything. And then you look at the fucking draft picks. Like, they have so many draft picks next year. So does the Eagles. Like, the Eagles have a shitload of draft picks next year, too. So do the fucking Broncos. Nobody cares about the Broncos. But
Philadelphia traded away that Super Bowl team, and they got a bunch of draft picks. And then,
like Eagles, the Lions, and the Seahawks are fucking loaded on picks. Like the Seahawks getting those picks are fucking scary too because they got all the Russell Wilson picks.
And Denver is going to be a top 5, top 3 maybe. I think they're the second pick right now. If the season ended today, Seattle's picking second.
That's just today because like look at their schedule. They're not going to fucking win out.
No. Los Angeles is going to be a top 5 pick. So Detroit's going to get that one. Look out. Yeah, look out for Detroit, Philadelphia, and Seattle for the next few years. That's for sure.
How far away are the Jags from making the playoffs?
Couple of pieces.
They're in the AFC South.
Yeah, a couple of pieces. They're 5-8 this year. They need some help.
I don't know though. Like so, the other thing is the Dolphins. I think are going to fucking crater. Like the Dolphins have a pretty hard like schedule left.
In my opinion, Tua's fool's gold. I think he's.
I think that like you're going to be looking at like that spot might be down to like. The Jets, the Jets might be able to eke in there with like 9 wins.
Yeah, they're really up and down too. I think the Patriots might make it. Mac Jones is looking better.
I think you're probably going to look at the Chargers in that spot.
Chargers, the Chargers could be in that spot. Chargers are the only one who are still in the hunt outside of everything else.
Well, the Jets are just because their division sucks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the Jets were in. Yeah, you're right. The Jets and the Chargers are the only 2 that can pop in there. But honestly, I think Tua is kind of looking like a Teddy Bridgewater kind of ceiling before he got injured.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins relied too much on how fast Tyreek Hill was, and when the actual like prevent defense went into like some nickel, like they don't know what to do because that's like the Niners. I think the Niners exposed what you have to do to the Dolphins.
Yeah. King Kong Dong says Lions, Saints, and Eagles are currently in the top 5 picks. And remember, Detroit just got that first-round pick, Jameson Williams, into their lineup like 2 weeks ago.
So, I don't think the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl, but let's just say they do. You realize that we have a weird reality in which the Eagles could win the Super Bowl and get the first-round draft pick.
The Eagles, whose pick do the Eagles have?
I think they have New Orleans. Ask Kong. Kong will know.
Who did they trade to New Orleans?
It was like
to get that pick. God, I can't remember. Was it a defender?
It's the Saints pick. I don't know who it was, but they traded like that whole Super Bowl team basically.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is who did they give to the Saints? Who did the Saints get?
I don't know, but it's the Saints pick. They swapped picks, Kong is saying.
They swapped picks. Okay.
They gave him somebody in swap picks. But yeah,
so the Eagle or the New Orleans tried to move up in the draft, and they gave them a next year number 1 pick to do it.
I think so.
We had 3 first-rounders last year. Fuck, man. Then the Eagles are going to be amazing for a long time.
Or the Seattle. Like Seattle very well might make the playoffs, and then I think they have 2 picks from the Broncos, and then the Lions have 2 picks from LA. Yeah. And the Rams are looking pretty shitty too.
Really shitty. And now they pretty much shut down Stafford. They're going with Mayfield. So good luck.
Well, he's on IR. He was already. That's why Mayfield is there.
Yeah. Concussion was it?
I don't want to brag, but I had him on my fantasy team. Still upset about that.
Nice work. Malcolm Jenkins. Okay, someone says they traded Malcolm Jenkins to New Orleans, and that's where they got some picks from. Okay. I think we're going to hang on to that 2 seed. I'm just scared. Although us at home against Detroit with Darisaw, Bradbury, and Harrison Smith, I don't think that's the same game.
I think that we can beat them at home, right? Like I think you're right. I think that's not the same game. But then again, objectively, and I love my team and everything, but like, who else are we beating, right?
Well, here's what you got. Let's say we beat the Lions in the first round. You're going on, you're probably playing San Francisco in week 2, and I don't think we can keep up with that team.
I don't think we can keep up with, I mean, like, we saw, like, where'd it go? Sorry, I had it up and loaded.
You need somebody to knock off San Francisco.
Which isn't going to happen. Like, so you've got, I mean, so let's say, best case scenario, what? The Commanders, probably? That's who we'd want to face the most, I would think?
Honestly, I'll take the Giants, Lions, or Commanders if we're at full strength. I'll take any one of them.
I will take the Giants or the Commanders. Like I said, I just don't want any part of the Lions. It's too much house money for me. And then, then
or Seattle. Okay, 4 teams, because Seattle could pop in there.
Yeah, I mean, if it's Detroit, like, so if it's Detroit, Seattle, Giants, or Washington, I'll take Washington all day out of those.
I want. Here's who I want last. I want Seattle last out of all those teams, and then the Lions.
I don't mind Seattle because they have to come to us, right?
I suppose. Yeah, I don't
like it's that's like the cool thing is like, so I think we might win one playoff game, right? But then so then that goes, and you're looking at, so then your next matchup
has to be San Francisco unless somebody beats them.
Yeah, San Francisco. Well, what about like the Cowboys and the...
It won't be the Cowboys because the winner of that 4-5 game will play Philadelphia because the Vikings will get the highest seeded division leader, and that'll be San Francisco.
Oh, because we'll play the 7 because the fucking bye on the top fucks me up now.
So it'll be 2-3 in the second round. At least San Francisco will have to come here. That will help us, but they're so fast. I don't like how fast they are.
They might not have to come here, dude.
Like, well, no. I meant if it ended now the way.
Yeah. But if we lose one more game and they win out, we would have to go there.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. But right now, just got to win Saturday, clinch the division, and then after the Giants,
do we clinch it or do we need the Packers to lose to clinch it?
No, it was actually if we would have beaten the Lions, we would have clinched. Packers can't catch us this year. They have 8 losses, but.
It's Detroit that can catch us then, right?
It's a win or a Detroit loss, and then we clinch the division. But I think we have to win out. I don't know who has the tiebreaker between us and San Francisco, but I think if it goes by division record, we only have 1 division loss, so I think we might have it. But we got to win out because I don't see San Francisco losing.
Yeah, maybe I'm just like being a total home. I don't see the Niners losing at all until the AFC.
They are in Seattle this week. That's a tough one.
No,
going to Seattle is difficult. Then
not for the Niners.
Then they host Washington. Then they get an off.
Curtis
week.
In here. They're a bitch, Curtis. Fuck your Seahawks.
Then they get an off week against the Raiders, and then they end against Kyler Murray-less Cardinals. So their next 2 games are tough, but after that, I think they'll be fine. But we have to win out, I think. All right, that's going to do it for us today. Is it really twitch.tv/TwitchTalkCast, Corey?
Yeah, so they don't let you do the simulcast from the main accounts.
Why?
Because my main account is a partner.
They don't let you do
dual
that.
Cast.
Yeah, they don't let partners dual cast.
What we do is we have the Twitch Talk Cast, which is on Twitch. But more importantly, because we're trying to grow the YouTube, just go to Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube. That's where we'll be momentarily.
Let me throw that link in there, please, before we head out today. The YouTube Corey Adam Comedy link. When I post links, it gets all fucked up. I don't know why. But YouTube, Corey Adam Comedy, Twitch Talk Cast, Twitch, Corey Adam Comedy. But he wants to build up that YouTube. So go subscribe to Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube.
Mash that subscribe button. We're really close to getting that 1,000.
Yeah, there you go. There's the Corey Adam Comedy YouTube link. Click that. Subscribe. Subscribe to this channel, like the video, the whole thing. Corey, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
And to the rest of you, we will talk to you tonight at 7 p.m. Thanks again.